Our Kang Soo-hyun is an actor with a huge fan base, and is sought after by many media outlets. To achieve these accomplishments, he had to go through a long and arduous journey. His family fell apart, he had to work as a beef seller growing up, then gradually got minor roles in shows, and finally became the main actor he is now. Ironically, just as he was at the peak of his career, Soo-hyun suffered a terrible accident. Miraculously, he survived the accident unscathed, but even more strangely, he went back in time 20 years to become a normal young Soo-hyun. During this rebirth, he also discovered that he had a very special ability. He could see how he looked before being recorded by the camera. With the experience he has accumulated, along with his unique skills and natural beauty, will our Soo-hyun be able to succeed on the path to becoming a child actor? Let's follow his new journey together. Soo-hyun sat in the car watching the scene of a torrential rainy night. In his mind suddenly rushed back old memories, from when he was just an unknown person to when he achieved success as he is now. It was indeed a long journey full of effort. We can't even get enough sleep if we go back there right now, but I think everything will be okay. Soo-hyun let his soul immerse itself in a world full of happiness. Now we have closed locks, coffee shops, everything. Acting, the job of an idol. While he was sitting inside thinking, outside, the truck running in the lane next door suddenly lost control and crashed into the median strip. It turned out that the driver had fallen asleep, so the truck kept speeding along the road. A loud noise rang out. Soo-hyun saw a blinding light shining on his face, so he curiously turned his head to take a look. That light was from the headlights of the car. It shone straight into his face like a brilliant halo. Unfortunately, that truck crashed into Soo-hyun's car parked on the side of the road, and his car plunged into the abyss. Soo-hyun couldn't sit still anymore. Everything inside the car was in chaos. He seemed to fall into a dark world. No matter how loud he shouted, no one could hear him. Standing on the threshold of life and death, Soo-hyun could only sit and hold his head in extreme confusion. No way, is this a dream? I finally found my light after 4 years of struggling. So am I going to leave this place like this? I worked so hard until today. Soo-hyun remembered his previous job selling beef. That day was a competition, the organizers announced, so the prize for the best beef. An old woman came and asked, "What is this? Hona isn't coming?" The guy politely replied, "Yes ma'am, our last part will be performed at the event today." The old woman was hard of hearing, so she asked again, "How the last person?" He also smiled kindly and replied, "No, the last part." But the old woman still couldn't hear what he was saying. What, the last one? What about my life? Soo-hyun remembered the happy memories when he was an actor. His friend rushed over and asked, "Soo-hyun, how many views do we have on our video?" He was extremely shocked. We reached 700. Sometimes he even met enthusiastic female fans, pinching his cheeks and asking, "Appa, what do you want to do as an idol?" Before the accident, the chairman gave him the script and kept encouraging him. "Soo-hyun, think of it as a last chance and do your best." He was determined to do this role well. "Yes, sir." Soo-hyun also remembered the moments he stood on the red carpet, being sought after by many people. Now it's all just movies. What about my success? He was extremely angry when all his efforts were wasted because of a sleeping driver. After everything I've been through, why did it happen to me? Soo-hyun sat hugging his face and crying in sadness. After regaining his composure, he realized, wait, something is wrong here. He sat silently staring at his tiny hands. Then he was stunned to realize, did I not die after that accident? The brown hair was still the same, nothing different. Soo-hyun opened his big round eyes. He also gently touched his nose. The guy stood admiring himself in the mirror with surprise. Isn't this my appearance at around 5 years old? Suddenly, a woman from outside rushed in with a worried face and asked, Soo-hyun, what's wrong? Why is mommy's little prince crying like this? Are you in pain? Let's go to the hospital, okay? Soo-hyun quickly adapted to his new life. He smiled and looked up to call mom. And Soo-hyun's mother kept asking about her son. Oh my god, let me see your face. It looks like you have a fever. She shouted, honey, call an ambulance. We have to go to the hospital immediately. The father hurriedly took out his phone with a panicked look. Hello, is this 119? Soo-hyun's mother hugged her little son tightly. Here, Soo-hyun, does it hurt a lot? I didn't realize this, I'm sorry. Soo-hyun hesitated to call the man in front of him. Dad? The father was shocked and shouted, "Our Soo-hyun must be in a lot of pain, he called me dad." Over here, Soo-hyun looked closely at his mother's face. Then he closed his eyes to feel what was happening around him. Is this a dream? At the hospital, after a thorough examination, the doctor concluded, there is no major problem. But it seems that the boy has experienced a major shock. What happened before that? The mother couldn't believe that her son was like this, so she immediately requested, there must be something wrong here. When he fell asleep, he suddenly burst into tears. Please check again. His father also startled and added, that's right, he usually sleeps very well but this time he suddenly cried like that. The two people's strong reactions made Soo-hyun blush with embarrassment. That's right, my parents used to overreact like that. To prevent them from causing a ruckus in the entire hospital, he called out affectionately, Mom, Dad. Then gave a radiant smile on his face and said, I'm okay, I just had a nightmare, that's all. All three of them focused their attention on Soo-hyun. The doctor had to exclaim, that's so adorable. The doctor suddenly realized that his compliment was not appropriate for a boy, so he explained in confusion, no, I mean, it's a relief that you don't hurt anywhere. If you feel pain anywhere, press the button to call the nurses, okay? Soo-hyun obediently replied yes. In his heart he wondered, nurses? Does he think I'm a girl? Before leaving, the doctor thoughtfully reminded, if anything happens, don't hesitate to call, I'm leaving. Soo-hyun sat absent-mindedly thinking about the compliment earlier. Anyway, even with a stranger, it happened like that, adorable huh? Thinking that I haven't changed that much when I become an adult. The entertainment industry is where all kinds of beautiful men and women gather. In that I am, it doesn't matter what anyone says, I'm just a normal guy. If this isn't a dream but reality, I'll embrace this beauty until I grow up. As a man, I can live in this harsh world just by taking care of myself. A thought flashed through Soo-hyun's mind. Wait, is this worth waiting for until I become an adult? That's right, they say I should dream big, right? No need to suffer as an idol with no talent anymore. Aim to become a top star. Before those dreams, Soo-hyun seriously calculated, if I focus on acting from now on, before I reach the initial age of 25, my career will be better, right? There will be many roles that you can only play as a child. The money I earn will belong to my parents, but that's not necessarily bad. While he was thinking, his mother came and called out, Soo-hyun. My Soo-hyun, are you really okay? The mother's face clearly showed worry. The father was no less worried. Even if it hurts, he can still talk. He looked at the two of them and remembered the painful past, and perhaps, our dilapidated house. It will also change. He believes this time he will be able to change everything. If we get rid of that scammer name, their parents will also have another chance. There is a lot of potential there. Involuntarily, he turned and hugged his mother. Then smiled and reassured, I'm okay, thank you so much, Mom. Seeing her son being obedient and understanding, Soo-hyun's mother was overjoyed and stroked Soo-hyun's head. I love you too, my little prince. The father was left out and no one paid attention to him, so he asked, what about Dad? Soo-hyun made an adorable face and turned to answer, I love you too, Dad. His sweet words melted the father's heart. So the two fathers and sons hugged each other again. Soo-hyun, my bunny. Soo-hyun's mother stood on the side smiling and taking out her phone to capture these happy moments together. These moments also need to be recorded. Suddenly, a strange transparent screen appeared in front of Soo-hyun. He curiously wondered, what is this? Is this a reflection of Dad and me? No way, it shows me what I look like before being recorded on camera. Soo-hyun's mother praised, the photos turned out great. Let's take another one for our Soo-hyun. The guy started thinking, I don't know why this suddenly happened like this, but so if it means I have this ability, then I'll make the most of it. While thinking, he posed for his mother to take pictures. The mother's eyes widened in surprise at the footage just taken. What did I just record? Soo-hyun turned his head and said, Mom, Dad, do you know? Is this a hospital? If you're a good adult, you have to speak softly. His cool and adorable face made his parents fall head over heels. Who is so cute? Soo-hyun's mother cheerfully asked, I know, should we take another picture of our Soo-hyun? And his father felt extremely curious. Soo-hyun, who do you like more, Dad or Mom? Soo-hyun was secretly happy when he saw the enthusiastic reactions of the people around him. Good, this works completely. If I make the most of my abilities and current face, then this can be done. In this life, I will appear as a child actor. As soon as he got home, Soo-hyun secretly took his father's phone to search for some information online, but he couldn't unlock it even after entering dozens of passwords. So he had to give up that idea, then lay down and remembered, thinking about the window he saw at the hospital, he needed to confirm his abilities a little more. Plan his life, and then sleep. Just early in the morning, Soo-hyun was yawning wearily. The guy shyly looked at his mother with a sleepy face. Soo-hyun's mother stood with her arms crossed sternly and said, "Pretending to be cute doesn't work at this time, eat everything." Soo-hyun heard that and retorted, "I'm not pretending, I'm really cute." Soo-hyun's mother couldn't deny her son's words. "It's true that you're really cute, but you can't do that either. Why did you take your dad's phone without permission? Eat all the side dishes today." Soo-hyun was horrified when he saw the plates full of food placed in front of him. His mother thoughtfully picked up each chopstick and fed him. "Here, seasoned bell peppers." Soo-hyun froze at the love his mother gave him. Then remembered his mother's appearance in the past. Soo-hyun's mother gently said to her son, "Soo-hyun seya." He obediently ate all the chopsticks of bell peppers that his mother fed him. In his heart he was feeling every moment of being taken care of by his mother. It's been a while receiving such love. When I think about it, my family lived harmoniously until I was in elementary school, so it's nothing special. I forgot this warmth, because the arguments before my parents divorced were too long and harsh. Seeing Soo-hyun eating ice cream deliciously, Soo-hyun's mother praised, "Soo-hyun, is the ice cream delicious? My lovely child." He ate and thought, even if I'm cute, aren't I being spoiled too much? Suddenly, Soo-hyun's mother's phone rang. She was very surprised. "It's Hannah. What's wrong?" As soon as she answered the phone, Soo-hyun's mother happily said, "Oh my god, isn't this group leader Hannah? How are you? Are you still healthy? You sent a picture of your son to me yesterday, right?" On the other end of the line, a pleading voice rang out, "Senior, please help me." Soo-hyun's mother asked in confusion, "Why? You're very talented now, right, group leader Hannah?" She said seriously, "Please don't joke anymore. Help me a little bit. Our fun-style child model is currently—" Soo-hyun accidentally overheard the conversation between the two people. In his head an idea immediately popped up, fun-style child model. If you don't go down the path of becoming an idol, isn't becoming a child actor an opportunity for me? Soo-hyun's mother ruthlessly tried to refuse. "No, I'm busy. I still have to take pictures of my son eating ice cream." Hannah cried out in despair. Soo-hyun is also there. Right, senior. Seeing her begging so much, Soo-hyun's mother had to accept reluctantly. "Okay, just this once." Soo-hyun's mother sighed tiredly and confided in her son, "My Soo-hyun has so many places to go. I'm so worried." The guy made an innocent face and ran over to ask, "Mom, was that Ms. Hannah who just called?" The mother sadly recounted, "Yeah, Ms. Hannah said she really wants Soo-hyun to be a model because he's so adorable, even though I refused, but Ms. Hannah still insists that it has to be Soo-hyun." He smiled secretly and said, "The start seems quite difficult, but it's not necessarily bad." After a few seconds of thought, Soo-hyun offered to say to his mother, "Mom, I want to go see Ms. Hannah." The mother felt extremely surprised. "My Soo-hyun, do you want to help Ms. Hannah?" He smiled brightly and replied, "I like her very much." Soo-hyun's bright handsome face made Soo-hyun's mother stunned. "Soo-hyun." She hugged her son, "You're so adorable and kind. What should I do? Is my son really an angel?" He hesitated and said, "I can't breathe, Mom." So the two mothers and sons held hands and went to NBC Company, according to the map. "Is it here?" A towering building appeared before the two mothers and sons. The boy came out with a long-sleeved sweater along with a very cute jean overalls. Looking at everything around him made him remember, the equipment is definitely high-end. But why does it remind me of the studio I visited when I was an idol? As soon as she saw Soo-hyun's mother and Soo-hyun, Hannah was so happy that she burst into tears. "Senior, I've been waiting for you, welcome." She very friendly came over to talk to him. "You are Soo-hyun, right? You're so adorable, now I understand Senior's feelings." He politely bowed and replied, "Thank you." Hannah immediately gave him a lollipop. "He's also very polite. Do you want to eat candy?" Soo-hyun put out his hands and replied yes. After that, he sat quietly in one place while eating candy and listening to his mother and Ms. Hannah talking to each other. Then do you know what that woman said? She said she wanted at least 50,000 won to invite her son. When I suggested discussing it a little, she refused and brushed it off by saying they had things to do. "Do you know," Soo-hyun's mother asked curiously, "how much did you give her?" Hannah said resentfully. 150,000 won. I increased the price because she said her son had appeared in the movie twice. Suddenly Hannah ran over and hugged him like a savior who had saved her whole life. But then we have Soo-hyun. It feels like a happy ending. Soo-hyun's mother bluntly brushed her hand away and chased her away. Stay away from my son, you will spread germs to him. Hannah was stunned and asked back, Senior, in your eyes am I a germ? Soo-hyun's mother also did not hesitate to retort, even more of Virus. Hannah shouted, Senior, so the two women's argument happened. Suddenly, a man with a fierce face appeared. He decisively slapped his hand on the door. Then gritted his teeth and bitterly asked, How long are you going to postpone it? What a nuisance. Take pictures quickly to get things done, okay? A tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Soo-hyun whimpered in front of the fierce man, My first schedule and I have to work with a photographer like this. When sitting at the dressing table, the staff praised the baby non-stop. Oh my god, Soo-hyun's hair is so soft. Just a little touch and the shiny, slightly wavy hair is complete. And Soo-hyun is also very obediently sitting still for the staff to work. Is it because of the baby's hair? So do you like this style? The makeup artist also exclaimed I only put a little powder on it. Oh what do you eat that is so cute? Soo-hyun replied immediately thank you. After finishing makeup, it's time to put on the clothes. Soo-hyun touched the fabric on his body and thought it looked a bit uncomfortable but it fit well. Anyway these clothes look more like buying for parents than buying for me. The new outfit makes Soo-hyun look even more eye-catching. Oh look, the clothes he's wearing don't look like they're for a baby at all. Although the clothes are a bit uncomfortable, he told himself anyway I will do this well. I have tried modeling a few times. But children's clothes are another field. Soo-hyun reassured himself, well if I follow the instructor then it will be okay, right? But before he could pose, the photographer shouted okay next set, shocking him. What, are you guys going to just skip it like that? Soo-hyun couldn't understand at all, even though this is my first time as a child model. I've never been photographed for an advertisement like this. Although his inner self was shouting I don't know anything about chicken or game ads but I have filmed a few small commercials, what the heck is going on with this guy? But on the outside Soo-hyun still tried to manage his facial expressions not too angry. The photographer didn't care and yawned, it doesn't matter how you look at him, isn't this bastard taking pictures carelessly? At this time, he accidentally heard the whispers of the staff next to him, the previous photo has been approved. Do you see anything strange? The woman covered her mouth and said quietly just let it go, he is the boss's grandson. Soo-hyun immediately understood, I understand, he feels annoyed because he thinks I have a strong backing behind me, right? I understand that feeling. But there is no reason to ruin my first career, right? Immediately he turned around and posed professionally. Okay, I will take care of this photo shoot myself. The blue frame of the system immediately appeared. His mother and Ms. Hannah next to him were also attracted by his professionalism. Ms. Hannah asked Senior, by the way, have you done special training for your son yet? Soo-hyun's mother said blankly, what do you mean? She explained simply, well it's like training in concentration. Or training in posing for example. Senior, please tell me the truth, is it just some coincidence that happens when he looks so cute because? Soo-hyun's mother quickly interrupted her, watch your mouth is the cause of all problems. Hannah embarrassedly replied, just because I think he does this so well, I'm sorry. The photo shoot continued to pass. Hannah looked at the watch on her hand, we have been resting for half the time but now it's been 40 minutes, now is the third set, usually children will get bored and grumpy after only 10 minutes. But the boy is still cheerful like that, not annoyed at all. In addition, he is very adorable, as expected, a good face makes a fashionable face. Hannah seemed to have something on her mind. Should I ask him to model for the next children's clothes? No, he seems to be able to do more than that. She wondered then, should I entrust that to him? Soo-hyun suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What's wrong? The boy suddenly. The photo shoot is going quite smoothly for him. By the way, this is also good. I am gradually understanding it. He changed into the next outfit and went to the middle of the photo backdrop. Because children's facial muscles don't move smoothly, I have to move my body more. The photographer shouted loudly, hey model boy, try squatting down. He quickly cooperated immediately, yes sir. The camera started to focus and the photographer pressed to take pictures. The photographer just realized something was wrong. What is it? This strange atmosphere. Soo-hyun kept moving and posing to create flawless, beautiful photos. Each movement is suitable for the clothes on the body. But also don't forget to highlight the outfit and his cuteness. After finishing the third set, Soo-hyun sat searching for the colorful frames of the system. But what is that window? It doesn't show me the camera screen that has been photographed. The frame glows faintly every time the camera shutter is pressed right. Moreover, their colors also change. Red may be bad. Yellow is normal, green is probably good. You can see the quality immediately. Isn't that good? Of course it's good. Normally I wouldn't be able to know what I look like in the video that was filmed. The photographer next to him noticed the boy sitting thinking aimlessly. He immediately showed his habit of clicking his tongue. I said to sit down for a while to rest, but I see you just sitting there all the time. No wonder after all you are just a child. Soo-hyun suddenly got scolded but smiled and replied, I'm sorry. He bluntly replied, making the photographer speechless. I thought we were done because you had been sitting there all the time. His words made him angry and shout what? Seeing the situation was not good, Hannah appeared to help. Okay, we are done, you did a good job. She kept praising Soo-hyun, you did really great. Soo-hyun's mother also proudly said, my son, I also want to take another picture, you look very adorable. Ms. Hannah giggled and handed the boy a bottle of water. Oh, our Soo-hyun is sweating, drink some water. He took it and thanked immediately. While drinking water, Ms. Hannah asked Soo-hyun, hey, do you like doing this? Do you want to help her? Soo-hyun's mother heard that and asked in a deep voice, Hannah, hey, do you want to push him into hard labor? He is only 5 years old, do you know? She quickly waved her hand. Hey senior, this is his first time but he has done so well, you should hone and nurture him better. Who knows, one day your son will become a star. But Soo-hyun's mother was still not easily convinced. I have said this before. Do you think I will make my son work to death just because I can earn 100 million per month? Hanan shook her head immediately. Senior, I don't mean that. While the two were talking, Soo-hyun sighed. This conversation will probably take a while to end. He didn't listen anymore but turned to look around. Soo-hyun noticed the photographer standing nearby. He seems to have a good network. He seems to live quite comfortably, Soo-hyun admired, thinking. After my parents divorced, I moved to live with my mother's family. However, things were not very smooth. I felt like I had been abandoned. Finally I enlisted. Most of my idle life was spent serving in the military. Thinking then he happily wanted to go to the photographer's side. But on the way a staff appeared. Soo-hyun, hey, the photo shoot is over, right? Should I remove your makeup? He couldn't refuse, so he had to agree, yes, okay. The logistics staff gently removed the makeup and changed the baby's clothes, while constantly exclaiming how precious the baby's skin was. After finishing, Soo-hyun ran back to his mother and Hannah, vaguely hearing her say, Sunbae, what about this matter? This is the main role in a weekend drama, a child role. It consists of 50 episodes, and Lee Seo-han will also be there. The name Lee Seo-han shocked Soo-hyun, leaving him gaping. You should know, Lee Seo-han is an actor Soo-hyun often referenced when he was studying acting. He is an actor with a brilliant acting career, even though he is in his 40s. He possesses a handsome face and phenomenal acting skills, capable of portraying any type of character. Soo-hyun's heart stirred. An actor like that, at the age of 20, is there any way I can have contact with him, even just a little? While his mother and Hannah were still debating, Soo-hyun thought, if I'm lucky, we could become close friends, because the entertainment industry is a world with clear hierarchies. It will be difficult to befriend people you meet on set, even if you become colleagues. However, instead of becoming friends, what if we develop a relationship more like uncle and nephew? This made him even more excited. That's great. Who would think a 5-year-old would approach someone in such a calculated way? If I become close with him, I might get some advice from actor Lee Seo-han, and most importantly, I want to get his autograph too. Beside him, Hannah continued to explain, Sunbae, this is an NBC weekend drama, expected to last 50 episodes, and the money is very generous too. Soo-hyun's mother firmly refused. No, if it's a 50-episode drama that airs every weekend, it means it's a drama aimed at housewives. What's good about letting Soo-hyun appear in such a drama? NBC even encourages children to engage in overly provocative acting. Viewers will easily recognize that type of drama as a mess. Even the teenage stories and high school romance stories are a mess. Sometimes the child actors even have to act out scenes of bullying and yelling, aren't you an orphan? Moreover, look how completely they control the children. Suddenly, Soo-hyun tugged at Hannah's sleeve. He cheerfully said loudly, Auntie, I want to act in that drama. Soo-hyun's mother startled and called out, Son. His mother put her hands on her hips and asked, Are you sure you want to act? Soo-hyun smiled brightly and nodded, yes, I want to. He wanted to use his adorable looks to sway his mother. Mom, can I do it? I want to try it once, I think I can do well. Soo-hyun's mother was still very worried about her son. Really, son? It might be very difficult, are you sure? Soo-hyun nodded continuously, his eyes wide and expectant looking at his mother. His face completely conveyed the words please, 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 Mom, please. Soo-hyun's mother sighed. For her son, she had to compromise. Soo-hyun wants to, so I can't refuse. Before going home, Soo-hyun's mother instructed Hannah to review carefully and contact her. Okay? Hannah happily replied, thank you, Sunbae, please trust me, thank you too, Soo-hyun. She saw the mother and son into the car. Sunbae, drive safely, I'll try to contact you two tomorrow, and next time, I'll treat you to a meal. And then very quickly the contract arrived. Just a few days later the mother and son were scheduled to meet at a cafe and bakery. A man and a woman were already waiting for them. When the mother and son arrived, they politely introduced themselves. Hello, I am the screenwriter Lee Hyuna. The one who contacted you too, and this is the director of the drama. I am Park Jong-sik. Soo-hyun's mother, bringing Soo-hyun along, also bowed and replied, hello, I am Soo-hyun's mother. His mother called out, Soo-hyun, greet them. Soo-hyun obediently followed his mother and bowed. Hello, I'm 5 years old this year, my name is Soo-hyun. Hyuna smiled and praised him. Oh, so you're Soo-hyun, you're really adorable, I called you as soon as I saw your picture, it's nice to meet you. The screenwriter was enthusiastic, but the director seemed to scrutinize him as he looked at him. Soo-hyun noticed and wondered, what's with this director's expression, he's looking at me like an object. Well, child actors aren't really expected to have acting ability, or anything like that at this age. Nowadays they just treat us like disposable goods, and the cost is low too. Soo-hyun thought, pouting his lips. The screenwriter noticed and asked, why are you pouting your lips like that, is something wrong? Soo-hyun evaded the question and replied, because my lips are very itchy. Next was a conversation space for the two women. It seems like the new teeth are still coming in, is he still in that phase? Soo-hyun's mother nodded, yes, it will probably take another 1 to 2 years. To finish, oh my, honestly seeing this reminds me so much of when I was little. Soo-hyun's mother said with a proud voice, I can't tell you how much better my life has been since Soo-hyun was born. After a while, the director cleared his throat to remind them, ahem. Hyuna then remembered and passed over a stack of papers. Oh right, first of all, the drama will air once the current drama that's on air, My Husband is Suspicious ends. The name of the new drama this time is Promise of the Green Summer. Soo-hyun received the script, looking at it while thinking to himself, the screenwriter really intends to name it that, it sounds a bit rural, and the director too. No matter how much we discuss it, all we get are names that are even more rural than this. Let me see. Promise of the Green Summer consists of a female lead and 2 male leads. The 2 male leads are set up as 2 half-brothers. The story begins when the female lead meets the male lead as a child. The female lead is a bright, curious person with a decisive and cheerful personality. In addition, they highlight it with a beautiful face. As for the male lead, he has a calm and gentle appearance, but he knows how to use his looks to manipulate others, and also speaks rudely like that. Is that okay? Reading for a while, Soo-hyun discovered the scene when the male lead was young. Isn't this type of character setting too complicated for a child actor? Are they expecting a child to digest all this? But this segment has a huge impact on the progress of the plot, so it can't be acted superficially. Soo-hyun sighed, and as it goes on, the story becomes more dramatic, of course, because this is NBC. After a while, Soo-hyun called out, Auntie? The screenwriter asked in surprise, You've finished reading it already? That was fast. He smiled and asked, Which male lead's childhood will I be playing out of these two? Hyuna unexpectedly replied, Oh, you understand so much, you're really smart, but... She sighed regretfully, We still haven't decided yet. The answer was like a bolt of lightning. Hyuna saw his expression and chuckled, Look at your face, I'm just kidding. We've made a rough decision, but haven't finalized it yet, you know. Let's consider it now. Either play the male lead who promises to marry the female lead, or choose the other male lead and ignore the promise. Hearing that, Soo-hyun was even more psychologically traumatized. The screenwriter asked, Do you understand? He trembled and replied yes. Because after Hyuna's words, Soo-hyun realized it was that type of screenwriter again. That type of screenwriter who doesn't have a complete storyline in their head. That type of screenwriter who runs back and forth between the audience and asserts, I will write what others want to read. If the number of people supporting one male lead is overwhelming, they will make a decision immediately. But if the numbers of the two sides are equal, they will definitely throw in a few plot twists and drag it out. If pushed too much, the screenwriter might even run out of ideas and encounter obstacles when writing the plot. Once the pressure increases, the high chances that she will simply throw the script aside and leave. She will ignore it and say, I don't know what to write. Goodbye. Soo-hyun became more and more depressed. My debut is with a storyline like that. Why, even after going back to the past, has nothing changed? Now he was a bit regretful. Is it a work that can never succeed? Should I give up? But if so, how long will it be until the next opportunity? But he suddenly realized, wait, aren't I just a child actor? That's right. Anyway, all the difficulties fall on the adult actors. Why should I think so much? Soo-hyun quickly regained his enthusiasm. The director then spoke up and called out, Soo-hyun, can you try to memorize it and read it out? Jong-sik pointed to a segment and requested, if you want to be on TV, you have to retell the story you just read. Do you understand what I'm saying? Soo-hyun nodded and said, yes, I can do it. Jong-sik superficially said, yes, don't worry about the memorization time. But he easily noticed that he was saying that. But his eyes were looking at his watch. Soo-hyun skimmed through the designated scene. This is the part that shows the male lead's personality. He is arrogant and often mocks others unusually, smiling in front but backstabbing behind their backs. Soo-hyun imagined the image of a kid, taking advantage of the fact that he is still a child. He occasionally speaks rudely. He held the script and sighed, causing Soo-hyun's mother to look over with some worry. I don't like it much because it's exactly like my second life, when I had social anxiety. The director took a sip of coffee and thought in his heart, I guess I'll have to wait a while. But just 3 minutes later, when Jong-sik put his coffee cup down on the table, it was also the moment Soo-hyun said, I'm done, I remember everything. Both people from the production team were very surprised. What, done already? Soo-hyun smiled and said, Director, I'm ready, let's start. Before starting the audition, let's take a look at the behind the scenes of the fashion photo shoot. Soo-hyun quickly approached the supervisor of the photo shoot. Is the photo good? The supervisor asked, do you want to see it? She turned the vibrant screen for him to see the fall collection of children's coats. Back at the cafe, after Soo-hyun recited the script, the director Jong-sik picked up the camera and prepared, Soo-hyun, I'll film you, don't worry and just try it once. He nodded and said yes. The screenwriter Hyuna took on the supporting role. Can I play your scene partner? Soo-hyun politely replied, yes, please take care of me. As soon as the director started filming, the system frame appeared again. Every time I'm on camera, this window always appears. Hyuna began to simply read the lines. Why are you standing in a corner like that? I'm going treasure hunting. Let's play together. Soo-hyun silently got into character. When he looked up, he indifferently replied, all right. The screenwriter continued to read the lines, geez, don't be like that, you're bored too. Soo-hyun slammed the script on the table. Even though I said all right, it seems like you still don't understand. His expression changed 100% and asked, are you stupid? The line caused the screenwriter to gape. The director Jong-sik was also shocked by his acting. After the scene, Soo-hyun returned to his original adorable expression. I don't know if my child co-star can act like me. If so, in this case, I should maintain the initiative. I was so attracted by that face that I forgot to be angry, acting exactly according to the script and making others react. The audition continued for a few more scenes. Finally, before finishing, Hyuna exclaimed, people say that those who will become stars are different from the start. It seems like the halo effect is real. I don't think we need to consider it anymore. If you continue to act like this. Director Jong-sik completely abandoned his initial indifferent and impatient look. Good then, let's sign the contract. Let's sit down and talk. Soo-hyun's mother and the screenwriter read the provisions of the contract one by one. The terms of the contract are like this, and like this. Oh, 10,000 won, is that a bit? Yes, okay. Before signing, the director asked Soo-hyun, all right, is there anything else you want? He silently thought seriously for a moment. Then he smiled brightly and called out, Director, I saw on TV, they said that good children will be taller and healthier if they go to bed early. So, I want to go home and go to bed before 10 p.m. Immediately, the contract added item number 11, an agreement on the right to go to bed. The meeting ended happily. Soo-hyun and his mother returned home. Holding the script in his hand, he smugly thought, as if I care about the realities of the industry or anything like that. I'll sleep soundly at home. I can't start worrying about panda eyes at this age, can I? Suddenly, Soo-hyun's mother shouted excitedly, "Oh my, it's here!" Soo-hyun's father curiously asked, "What is it, honey?" His mother explained, "It's the photoshoot from last time. I chose all the best photos from the shoot. Come take a look." Soo-hyun's father watched and said enviously, "That's really nice, honey. You can see everything directly. If I also worked from home, then I would go along." Soo-hyun's mother shyly scolded, "Hey, I told you not to call me honey." Soo-hyun heard his father's voice and rushed over, "Dad." He also smiled and replied, "Oh my Soo-hyun." The two hugged each other. "My son is so adorable." His mother completely agreed. "If you're this cute, how will you spend your elementary school days?" Soo-hyun's mother imagined, "When he goes to elementary school, will the kids fight because our Soo-hyun is so cute?" Soo-hyun's father nodded in agreement. "That's right. Moreover, our son is also very smart." Suddenly his phone vibrated. "Oh my, I have a message." It was a message from his friend Sung-hwan. "Hey, open Naton, I sent you a link, is that your son?" The couple quickly opened the computer to watch. After clicking on the link, everyone understood. Soo-hyun innocently shouted, "Oh Dad, it's me." His picture was currently spreading online with the title, "Are all child models this beautiful?" His facial expressions and poses make him look like a mature model. People commenting below completely agreed, "So cute. I want to make a stuffed animal like that and take it with me everywhere. Oh my, kids these days are really growing up." Many people were commenting positively about Soo-hyun. They praised him for posing so well and being cute. Some people were also curious about the fashion brand Sassy. Soo-hyun's father worriedly called out, "Oh my honey, didn't Hannah say that she wouldn't let anyone else take pictures other than the photographer?" Soo-hyun's mother nodded and said, "Yes, recently everyone likes to take pictures of new things, so I strongly refuse such requests." In contrast, while his parents were worried, Soo-hyun felt normal. It has spread quite widely. In the end, even God can't stop the spread of information on the internet. During that photo shoot I could see other windows. It seems like the staff also took a few pictures. Because he didn't want him to be affected, his father picked him up and teased him, "Oh Soo-hyun, do you want to watch something else? Dad will open Pororo for you?" Soo-hyun happily said yes, but in his heart he was speechless. Damn it. While watching the cartoon, he thought, "I have to read the script next week. The filming is the week after." Soo-hyun obediently sat in his father's lap. "Am I excited?" Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later the mother and son were at the film set. Soo-hyun's mother looked around dazedly and exclaimed, "The film set these days is really grand." Suddenly a voice called out, "Oh, is that Soo-hyun?" As soon as he heard it, he recognized it immediately. A blonde male actor came to them. "Has it been a week already?" This was one of the male leads of the drama this time, Kwak Chae-min. Chae-min said with a mischievous expression, "But Soo-hyun." He didn't say much and quickly hugged him. "You're too adorable today." Soo-hyun's mother nodded and greeted the actor. Soo-hyun also followed his mother and greeted Sunbae. Chae-min, while nibbling on Soo-hyun's dumpling cheeks, replied, "Hello, call me Hyun." Soo-hyun was at a loss. "This person seems to have found me quite cute since we met at the script reading. He must like cute kids. But is it a bit too much to say that we haven't even taken a picture together?" At that time he kept praising Soo-hyun. "You're so cute, you're playing the kid, right?" After caressing Soo-hyun's cheeks, he asked, "What are you thinking?" He honestly said, "I was wondering if you're free today, Sunbae. Even if you're not, please be busy." Chae-min picked Soo-hyun up and happily said, "Today will be great. Let me take you to the dressing room." Soo-hyun's mother quickly said, "Oh my, actor, Soo-hyun can walk himself." But he replied, "It's okay, I just want to hold him, is that okay?" While Chae-min was carrying him across the film set, people kept greeting, "Hello actor, hello." Chae-min also friendly replied to each person, "Hello, everyone is well, right?" The logistics staff also greeted him, "Soo-hyun is here too, hello." Soo-hyun lay in Chae-min's arms, observing and exclaiming, "Look at how everyone greets him. The power of the main lead is completely different. I want that too." He was quickly made up, had his hair done, and changed into his acting clothes. At the film set, the child co-star was already waiting. The girl friendly waved at Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun also smiled and waved back. He knew he wanted to become famous faster. So Soo-hyun was very focused on acting in this first scene. Under the rain, the female co-star frantically ran after him and called out loudly, "Ji-woo." The female lead grabbed Soo-hyun's hand and pulled him back. She worriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Soo-hyun turned around to look at her. This was the scene where Jae-yoon cried because Ji-woo, when he was young, said harsh words but was actually just lacking in emotions. Soo-hyun completely got into character and replied, "It's not related to you, just go and show off your cuteness in front of the adults." Jae-yoon sobbed and shed tears. "Sorry, I'm sorry." Soo-hyun asked, "Why are you crying?" Jae-yoon wiped her eyes and explained, "I'm worried about you." According to Soo-hyun's script analysis, at this time Ji-woo realizes that his actions are because he is lonely and jealous, and then agrees to be friends with Jae-yoon. In the rain, Soo-hyun reached out and took Jae-yoon's hand. He also patiently wiped away her tears. Soo-hyun gently lifted Jae-yoon's cheeks and said, "You're really weird. Don't cry anymore." Soo-hyun gave Jae-yoon a gentle and caring smile. Chae-min was very surprised to work with a talented boy like Soo-hyun for the first time. Chae-min said that this was crazy. The assistant next to him reminded him, "Hyung, please be careful with your words." "Seriously, I think we did well to come here today," Chae-min replied. Remembering the time with Soo-hyun, he began to confide, "I knew that his tone of voice sounded different, but I thought I misheard. I mean, how can there be a kid who isn't even 5 years old who cares about his voice? That kid speaks like an adult, and always greets me and calls me Sanbae, so I thought he was a product of being abused by some family." The assistant continued to remind him because of Chae-min's thoughts, "Hyung, shouldn't you be more careful with your words? He won't die from a few swear words. If you keep doing that, I'll call your aunt." Saying this, Chae-min stopped his foul mouth. He switched to another topic. "Anyway, I can meet him directly today, he is really something." The assistant continued, "However, he's not that great to me. Are my eyes just for decoration, seriously?" However, Chae-min still put himself in his perspective. He thought that in the eyes of ordinary people that was definitely true. Because Seo Ra's voice is clear and also very lively, it's natural to think that she's better at acting. A few comments were made. If she takes off the child actor label, Soo-hyun's acting is suitable for the calmness of the role, except for the rather heavy voice of him. The length of the replayed segments are short, and there are limitations in facial expressions. However, he knows how he can control his emotions, with his eyes and voice. The close-up screen can capture the movement of the eyebrows and even change the slight wrinkles on the face, because an actor with skill knows how to use his advantages. He can describe the character's personality down to the smallest details. Even that is something that a new debut can also use. He is currently doing that. That's something you can only learn through experience, yet a 5-year-old is doing it. He can no longer be called a talent, but a gem. The sky was getting dark. All the filming scenes were completed thanks to the talent of the actors. The staff were moving the equipment inside, especially the sincere thanks from the director. Seora happily ran to Soo-hyun. "Soo-hyun, your ability is really amazing." He was very honored to receive the praise from Seora. "Thank you. The way you cry is also a highlight. Did you also learn how to act from your mother?" "From my mother." "Right, if not from my father, aren't your parents both actors?" Soo-hyun paused for a few seconds to consider. "My father is a civil servant, and my mother is someone who works in design. They have nothing to do with acting." However, he still nodded to let it go. Next, she boasted to Soo-hyun that, "That's right, you know, my mother is a very famous actor, although she's retired now." Soo-hyun curiously asked the name of the actor. It was known that it was Lee Jong-yoon. A few words of the boy appeared when he saw Seora so happy. It's a bit strange to pronounce the name of his mother in a respectful way, but oh well, she's still a kid. Anyway, if she's a famous actor, there's no way I wouldn't know her name, but I can't remember anyone with that name. Maybe she played a main role in a movie I don't know. After that, Soo-hyun asked, "You must love your mother a lot, right?" But he didn't need to tell the child the truth. Seora smiled softly. "Yes, she's the best." The director called the two to prepare for the next scene, causing the conversation between them to end. In the film set, the director gave instructions. "Now let's do it quickly and go home, actors, supporters." Soo-hyun and Seora passed by a group of other child actors. They didn't seem friendly. Seora softly said, "By the way, Soo-hyun, did I make any mistakes?" Only to see the kids on the stairs glaring at him. After that, They whispered bad things to each other. Soo-hyun didn't care much about this trivial matter. We are at an age that makes us easily jealous of each other. Don't bother about them. Let's go over there. Maybe they don't like the fact that Cora and I are younger and play important roles. When compared to the times I was an idol, they're doing actions that are quite cute. Thinking this, Soo-hyun pulled the girl away. The director asked everyone to take their positions and proceed with the scene. Only the sound of the camera was heard. 3 of the cheeky kids from before started the story. What is this? I've never seen you. If you're new here, then shouldn't you greet us first? Conceited kid. Soo-hyun looked at them in surprise. We've put so much emotion into making it alive. According to the background, he was holding a thick book. The attitude was as cold as ice. Those kids immediately got angry. Hey you, did you hear what I said? I want to read. Soo-hyun spoke. One of them raised his hand with the intention of giving Soo-hyun a painful punch. Suddenly he looked up with a question. Can you stop barking? The words were few, but the damage was unmatched. The kid earlier put his hand down. His expression also changed to fear. The 2 girls nearby admired Soo-hyun's coolness. The bowl-cut hair boy, stop that kid, stop it. By the way, you're very cute. Immediately the director stopped the filming. Why did you say Jaehoon's line? Bowl-cut hair knew he was wrong, so he was very afraid of being blamed. The boy continuously apologized, so the director asked to redo it after the break. Seeing him trembling like that, Soo-hyun suddenly thought, how troublesome. If we scold the child actor, that kid will worry and will continue to be cut. However, Soo-hyun spoke up to save the situation. Even adults can make mistakes, so let's try again with me. His sincerity made bowl-cut hair very touched. That's all. Only when you do that can I finish the work early. Soo-hyun said. After all, the filming ended smoothly, focusing on the acting of me, with no problems occurring. The next day, at the filming location, Soo-hyun was brought by his father according to his filming schedule. Before leaving, his father instructed, Soo-hyun, be careful when getting out of the car. The boy was very obedient, and quickly got out of the car. Welcoming the child actor was the film crew that was present in full. When he saw them, Soo-hyun bowed very politely. Good morning. The filming yesterday ended smoothly, and it seemed that the staff were starting to see me as a child actor rather than a cute kid. Today's filming schedule is 2 hours, but there is only one reason why I arrived at 9 o'clock. He should be here any time. Soo-hyun's eyes darted around as if looking for something. Suddenly the boy heard a warm voice from a man. Hello. He's here, so handsome. This person is the famous actor Seo-han. Soo-hyun quickly approached. Good morning, my name is Soo-hyun, the one who plays the lead in Don Ji-woo. Seo-han assessed that the boy had a very good attitude. At the same time, the editor came to Seo-han. He also had some praise for Soo-hyun. Good morning, Soo-hyun, you came so early. I heard people were praising you. For a child your age, that's amazing. Thank you very much. From Soo-hyun's perspective, he noticed that Soo-hyun looked very cool up close. I even thought that this was also a praise for my acting. I'm glad I came here early. I really want to be friends with him. Seo-han started paying attention to the boy's unusual behavior. That kid has been staring at us for a while now. Director, you must be close to him, right? The director chuckled. Soo-hyun? He's the idol of our filming set these days. Not only does he have a cute face, but his attitude is also excellent. His acting is quite good. So there are hardly any takes. Thanks to him, the filming has been quite smooth. Seo-han smiled mysteriously after hearing that. What a talent, how lovely. Only Soo-hyun felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, even though the director and Seo-han were still exchanging work-related conversations. Did his expression freeze for a moment there? Seo-han turned to the boy and asked, You said your name is Soo-hyun, right? Good luck with the recording today. Yes, thank you. Deep down, the boy was a little hesitant. I can't imagine, what's the problem here? When I was in my previous life, Soo-hyun had heard of the name Seo-han. Actor Seo-han was someone whose movie I happened to watch for the first time, while following him. I thought about wanting to become an actor, someone who could act like that. I used to dream that one day we could act together. And I also want to be recognized as an actor like him. Now that I'm back to being a 5-year-old boy, I think that opportunity has finally come. However, considering the current situation, the reality is not what Soo-hyun had envisioned. A series of questions kept popping up in the boy's head. Why does he have such an expression? Have I accidentally made some mistake? Or have I caused embarrassment by trying to be friendly from the start? Shortly after, the first scene was completed. The director then called out, "Cut, move on to the next scene. Please have the child actor wait until the next leading scene." Soo-hyun stood quietly in a corner, telling himself to relax and make it easy. There's no need to keep worrying, as there's no solution even if I keep thinking about it. What I need to focus on now is acting. That's the only task I'm aiming for. The next scene was performed by him and Cora. The director explained a little, because it's a simple dialogue scene. Let's film it quickly and move on to the next scene. Soo-hyun and Cora, don't worry, just act as you normally do. Outside, someone asked, has Seo-han not left yet? Has today's recording not finished? He replied, there's still some free time until the next schedule, so I'm thinking of leaving slowly. He laughed out loud, what, leaving already? You haven't even seen the child actors perform yet. Now that you're here, you should stay and watch the kids act. Rumor has it all over the film set that our lovely kids are really good at acting, especially Soo-hyun. Seo-han, if you're not careful, a 5-year-old might outshine you. You know? Only Seo-han was seen keeping a friendly smile on his face. He replied, the director is praising them too much now, I'm even quite curious about this. Then Seo-han glanced at the boy Soo-hyun. I'm curious to see how well this friend Soo-hyun is doing. Even after hearing this, Soo-hyun tried hard not to make any mistakes. The director continued, you'll be surprised and satisfied when you see it. Okay, let's film quickly and then everyone have lunch together. This isn't good, Soo-hyun couldn't keep calm anymore. What should I do? Can I impress Seo-han with my current acting skills? But what if I fail? What if I turn this performance into a disappointment? Suddenly the director stopped the scene, making Soo-hyun flinch. Cora on the opposite side asked Soo-hyun if he had any plans for today. However, it was the director's words that made the boy's heart pound. Hey, it's your turn to switch to the dialogue part. At the vending machine, the director and Seo-han had a professional chat. He was the one who opened the conversation. Usually, he doesn't make any mistakes like that. But today he did it very unusually. Did you make the kid nervous by standing there? The character the director mentioned was none other than Soo-hyun. Anyway, I spoke a little loudly, but it's already happened. I feel a little embarrassed, the director added. In response, Seo-han only said that it didn't have much of an impact. However, by some force, he hinted, in the end, no matter how well you do, a child actor is just a child actor. The can of soda from earlier rolled down. Along with that were the director's cunning words. When compared to adult actors, they are slower in memorizing lines and things like that. Their perceptions are also lacking. And they make a lot of mistakes. No matter what happens, they are just children, this is obvious. You shouldn't expect too much from them. Unfortunately, these words reached Soo-hyun's ears as he hid nearby. Without saying a word, Soo-hyun chose to leave in silence. By the staircase of the film set, posters of the male actor Seo-han were plastered all over the area. Only our boy Soo-hyun was seen sitting blankly on the bench, despite many people passing by. Soo-hyun didn't want to acknowledge this small body, he just wanted to quickly get rid of the child actor label. I want to be recognized, not just as a cute boy, but as a respected actor. Not as child actor Soo-hyun, I hope to be remembered as actor Soo-hyun. I feel like all the efforts I've made so far have collapsed because of one mistake. To the point of breaking into a pile of rubble. Maybe it's because I've turned back into a child, it's useless to cry. Suddenly someone came up to him, hey kid. Why are you walking alone, where's your mother? This person was Chae-min. Soo-hyun said gloomily that there was nothing special, which made him extremely angry, really nothing, anyone can see what's happening. Oh my god, who turned Soo-hyun into such a swollen bun face? Who was it? Give me the name, I'll clarify this matter. However, Soo-hyun was still not happy, but only replied, it's okay, you don't need to worry so much. Our Soo-hyun lives off this face, and it ends up with such an ugly face. Then, Chae-min started to act like a genius. Wait, I'll guess who did this to you. Is it because of Senior Seo-han? Hit right on the mark, Soo-hyun looked at him in surprise. Why didn't I suspect it? Is this guy a wizard? Seeing his reaction, he was very happy, judging from that attitude, am I right? How did you know? Well, it's too obvious, it's all written on our lovely child's face here. Chae-min asked persistently, so what really happened? Can you tell me the whole story? Hesitating for a moment, Soo-hyun decided to speak. Well, the thing is, since things have come to this, to be honest, I really don't know right now. It's true that I made a mistake in that dialogue scene, but I felt like they weren't very friendly to me from the start. He sighed. So that kind of thing happened too? Senior Seo-han is also a bit strict, right? Is that the case? Next is how Chime-in describes the actor Seo-han. Seo-han, he has become a peak of effort and talent, built on a solid foundation of acting. He's very kind to the staff, but there are strict demands on other acting partners. In short, he pays close attention to his acting, and doesn't like the shortcomings or weaknesses in the acting skills of his colleagues. When it comes to acting, his personality becomes meticulous and demanding. He will drive away any actor below that standard. He's quite compatible with you, kid. Only Soo-hyun was heard praising Seo-han a lot through Chime-in's narration. The boy said, "Isn't that great? Because he shows us a full awareness of professionalism." Chime-in scolded, "Where did you hear me say this? And you don't react like this to me either." That's right, Soo-hyun pretended not to hear anything. At this time, the boy only had simple thoughts. Just like seniorly expected, it turns out there's a reason for this. I want to quickly show my acting again and receive praise from Seo-han. Even after shouting hoarsely, Soo-hyun still didn't pay attention. Chime-in noticed that the boy's attitude was gradually improving. "Anyway, it seems like you've regained your energy. Before, I thought the world had collapsed." Soo-hyun replied, "It's not that serious, you know." A loving head pat and encouragement from Chime-in made the boy stunned. "I've never seen an actor act as well as you. Even Senior Seo-han might change his mind when he sees you act honestly. Do you think so?" "I guarantee this is true." Next, Chime-in suggested giving Soo-hyun a high five. After that smile was Soo-hyun's promise. "This time I'll show it properly, like you said." "Of course." Both gave each other a high five as a sincere promise. "Then I'll practice right now." Chime-in heard this and collapsed. "Why, stay and play with me for a bit before you go." Soo-hyun immediately refused. "No, I'll practice more to prove it to Senior Lee." "Still going?" Soo-hyun tilted his head slightly. "Thank you for encouraging me." On the other hand, Cora pulled Soo-hyun to the side of the large jars. She eagerly said, "This sauce is made by my great-grandmother. This is kimchi that my parents made 2 years ago. And this one?" Cora tried to lift the lid and gasped for breath. When both looked inside, they discovered. Cora and Soo-hyun tasted a bit of the rural flavor inside the jar. That afternoon, the sunset was very beautiful. The scene being filmed now is when Jae-eun expresses her dream. This is the segment where she shows her faith in Ji-woo. "I mean, when I grow up, I want to help my dad with his work. So I'll become Jae-eun's manager." Ji-woo, who wanted to encourage Jae-eun but didn't know how, so he decided to speak briefly but sincerely. Only Soo-hyun was seen taking her hand. And with just one word, love blossomed in Jae-eun's heart. "I believe you can do it." With a 5-year-old who hasn't fully developed facial muscles, what kind of acting are you guys asking for? "It's only because it's me that it works. There's no other child actor who can handle this." On the other side, Cora was shaken. Her cheeks blushed shyly. Immediately reminded by the director, "Cora, your face is too red, calm down and try again." "Yes, I'm sorry." Soo-hyun worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Suddenly she asked, "Are you a playboy?" "What's a playboy?" "My mom said that men who are too nice to women are called playboys." Soo-hyun was horrified when he heard that. "What are you telling your daughter?" Thinking about it, he questioned Cora, "Do I look like a bad person?" "It's not like that. Your reaction is so funny that I want to tease you every time." After that, Soo-hyun turned his head and mentioned the current work. "Because we still have scenes together, so let's be strong." On the opposite side of Soo-hyun, Seo-han was observing him every second. "Isn't that Senior Seo-han?" Soo-hyun's confident demeanor from before was now completely extinguished. Why is Senior Seo-han here? Hasn't he left for the next schedule yet? Surely. He remembered what Chime-in had encouraged him with before. Every word and sentence was clearly remembered. Especially the sentence, "Just trust your brother and focus all your energy on acting," from Chime-in. This must be his doing. Even so, now is my chance. Let's say hello one more time. Soo-hyun quickly approached. "Senior, I'm Soo-hyun who greeted you before. Didn't you leave because you had a schedule?" Suddenly Seo-han was speechless. Then he said, "There was a bit of a problem. I saw you act. Well done." Receiving praise from the person he admired, the emotions in him became indescribable. Compared to the cold look from the first meeting, now he was completely different. Seo-han added, "Your expression of emotions and division of dialogue are both very good, but even though you're very good at grasping the camera, there's still a bit of an awkward feeling, so remember to pay attention to that aspect." Soo-hyun gained a lot of experience after Seo-han's comments. The boy smiled and nodded, "Thank you." The next second, the atmosphere was a bit awkward for Seo-han. One side was guilty about the previous incident. Of course there was some embarrassment. The other side was excited. "I got praise from the senior." Then Soo-hyun called him again. The boy took out a piece of paper and offered, "Signature, can I have your signature?" His sparkling eyes quickly made Soo-hyun's heart melt. "Of course, thank you." So our Soo-hyun successfully got the autograph of his idol. In one corner, the boy laughed a few times eerily. Unexpectedly, Chae-min from behind saw everything. He started to tease, "Soo-hyun seems to be very happy even without a man by his side. How sad." Soo-hyun was startled and turned around. "How long have you been there?" Chae-min didn't care about this question. What he paid attention to was that Soo-hyun never asked for his signature. Soo-hyun spoke his prediction, "Never mind that, isn't it you? What's the matter? I just kept the senior by praising my lovely junior, that's all." Sure enough, this guy was the culprit. Chae-min defended himself with a reason. "I also like Senior Seo-han as an actor, although not as much as you, so I didn't do anything bad." Not giving Soo-hyun time to complain, he kissed the boy all over. "Anyway, you did very well, didn't you? Who else is there besides you? Thank you, I'll let this go." Shortly after, when Seo-han was washing his hands in the bathroom, he remembered a few things with the boy Soo-hyun earlier. "Now that I think about it, I was really childish and short-sighted. Until now, I still impose the same standards on both child actors and adult actors. I once believed that age does not affect work. If Chae-min hadn't stopped me today, I wouldn't have let things go so easily. But today, I witnessed that the child's appearance couldn't keep up with his acting skills at all. I realized I was wrong. Demanding a child to do the work of an adult perfectly is a very strict behavior. I have to apologize to him properly later." Finally, the film crew's dinner party opened. Everyone had a cool glass of beer in their hands. The director initiated, "Congratulations on the great success of The Promise of the Blue Sea, cheers. There's the smell of grilled meat. There's also various kinds of beer and alcohol." Soo-hyun drooled all over, "It looks so delicious." However, his kind mother was beside him to remind him that he had to eat more vegetables. Finally, "Today is the day it airs. I hope everything goes smoothly." "It will go smoothly. After all, our lovely children did very well. Seore, take a picture with your sister." When Soo-hyun set his eyes on the girl, Seore, "She looks fine now too." But before that, that sentence was clear. Going back to the time before, Seore asked Soo-hyun while waiting for the next scene, "Soo-hyun, is this your first time acting?" "I'm really impressed, unlike me." The boy was very surprised when he heard that. Seore asked the boy to run to her. Then there was a height comparison between the two child actors. "Even though I'm 2 years younger." Soo-hyun kept drinking milk after returning home, which made his mother very worried. "If you drink too much milk, you'll get a stomach ache." And only the next day, the boy had a stomach ache. Unlike me. Hearing this, he immediately turned around with a shocked expression. Seeing his attitude like that, Seore suddenly laughed. "I rarely get scolded when acting with you. You can create the right facial expressions without having to pay attention to it." Now Soo-hyun guessed, she thinks a real actor even though she is still very young. I didn't think she could realize that. There's still some time. So Soo-hyun turned to ask softly, "Seore, is there anything bothering you?" Even Seore was surprised. "How did you know?" "My face says it all." And then Seore also admitted that, "Actually, my mom always says that a real artist is someone who will transform into a character and touch people's hearts. But I can't do that, so I just memorize everything. So I don't know how to be like you at all, I understand. Always caring about the adults before herself, a child more mature than her peers," and the word mother appeared constantly in all her words. At this time, Soo-hyun spoke up, "Hey Seore, could it be that?" Before he could speak, both his mother and Seo-ra's father suddenly walked in. "Soo-hyun, are you done? It's time to go home." Her father said with a smile, "Seore, let's get ready to leave too." Just like that, the conversation ended and I didn't have a chance to talk to her again. If it were other child actors, I might pretend not to know because it would be very troublesome. But I can't ignore Cora, probably because she's my colleague. Suddenly, Chai-min appeared from somewhere, laughing and joking with Soo-hyun. Little one, you're so good with chopsticks. Suddenly he took out his phone. Look over here. In that moment he took a picture of him as a souvenir, without giving him time to prepare. Finally, Chai-min finished taking the picture. But at this time he was surprised. Usually people will be confused when someone suddenly takes a picture of them. But what's your secret, Soo-hyun? Now in his heart he was secretly happy. Now these kinds of surprise photos are no longer a problem. They do that at home all the time. Chai-min was also curious because of this. Are you taking a selfie class or something? Greeting Soo-hyun's mother. I'm not taking those kinds of classes. Right at that moment, there was suddenly a call. That's your phone, right? Coming here, Soo-hyun's mother suddenly remembered. That's right, freelancers have to work 24 hours a day. Soo-hyun, Mom is going to listen to the phone for a while. Chai-min, can you watch Soo-hyun for a while? Okay, please go ahead. As soon as she left, Chai-min revealed his true face. He immediately rushed over to caress Soo-hyun. Let's enjoy our date. But this place can't see the TV clearly. Should we go to the director's table? Okay, let's go. Before leaving, Soo-hyun didn't forget to ask Cora, and he will go over there. Do you want to come along? Even Cora's assistant encouraged. Go together. Why are you sitting in the corner? Yes. A moment later they moved to a table full of beer bottles. Here there was a drunken person who said excitedly, Look what we have here. The lovely main characters have arrived. I really chose the right child actor. Come here, don't stand there, sit here. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up with a glass full of beer. All the actors are here. Let's raise a glass for the ratings. A moment later they turned on the TV to try to see the ratings. It's starting. I'm so nervous. Suddenly an employee shouted excitedly, the initial rating is 5.3%. Right at this moment, Soo-hyun thought to himself, I'm starting to worry for nothing. Is it going to be okay? He suddenly remembered his own recording. Why is he sitting alone? Look at him reading a book to look smart. The perfect close-up shot seems good. Only a few minutes later, everyone was amazed. The current rating has soared to 14.1%. The director was now as happy as if he had won the lottery. Soo-hyun, our rising star, well done, have a drink, cheers with me. Soo-hyun politely took the glass of water. Yes, thank you. Getting this many ratings after only 10 minutes. At that time there were 3 major TV stations dominating the ratings. Let's see how far the film can go with this many ratings. Soo-hyun from joy now became extremely worried. Seeing this, Chai-min went to question. Soo-hyun is nodding off. Are you sleepy? Yes. Chai-min then cruelly pinched Soo-hyun's cheek. Look at this warmth. Seeing you nodding off at 9 o'clock. You're really just a child. Come on, wake up. Let me take you to your mom. Yes. Only a moment later he carried him to his mother. Oh, Chai-min. I'm sorry, let me hold him. It's not too heavy. You'll take him to the car. You're the main actor, shouldn't you stay? But Chai-min thought, today's star, this child is already sleepy, and they plan to keep drinking until the movie ends, so I hope you can let me hold him. So take care of him, thank you. Sorry to bother you, can you help me take a picture? Of course. Please drive carefully, and when Soo-hyun wakes up he will be very surprised. After posting the movie's avatar with Seo-han's picture, there have been a lot of compliments for Seo-han. Until Soo-hyun's father read these comments and had to admire. My son is extremely famous. Most of the comments are about Soo-hyun. Suddenly Soo-hyun asked, Dad, could it be that you didn't watch yesterday's drama? I'm disappointed in you, Dad. I don't want to play with you anymore. And then Soo-hyun became sulky. Don't abandon Dad. Dad was wrong. Right at this time, his mother came out and sighed. Are you two playing catch again? Dinner's ready, come out and eat. To celebrate our Soo-hyun's first broadcast yesterday, Mom has prepared all the dishes you like. Let's all clap. Both father and son showed excitement when they saw the table of food. Really, at this rate the table will collapse. It's been a long time since I've been able to show my strength. But since you're being promoted to level 7, we've been eating out all the time. The family's meal at this time looked very sumptuous. Although the cost is quite expensive for the meal. Suddenly, Soo-hyun's father was moved and cried like a child. How could he be so childish? But he was truly heartbroken. This meal seemed to be the complete opposite of Soo-hyun's previous life. So Soo-hyun picked up a piece of meat, thinking to himself, that's right. I can't forget the reason why I started this. In this moment, Soo-hyun suddenly called out to both his parents. Thank you, both of you. I want to protect this moment. Immediately, the whole family embraced warmly. My darling, Mom will cook delicious food for you every day. What should Dad do? Our Soo-hyun is like an angel. If there's anything you want to eat, just tell me, Dad will buy you everything you want. After eating dinner, Soo-hyun was now stuffed to the point of bursting. I'm so full, I feel like I'm about to die. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from outside. What is it? What's wrong with Hannah again? I don't want to waste a single second of my precious weekend. Get straight to the point. Out of curiosity, Soo-hyun went over to ask, Mom, is that Aunt Hannah? How did you know, son? My sister is here. If you don't tell me quickly, I'm hanging up. From the other end, Hannah suddenly said in a panicked voice, Senior, I'm so sorry. I know it's the weekend and you're resting, but I'm in a hurry. Can Soo-hyun film an advertisement? Even just one? At this moment, Soo-hyun's mother became upset, saying, I'm sure I told you last time that was the last time I would help you, didn't I? Senior, everything will be over if I don't get this. Listening to his mother's conversation, Soo-hyun thought to himself, I've been quite worried about my next job, but an advertisement isn't so bad, is it? In an industry where there are tons of new people every day, no matter how successful your film or advertisement is, if there isn't a next one, you'll gradually fade from the public's mind. Soo-hyun's mother then spoke up and questioned, Don't you have anyone else to ask besides me? What? Taesung's phone advertisement? Just hearing his mother mention that brand made Soo-hyun extremely excited. Is it that big company I know? A phone advertisement at the very top? The phone advertisement that I couldn't even get in my prime, and it's for Taesung. I have to take it, no matter what. Immediately, Soo-hyun stubbornly demanded of his mother, Aunt Hannah, I want to do it. Even if Mom objects, I still want to do it. He kept whining on the floor, making his mother feel helpless. The boy is doing something he's never done before. Hannah, I'll hang up first, we'll talk later. After hanging up, Soo-hyun was hit on the head by his mother. Soo-hyun, sit up straight. Seeing the tense situation, his father went over to help. Soo-hyun's mom, you're going a bit too far. But it doesn't seem to be helping. If we just let him whine like this, it'll become a bad habit. Even though he was being scolded, Soo-hyun was still eagerly anticipating in his heart. A phone advertisement, everything is going so well. A moment later, his mother came over to ask, Can you listen to Mom for a moment? Mom isn't sure if letting Soo-hyun continue acting is right or not. Of course, Mom knows Soo-hyun is a good actor. You'll definitely become a good actor. But Mom still wants Soo-hyun to go out and play with his friends more. Mom hopes that you can experience many things and decide on your own dream. Soo-hyun is still young. Mom always wonders if Soo-hyun regrets not going out to play with his friends more, or if he gets hurt while acting. Mom is always very worried. You understand Mom's feelings, right? Listening to his mother's heartfelt words, Soo-hyun seemed to have something he wanted to say. But Mom, I want to continue acting. I know Mom is worried and thinking about what's best for me, but I still feel that acting is fun, and I want to try more. I don't want to stop here. Although she was upset, hearing Soo-hyun say that seemed to convince her. No parent can win against their child. Alright, let's try a little more. Finally, the mother and son reconciled. Mom is the best. Do you really like it? Then you have to be careful. From now on, you have to listen to Mom more. 4 days later, moved to the studio. Once again, Soo-hyun appeared to the delight of everyone there. You're Soo-hyun, right? You look even cuter in person. He said softly, Thank you. Have you heard about today's concept? Yes, it's about family. However, Soo-hyun was now waiting for someone to arrive. He still hasn't arrived yet? From what I've heard, the main model today must be. It turned out that the person Soo-hyun was waiting for was Seo-han. He immediately went over to start a conversation. Hello, Senior Seo-han. Seeing Soo-hyun's presence, he seemed quite surprised. You two have met before? Suddenly, a manager came over and said this is Soo-hyun, he'll be playing the son today. And this is the main model, Seo-han. You two must have appeared in the same movie before, right? Then Seo-han also spoke, I never knew that Soo-hyun would be the child actor I'd be filming with. Because this is an ambitious advertisement, we also paid attention to the child actors. As I said before, today's advertisement will be based on the family concept. It's a touching story about a father who can't come home because he's working overtime, and has a video call with his child, and gains more strength to work hard again. After listening, Soo-hyun pondered, thinking that filming the advertisement with just a video call made him feel like he was returning to reality. A moment later, the manager asked Soo-hyun, "Go change your clothes and we'll start right away. Follow the staff over there." However, he suddenly remembered something. This is my chance. Just a moment after changing clothes, his cuteness amazed most people. He's really adorable. Now Soo-hyun was wearing a puppy costume, looking extremely cute. "Soo-hyun, look over here. My son looks so cute." As expected, the model looked very different. "Soo-hyun's mom, can you read and confirm this? I'll wait for you outside." While waiting, Soo-hyun walked around the set. Suddenly, he was attracted by something. He went over to a woman. "Excuse me, do you know where the producer and senior Seo-han are?" Seeing this, she smiled and said, "Oh my, why is there a puppy on the set? You're Soo-hyun, right? I couldn't recognize you because you're even cuter in person. Am I patting you too much? I'm sorry, I can't help myself when I see kids. Anyway, who am I?" At this point, she finally took off her glasses. Then said bluntly, "I'm your mom. Nice to meet you." But after a few seconds, she finally told the truth. "Just kidding, I'm Jae-hee. I'm playing your mother today." Suddenly, someone rushed over from afar. Then Jae-hee happily said, "Youngest, isn't he adorable? He'll be my son today." He hurriedly advised, "What should I do if you suddenly disappear without a word?" The producer said to get ready to film immediately. However, Jae-hee angrily cursed. "Why are you guys so slow? Seriously? You can't do anything until now, and now you're here nagging. It's not a 1-day or 2-day thing, let it go." After a while, Soo-hyun also left, before being doted upon by Jae-hee. "I want to raise another baby too. Do you think that's impossible?" After a few minutes, the filming was ready. "Soo-hyun, you just need to think of the camera as a phone and act. Ms. Jae-hee, please move out of the frame a little. Alright, let's start." After all that waiting, the filming finally started. "Should we say hello to Dad? It's Dad. Dad, do your best. I love you." Soo-hyun's cuteness melted everyone on set. A moment later, the director also spoke up, "Great, we probably don't need to dub it. Next, Seo-han, get ready." Suddenly, Soo-hyun looked at Seo-han attentively. Then he said in a satisfied voice, "Dad will do his best." Now Soo-hyun was truly immersed in the scene. He was eager. Is he kidding? That's just a joke, right? Right after the advertisement was filmed, Soo-hyun seemed to have returned home to play with his toys. However, his attitude was extremely bored. These simple things were not interesting to Soo-hyun. In this moment, he inadvertently glanced at his mother, who was busy with overdue work. "Any interesting news?" Suddenly, while working diligently, Soo-hyun's mother received a phone call. "Is that Seo-han? About Soo-hyun and the drama?" Although it wasn't his business, Soo-hyun was still very curious and eavesdropped. Roughly what Soo-hyun overheard was, actor Seo-han requested Soo-hyun's appearance as a condition in his film contract, meaning Soo-hyun's role in this film is very important. So the production team must mention Soo-hyun as much as possible until both sides sign the contract. Soo-hyun's contract puts him in a favorable position as the employer. However, when there are adults involved, it's a different story. Soo-hyun is simply a 5-year-old child. So what we need now is a close aide who can support the king. The problem lies with the mother. A few minutes later, Soo-hyun went over to call his mother, "Mom." Suddenly, she eagerly said, "Soo-hyun, should we find an assistant?" His mother's attitude surprised Soo-hyun. "I thought it would be difficult to convince Mom, but..." Suddenly, she flicked Soo-hyun's forehead painfully. "What do you think Mom is?" "The path that Soo-hyun has chosen, Mom will be the biggest supporter, so that Soo-hyun can focus on doing what he wants." The agreement from his mother made Soo-hyun very happy. Shortly after, the scene changed to someone handing his family a piece of paper. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Choi Sang-gil, I'm here to introduce myself." Then Chae-min said there was a suitable candidate, and introduced the manager. At first, my mother, who is very sensitive about things related to me, seemed a bit suspicious, but then, while Soo-hyun's mother had to meet and negotiate with Sang-gil, he took the money and bought ice cream to eat. Although the conversation seemed very tense at first, it was now bustling in an indescribable way. A few minutes later, she turned around with a joyful expression and said, "Soo-hyun, remember to listen carefully to Manager Sang-gil." Sang-gil suddenly spoke up, "Also, based on the information we've gathered in advance about the actors, this is the data I've analyzed." He took out a pile of documents from his bag, which shocked Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun took it with a delighted face. "Thank you, Chime-in." Finally, the day came to sign the film contract for praise. At this moment, Sang-gil became angry. "It seems like you don't want to hire our actor, do you?" Faced with his anger, he explained softly, "It's not that, but..." However, it was too late. Sang-gil immediately shouted, "Is this much money enough?" Although the situation was now extremely tense, Soo-hyun was casually eavesdropping. Sang-gil angrily said, "Our actor Soo-hyun, he's the main actor in Promise of Green Summer, a film that attracted 30% of viewers. And in this contract, actor Soo-hyun is not just a freebie, on the contrary, he's a necessary condition for actor Seo-han to star in the film." "That's right, but according to the traditional rate for child actors." Suddenly, Sang-gil received a call. He suddenly smiled with satisfaction. "What should we do now? The calls of love are waving non-stop." "Even so, I came here first to negotiate with the esteemed senior, despite the endless calls of love." "Even so," he didn't seem to agree. "Well, that's... Oh right, what about Soo-hyun? What do you think?" Hearing the question from him, Soo-hyun replied, "I think the movie will be very fun. But Mom told me to listen to Sang-gil. Even so, I'm still telling you. You can't listen to what Sang-gil says even a little bit? I'm very confident in my ability to act well." His words immediately left him helpless. "I know Soo-hyun is very good." So Sang-gil urged him, "So now you understand why it's strange that our actor is only receiving this much, right? Director, imagine, two famous actors who are currently hot topics are appearing in TNB's new film at the same time. Getting 4% viewership is no longer a distant dream. Is 4% possible? Of course, getting 4% viewership means the director will become a founding contributor to TNB. If you choose our actor, this film will be a great success." After much effort from manager Sang-gil, the contract was finally signed. Both people were very satisfied with it. The scene changed to 7 weeks after signing the contract. At this time, because the weather was very cold, Sang-gil had prepared a thermal water bottle for Soo-hyun. "Actor, this is warm tea, it's very good for your throat." "Thank you." However, at this time, Soo-hyun had a question. "But Sang-gil, you can just talk comfortably, you can't do that with the person who pays your salary." He had to admire his professional attitude. Very determined, unlike other adults. Inside a room, a voice rang out, "How can you treat a 5-year-old with so much respect?" "Then I'll wait outside." "Yes, see you later." While reading the documents, Soo-hyun kept looking around. "All right, everyone is here, let's start the script reading." Suddenly, a strange voice rang out in Soo-hyun's mind. Even while reading the script, he's perfect. This voice. Actor Choi Tae-bin, who plays my mother. Maybe because she's a voice actor, but from the start, her voice has been different. That's right, this is where veteran actors gather. I can't lose. Suddenly, Soo-hyun was attracted by a girl sitting opposite him. Is that child looking at me with eyes like she wants to eat me alive? While in the car on the way back, Soo-hyun wondered and asked Sang-gil, "What was that message you received earlier?" "That? Do you want to see it?" But after seeing the message from Chime-in, Soo-hyun's mood became despairing. He's so calm. Suddenly Sang-gil laughed. "Luckily we signed the contract successfully, otherwise I would have been cut off." The scene changed to a corner of the house. 2 men were smoking. The person on the phone said, "I'm really sorry about this." The other end of the line shouted, "Do you think saying sorry is enough? You said my Ji-yoon was confirmed for the main role, but you changed your mind so quickly. Is that considered proper etiquette anywhere?" He replied, I know, even so, I still put her in the second most important child role. You never know Ji-yoon's talent, maybe the director will change his mind." The person sitting down signaled for him to hang up quickly. The other end of the line replied, "Of course you have to change it, we spent a lot of money. Please talk to the director properly and resolve this." Hearing this, he said, "Yes, if Ji-yoon does well, it'll be fine, but I have a meeting now so I'll go." After hanging up, he became irritated. "They want me to get the main role, Does she know that Lee Seo-han, who originally intended to refuse, changed his mind because of the child actor? Everything will be quiet for a while now, but then it'll flare up again. Does she think she can do everything? With that, the two went inside. On this side, the girl's mother angrily bit her hand until it bled. It's ridiculous. There's no way my child can be pushed down like this. As expected, I have to call the director right away. Suddenly Ji-yoon appeared. The girl put her hand on her chest and said, Mom, am I really being pushed down? Are you asking if you're really being pushed down? The girl's mother hesitantly replied, but my Ji-yoon is still getting the second most important child role, you know. The second role is just a supporting role. The cat was startled by Ji-yoon's loud voice. I have to be number one, no matter what. Back in the present, Ji-yoon was sitting reading the script, but her eyes were filled with resentment as she stared at Soo-hyun, thinking to herself, how dare someone as small as a being like you take my place? You must have done something shady. I won't let you get away with this. Soo-hyun walked out of the bathroom, exhausted. Even just reading the script, I'm already so tired. Suddenly someone called him. Turning around, he saw Ji-yoon standing with her arms crossed, waiting for him. It's the person who kept staring at me during the script reading. He spoke up first. Hello, your name is Na Jae-hee, right? The girl angrily retorted, it's Nam Ji-yoon. I'm older than you, you know that? I don't know if you took my place in a shady way or not, even if you're younger than me. My mom once said that a main role like yours can disappear like a bubble at any time. At this point, he understood why she had been staring at him throughout the meeting. There's always someone like this, someone who relies on the red carpet that their parents have laid out for them and naturally looks down on others and hurts them. It's not just about having a pretty face and being good at crying, you know? Soo-hyun smiled brightly and replied, Thank you for your compliment, you look very beautiful. Ji-yoon retorted, Do you think that's a compliment? Even though you're 4 years younger than me, Soo-hyun replied, but we're both minors in the eyes of the law. So we're the same. Her flustered reaction made the 25-year-old soul inside him feel incredibly cute. At this point, Ji-yoon was seething with anger. I could easily knock down someone like. As she was speaking, Sangil suddenly appeared. Actor, it's time for you to go home. Seeing this, Soo-hyun turned around and helped him put on his coat, while the girl remained silent, not saying another word. Then, see you again on the next filming day, Ji-yoon. The assistant whispered, You're really popular, actor. Don't tease me, he replied, and then the two of them left. Finally, the filming day for the movie Praise arrived. The weather outside was freezing, and even though Soo-hyun was wearing several layers of clothes, he was still shivering. I was looking forward to it because it's a new TV station, but the truth is it's pretty bad. He reached out and took the hot pack from the assistant. The director called out, Actors, get ready? Yes. The girl next to him suddenly stripped off her warm coat, revealing her slender figure. She gave a thumbs up and said, Let's do our best, Soo-hyun. She's a true professional. Outside, Ji-yoon tried to squeeze through the crowd to get inside. After a while, she finally got in. The scene began. Why is it so noisy when Mom is trying to sleep? The boy trembled and replied, I was wrong, Mom. I told you to be quiet. She raised her hand to hit the boy. A terrified face appeared before her eyes, causing her to suddenly stop. Cut! Miss Choi Tae-bin, what's wrong with your expression just now? I'm sorry, Soo-hyun was crying so I stopped. The director said, Oh my god, that's not Soo-hyun, that's Jang Yeon-woo. And Tae-bin is playing an abusive mother. She bowed and apologized to everyone. Let's take a break, a 5-minute break. Tae-bin sat down next to Soo-hyun to talk. I keep making mistakes. I'm sorry, Soo-hyun. He joked, it's okay, but if the mistakes keep happening, it'll hurt a lot. I'm okay, but if it keeps going on, I think it'll hurt a lot, because the boy keeps getting hit. So, I have a great idea. Ji-yoon looked at them and thought to herself, what are those two talking about? No one will listen to a kid. Because she had also given her opinion in the past. But she received platitudes and promises that were never fulfilled. Adults don't really listen to anything you say. Kang Soo-hyun, you'll obviously be ignored because you're a kid. Continue filming, roll camera. The sound of shattering glass. Mom, I heard you coughing, so I brought you water. The image of the woman running over to raise her hand to hit the boy was clearly reflected on the floor. A loud slap rang out. The director was very pleased at this point. He nodded, well done. Cut, the scene is over. Thank you for your efforts, everyone. Behind the scenes, I cried and got scolded. I really want Soo-hyun's autograph. She's just a kid, but she acts so well. Ji-yoon could only stand stunned in a corner. What just happened? At this time, Tae-bin was wearing his coat, getting ready to leave. Suddenly 2 people called her back. We were very impressed with your acting. You were so cool. Receiving such unexpected praise made her blush. Thank you. Especially in that emotional scene earlier. She remembered. Soo-hyun said, "Oh right, sister, I have a great idea. I saw this on TV. When you have to hit someone while filming, give the other person a signal first. Grab my shoulders and shake me from right to left. Shake once to signal. When I get the signal, I'll put my hand up near my face. This will make sure I don't get hit in the face. Then hit me with your left hand," she asked again. "With my left hand, why?" "If you only use your left hand, my hand won't get in the camera's way." Soo-hyun said, "If we cooperate with each other, we can do this well." Tae-bin's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Okay, let's try it. For a moment I thought I should give up being an actress, but now it's different." Time shifted to quitting time. Thanks to Soo-hyun's help, I was able to do it. She rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Soo-hyun is the best child actor I've ever met." Ji-yoon stood watching, clutching her coat tightly. While hugging him, Tae-bin heard a weak voice from behind. "Why only Kang Soo-hyun?" She turned her head to look, thinking, that child is the child actor Ji-yoon, right? The next morning at the event, Chae-min and Seo-han were standing in the same frame. "Please stand in a line now, you can get your ticket here." Soo-hyun cheerfully handed a glass of water to a guest. The promise of a 50% viewership rating has really come true. "I'm glad the weather is warmer than usual today." Suddenly Seo-han accidentally made eye contact with Soo-hyun. "Has he been watching me since a while ago?" A fan approached Soo-hyun. In her hand was a very pretty handmade cheering sign for Soo-hyun. The scarf around her neck was also handmade. "Is she a big fan?" "Soo-hyun, I'm a big fan of yours." He was very excited. "Your acting is really great. I've watched the movie you starred in countless times. You're the best." "Thank you," he said. Then he handed her a cup of coffee. She whispered, "I'm very sad that you're not appearing in the current movie. Can you tell me about your next project?" Seeing him silent, she covered it up, saying it might be a bit inconvenient to talk about other projects here. Soo-hyun considered, "That's right, if fans spread the word, it would be a useful way to promote it." "Okay, let's reveal a secret." He pulled her closer. "I'm currently filming a movie called Praise. The movie will be broadcast next month." Hearing this, she clapped and celebrated, then quickly apologized to the people behind her for her delay. Time shifted to the afternoon. Everyone did a great job. So many people came. Is this the power of a 50% viewership rating? Soo-hyun sat in a corner, hugging a cup of hot milk, his face full of enjoyment. It's been a long time since he's felt this popular. While drinking, someone suddenly called him. It was Senior Seo-han. "Can we talk for a moment?" He finally had enough courage to talk about this. "But I'm really sorry, Soo-hyun. I've always demanded high acting skills from both adult and child actors, and most of them don't meet my expectations. The first time I met you, I thought you were just a child actor without much skill and full of mischief. But when I saw your acting on set, I was very surprised. Your passion and effort in acting is something I can hardly underestimate. Because of my stubbornness, I acted quite immature, although it's late, but can you accept my apology?" The apology was spoken sincerely. Soo-hyun thought to himself, I didn't expect Senior to have such thoughts. I was clearly disappointed at first for not receiving recognition from the Senior I admired. But to a veteran actor like him, I'm just a child actor. He took off his gloves, however, now that Senior has recognized me as an actor and apologized to me. Soo-hyun smiled brightly and reached his hand forward. "Yes, of course. Thank you, Seo-han." Just like that, all the misunderstandings between the two were gradually cleared away. The sky, as if knowing there was good news, started to snow. "That's right, I want to attend the year-end awards ceremony with you." Chae-min wanted to hear anyone who was whispering, and so Seo-han won the Best Actor award. And Chae-min won the Most Popular Actor award, and our Soo-hyun was so adorable that he won the Most Popular Couple award. Thanks to these two actors, the movie will receive a lot of publicity, right? Especially Soo-hyun. I don't know how a child can act so well. But anyway, that kid is nowhere near as good as Soo-hyun. Who is that? Ji-yoon just came out of the restroom. That child is Ji-yoon. Although she's young, I find her a bit rude. The gossip of the two of them was accidentally overheard by Ji-yoon passing by. Well, any child with rich parents is like that, that's right. Furthermore, child actors are often very cute when they're young, but when they grow up. The two of them stopped talking. Unconsciously someone was eavesdropping. Was someone here just now, or was I just hallucinating? Let's go, it's time to film. Ji-yoon barely managed to hide behind the door. There's no way he's that kind of person. He's clearly doing something malicious behind everyone's back. Everyone is being deceived by him. Scene change to the film set. Now let's film the scene where Yeon-woo and Cha-eun meet for the first time. Hello, I'm Kim Cha-eun, and I'm Yeon-woo. The little girl's eyes immediately assessed, a voice as small as an ant. The acting for this Jang Yeon-woo character is too predictable. I'm so happy that today is our first day at the new school. Let's be friends, Yeon-woo. His hand is hidden behind his neck, he seems shy. He slowly raised his hand forward. Smiling brightly, okay, thank you. Yeon-woo's actions surprised the little girl. Her whole body stiffened and didn't move. Bad take. The director immediately cut the camera. Ji-yoon's face was full of surprise and panic. What the hell was that acting Kang Soo-hyun? Ji-yoon was acting when she suddenly flinched in panic. Seeing this, the director immediately called cut. Ji-yoon was still confused, thinking, what the hell, Kang Soo-hyun, what was that acting style? Ji-yoon remembered, when she practiced the script of the male role at the acting academy. Everyone, the teachers, all patted my head and praised me as the best, number one. But just now, when I saw how Kang Soo-hyun was acting, I couldn't remember even one short line. Why? The director was very annoyed and shouted, take a break. He also told his colleague, today the child actors are making a lot of mistakes. Soo-hyun was bewildered and a little scared, asking Ji-yoon, are you okay? Ji-yoon's mind was not calm at this time. She lowered her head, uncomfortably saying, it's all your fault. Scene change. Later, when the whole crew had gone out for a break, only Ji-yoon was sitting alone in the film set, covering her face and crying. Suddenly someone passed by and saw this. She entered the room, pulled out a chair and sat down next to Ji-yoon. It turned out to be Cho Tae-bin. She gently handed Ji-yoon a box of milk and told her, adults are so arrogant, aren't they? Even if you don't do anything wrong, they still say hurtful things behind your back. Flashback to the background hall. Two people in the film crew were talking bad about Ji-yoon. At that time they were bewildered and said to each other, someone was here just now. It's almost time to start filming, let's go. It was at that moment that Tae-bin blocked their way. The two of them were bewildered and didn't understand. Tae-bin frankly and seriously talked to them. There are children filming on this set. I hope you don't say things you can't say in front of us in places we don't know. We're working together, so let's respect each other a bit. The two colleagues understood and apologized. Tae-bin turned her head and saw Ji-yoon sadly lowering her head to the ground. Her eyes were filled with tears. Ji-yoon tried to hold back from crying. Tae-bin felt very sorry for her and thought, it seems like she heard everything. Scene change back to the present. Ji-yoon slowly raised her head and said to Tae-bin, Senior 2. You probably think I'm a rude child actor, joining the entertainment industry under my parents' shadow, right? Hearing this question from the little girl, Tae-bin just smiled and gently said, do you know what surprised me when I saw you? Even when you had to hear those harsh words, the moment you stepped onto the film set. Your confident tone, full of energy when talking to the director or the crew. And you tried, diligently memorizing the script. I was so impressed that I thought I should learn from you. After that, Tae-bin gently patted the little girl's head and praised her. You really are a talented and enthusiastic child actor. Ji-yoon tried to hold back from crying and asked chokily. But what's the use, I'm still lagging behind a younger child than me. Tae-bin also understood. She asked Ji-yoon, Soo-hyun, are you worried about him? Ji-yoon clenched her hands, expressing her worries. At first, I hated him very much. I thought he stole my position. I always felt uncomfortable when I had to act with him. I thought Soo-hyun used some petty tricks backstage and deceived everyone. But actually, when filming with him, I also knew that Soo-hyun's acting was real, and the reason I hated him was actually because I was jealous. Tae-bin listened to Ji-yoon's honest words and whispered in her ear, I understand, but I see it too. This is a secret. My stage name when I debuted was the embodiment of envy. During my time as a voice actor, I couldn't stand it if someone did better than me. I wanted to crush all the rising stars that might surpass me, Ji-yoon innocently said. But you didn't know that at that time. Then Tae-bin smiled and told the little girl, so Ji-yoon is very good. You reflect on your mistakes and accept them. In reality, even adults find it difficult to do that. It must be because Ji-yoon values her acting career very much. Ji-yoon's eyes lit up with these words. When Tae-bin asked, "What do you really want, Ji-yoon?" the little girl just stared at her blankly. Ji-yoon pondered again. The path I've been on all this time, if I continue on this path. Being able to act, filming in front of many professional cameras. People love and admire me, ask for autographs, I can get everything I want. Suddenly Ji-yoon became sad again. She always asked herself, is that what I really want? She imagined a scene where she was walking on the red carpet when a black cat stepped on her shoe. Its eyes were round, sparkling, and it meowed very cutely. It turned out to be the cat Bin. Ji-yoon asked it, "Bin, why are you here?" Then the cat came forward and kept meowing. Ji-yoon saw this and asked, "You want me to follow you, but my shoes have dirt and cat paw prints on them." Then she sighed again and asked herself again, "What do I really want?" Then Ji-yoon took off her shoes, went barefoot and ran forward. But after a while, Ji-yoon couldn't find the cat anymore. She called out loudly many times, "Bin, where are you?" Then through the leaves, Ji-yoon saw something. It turned out that Soo-hyun was holding the cat and smiling brightly at her. He even raised his hand to greet her, like a reliable colleague accompanying her so that she wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Scene changed back to reality. Ji-yoon was sleeping very soundly. Next to her was the cat Bin. Suddenly she woke up with a start, and realized it was a dream. Ji-yoon remembered her attitude and words in front of Soo-hyun, "I'm older than you, you know. I don't know if you stole my position with some despicable tricks, even if you're younger than me. My mom also said that the main roles like you will eventually disappear like bubbles. It's all your fault." Thinking of this, Ji-yoon felt very regretful. She hugged the cat tightly and told herself, "I should apologize to him." Scene changed to the next day at the film shooting location. Ji-yoon shyly, timidly, hid behind the wall and peeked inside at everyone. Soo-hyun was practicing his lines with the director, while everyone else was urgently preparing the techniques and props for this scene. Suddenly, Soo-hyun turned his head and was quite surprised to see Ji-yoon. Ji-yoon kept waving him outside. Soo-hyun was stunned. He thought to himself, "She looks like a cat." When the two of them went outside to the stairs to talk, at first, Soo-hyun was worried that she was angry with him about something. Even so, she looked strangely adorable. "I can't understand the thoughts of children. Anyway, I'm also very worried about today's filming. Maybe I should speak first." Then Soo-hyun just opened his mouth to speak when Ji-yoon said, "I'm sorry." She tried to hide her anxiety, hesitatingly saying, "I want to apologize for saying harsh words to you. You are younger than me, but you act better than me, and adults think you are very good. I was jealous because I felt like you were stealing my position, but after seeing you act, I realized I was wrong. If you're okay with it, I want to be friends with you as a fellow actor." Ji-yoon was about to raise her hand to shake hands with Soo-hyun. Then she shyly retracted her hand. Hearing these sincere words from Ji-yoon, Soo-hyun pondered for a while. "I thought she was a moody child who often gets angry, but I didn't realize I was looking down on her because she was young. If she feels this jealous, it means she really loves acting. She is a young actress who is admirable and full of promise in the future." After that, Soo-hyun proactively extended his hand and told Ji-yoon, "Yes, sister, thank you for apologizing." Scene changed to the filming scene. Both child actors were acting very professionally. Ji-yoon transformed into the sassy character Cha-eun, saying, "What do you think I'm going to thank you for?" While Soo-hyun played the role of a shy, fearful student saying, "I'm sorry." Cha-eun dragged her friends to tease him. "All you can do is say sorry every day, that's really annoying." End of the scene. The director shouted, "Cut, prepare to film the next scene." He also didn't forget to remind, "Actors, please prepare, we don't have much time, let's move the lights quickly." The movie praise is currently very active, starting with posters and introductory videos. Netizens are very excited and looking forward to the movie. They commented a lot under the video, "What is this, a movie or a TV series? This is really quality." Finally, the crime thriller genre has exploded in our country. Great, Soo-hyun will appear in this movie. Soo-hyun read it, and was very happy, he thought to himself. Deliberately revealing information to be praised is worth it. The curiosity of the audience was aroused and the show started to become a hot topic, accordingly. Filming was also accelerated. Ji-yoon and Soo-hyun's schedules are now very busy. From Monday to Saturday, all activities of the two child actors revolve around acting school, script analysis. Then filming commercials and filming movies. Even Ji-yoon had to sleep in a hotel with her mother to be convenient to get to the film shooting location. There is only one day, Sunday, to relax and rest at home. Scene change. Soo-hyun at the film set during break was lying exhausted on the table. He complained, "I didn't even get to blink." Suddenly Ji-yoon came and called out loudly, "Hey Kang Soo-hyun." Soo-hyun startled and sat up, telling Ji-yoon, "Sister Ji-yoon, you've had a difficult time filming." Ji-yoon immediately informed him, "Well, you too, I heard you won an award at the annual awards ceremony." Soo-hyun nodded yes, the couple award. Ji-yoon heard this and proudly said, "What, you're the only one who won an award? That's not fair, but congratulations." At this time, Ji-yoon was hiding a teddy bear behind her back. Soo-hyun saw it peeking out and curiously asked, "So that's a gift?" Ji-yoon waved her hand, "No." Hearing this, Soo-hyun was very embarrassed, shyly saying, "Really, yes, okay sister." Suddenly, Ji-yoon pulled out the teddy bear and placed it in front of him, happily saying, "It really is a gift for you. Here, take it." Surprised, Soo-hyun really liked this gift. "It's so cute, thank you sister." Ji-yoon shyly turned away. Scene changed to the evening. Soo-hyun got in the car to go home. His manager told him, "You're quite good at asking for gifts." Soo-hyun blankly asked, "You saw everything?" The manager replied, "Yeah. Your skill of faking crying with a not serious tone is a bit obvious." Soo-hyun argued for himself that he was just trying to be cute. "It would be better if you realized I'm only 6 years old." After that, the manager switched to another topic. "Anyway, tomorrow will be the broadcast day of praise, and everything will go smoothly, even if it's not shown on TV. It will be promoted a lot on social media and newspapers. Hopefully hard work will be rewarded with a good result." Soo-hyun was very happy to hear this. He thought to himself, "That's right, tomorrow will be the first broadcast day of praise. But that's not the only reason I'm excited. That's right, also the family trip with my parents." Scene change. Soo-hyun and his parents were walking together on the street. Soo-hyun's father even carried him on his shoulders. Soo-hyun smiled brightly, happy because it had been a long time since he had breathed such fresh air. Soo-hyun's mother asked the father, "Do we really have to go on vacation?" Soo-hyun's father replied, "Of course, this is Soo-hyun's first movie. Besides, we've been too busy to organize a proper birthday party for Soo-hyun. Today we'll have a party with the whole family." The father looked at Soo-hyun with affectionate eyes and told him, "Dad will do everything Soo-hyun wants. Let's play the way he wants." After that, the happy family went ice skating. The father took Soo-hyun's hand and guided him to skate. The whole family was happy and smiled brightly. When Soo-hyun's mother was taking out her phone to fix her makeup, she said, "It's funny, you can tell we're a family just by looking at us." Suddenly Soo-hyun's father skated at a fast speed and almost crashed into her. He quickly said, "My love, watch out." Then the two of them crashed into each other and fell to the ground. Soo-hyun was stunned and worried. "Mom, Dad, are you all okay? Is anyone hurt?" Although Soo-hyun's parents fell, they were in a very affectionate position. Soo-hyun's father said some cheesy words, "My love, it feels like we're still dating." Soo-hyun's mother was startled, shyly covering his mouth and saying, "Soo-hyun is watching. Aren't you going to get up?" Scene changed to noon. They entered a restaurant. The parents asked Soo-hyun, "Do you want to choose a dish from this children's menu?" Soo-hyun's eyes lit up, saliva drooling, thinking to himself, "You won't have the chance to eat the children's menu again when you grow up." The waitress was very surprised to see Soo-hyun come to eat. After a period of thinking, Soo-hyun decided to choose a children's steak platter, but the mother told him, "If you want to eat meat, I'll share with you." Then Soo-hyun hesitated with the bear-shaped omelette rice. Soo-hyun's mother saw the picture in the menu and said, "But Soo-hyun, doesn't this hamburger look delicious?" Once again, Soo-hyun was even more hesitant. The father saw this and said, "Didn't Soo-hyun say he wanted to eat meat?" Soo-hyun scratched his head, trying to choose between these three dishes. Soo-hyun's mother burst out laughing and said, "Look at him thinking, just think and choose." Soo-hyun sulked and said, "Are you teasing me?" Soo-hyun's father tried to hold back his laughter and said, "Mom apologizes, it's just that I find you very cute when you're worried." To apologize, Mom and Dad will order you a dessert. Soo-hyun heard this and said, "Then I want brownies." The food was cooked. The waitress brought it over and said, "This is the children's portion you ordered, and this is the dessert." Soo-hyun's eyes lit up. His mouth was gaping open, wanting to eat immediately. But he didn't forget to thank the waitress. Scene change. Then the father brought out a magnificent birthday cake. Everyone blew out the candles together and celebrated Soo-hyun's birthday. The waitress even quickly came to ask for an autograph and take a picture with Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun's mother also took out a gift wrapped in very beautiful wrapping paper and gave it to Soo-hyun. She said, "Although it's late, happy birthday, this is a gift from Mom and Dad." Soo-hyun carefully, gently unwrapped the gift. He was very surprised when it was a very beautiful and soft yellow scarf. Soo-hyun's parents saw that he liked the gift so much, and were happy too, saying, "Our son looks really good in it. Besides, there's another gift." Soo-hyun received another notebook, and was quite bewildered when the cover said a collection of hearts for Soo-hyun. Opening the notebook, Soo-hyun was excited to see a letter written by Senior Seo-han. He wrote that, "This is Seo-han. I wish you a happy birthday. I'm so lucky to have you in my acting career. Because I see the passion and skills that you always strive to have, and I realize that there are some aspects that I can't evaluate. You are the one who has broadened my vision. And I will always be grateful to you. Above all, I'm really happy that we can participate in the movie Praise that we are filming together. I hope we can influence each other to create a good and excellent work. I wish you a happy birthday and have a happy time with your family." It turned out that Soo-hyun had received letters from everyone around him without knowing it. There are many people, besides his parents, who love and support Soo-hyun. This is an album that brings those hearts closer together. Soo-hyun continued to flip through the next pages and was even more surprised. He exclaimed, "There are so many people." After that, he read the message from his parents. "Soo-hyun, Mom and Dad want you to be happy forever, and Mom and Dad will do everything they can to make you happy. If you have any problems, don't hesitate to tell Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad love you, our little son." Soo-hyun was extremely touched reading these words. His eyes were filled with tears. He remembered, in his previous life, his parents couldn't say these words to him, because his house and family were destroyed by the tricks of the people who scammed him. He felt completely helpless. But that has changed. Things won't be the same as before. Soo-hyun sobbed, "Mom and Dad, thank you." His parents wiped his tears and gently said, "So great that you're crying. Don't cry, you're making us cry too." On the way home that day, the parents said many things that they had never said before. In fact, the mother was disappointed that Soo-hyun was still working in the entertainment industry until recently. "It's clear that you developed early and are smarter than other children. This entertainment industry makes you shine and sparkle, but there is certainly a dark side that makes you exhausted and tired. In fact, Mom and Dad don't want to see Soo-hyun make a lot of money. They just want you to have a healthy and stable life." But today, when I saw Soo-hyun attentively reading the album that his parents gave him, countless adorable expressions of yours were revealed. And Mom and Dad can feel how much he cherishes the present. Mom is still worried about you, but Mom and Dad will support you in every way, so if you have any difficulties, don't keep it to yourself. Mom and Dad are always here. Hearing these words, Soo-hyun smiled brightly and said very gratefully, "Yes, I promise I won't." Soo-hyun's mother then tucked her hair up and told him, "With that spirit, give Mom a kiss." Soo-hyun's father said a little jealously, "That's disrespectful, kiss Dad too." Then Soo-hyun told his parents, "Let's make a snowman together." The parents replied, "That's right, let's go home so Soo-hyun can watch his movie too." Now Soo-hyun felt very happy, grateful, and thought to himself, suddenly the worries about his family that had been bothering him disappeared, as he felt his parents' intense love. And then, the stress about the broadcast date of his first lead role movie became lighter. The actors, director, and film crew have all dedicated themselves. Now there's nothing to worry about, everything will be fine. My first lead role. But that evening, the movie Praise caused public controversy right from the first episode. Sadly, from the first episodes, fierce conflicts and debates erupted online from both supporting and opposing sides, with prominent comments and questions such as, "Why is the movie Praise being criticized so much? I'm speechless that they made a 16-episode movie about this kind of content. It's uncomfortable to watch such child abuse content." Or even malicious opinions like, "We should boycott all the actors appearing in this movie." After witnessing the terrifying depictions of child abuse, which were not clearly shown in the posters and preview videos. As a movie intended to expose based on true events, there were opinions acknowledging the necessity of the movie, and of course, there would be those who disagreed. They said in reality, the child abuser was only sentenced to 2 years in prison and then released. That case was almost forgotten, but this movie brought it back to life. Even so, was it necessary to portray it so cruelly? There was a stark difference in opinions, with some expressing discomfort at the movie's overly provocative direction, and as a result, This even affected the production team of Praise. The film director was extremely troubled by this incident. Scene change to the set currently filming Seo-han and Soo-hyun. Before starting, the director reminded them, of course, we'll film the scene at Dammam Hagi and Jang Yeon-woo's convenience store first. Soo-hyun excitedly replied loudly, yes sir. But when he looked up at the film crew, he suddenly realized, as expected. It seemed that the director was having a headache because of the recent controversy. Because this was a new broadcasting station, there must have been reminders and concerns from above about the unstable public reactions. The atmosphere on set also seemed relatively tense. I feel confident about my crying scene this time, so I need to do it as well as possible without making any mistakes on the first take. Then when the director called, prepare to act, Soo-hyun quickly regained his focus, getting into the role of Yeon-woo. He asked, why are you so nice to me, teacher? The teacher opened the noodle container and said, because I'm Yeon-woo's homeroom teacher, remember, a teacher who can occasionally treat his students to a meal. Yeon-woo hesitated and said, but... Suddenly, the teacher brought the noodles closer to him and said, okay, Yeon-woo, eat quickly before it gets cold. Yeon-woo was very moved at this moment, his eyes welled up. Then burst into tears, 2 lines of tears streamed down. The boy said with a sob, I don't deserve to eat such good food. The teacher gently patted his shoulder, consoling him. The director sitting on the side watching was amazed. Then with a mysterious face he thought, this is it. Then the director called, cut, okay, Soo-hyun, can you bring the script here for a moment? Soo-hyun quickly went to get the script and said, here it is, director. The director kindly instructed him, Soo-hyun, about this part. Soo-hyun's acting in the crying scene was extremely impressive. Would you like to add another crying scene here? Soo-hyun nodded in response, yes sir. But actually he was quite hesitant, thinking to himself, why keep making the child cry? Acting in a crying scene isn't difficult. But if you only focus on making the main character pitiful, it feels like you're forcing the audience's emotions. Moreover, one of the biggest controversies now is emphasizing the victim's misfortunes and portraying them in a one-sided way. Attracting the audience's attention with my forte, crying scenes. I understand the director's intention and want to get the audience's tears. However, making hasty decisions could make the public's reaction even colder. Instead, invest in other things instead of cliché tearful, tragic scenes. A new approach is needed to soften the public's views. The director asked Soo-hyun, what do you think, can you do it? Soo-hyun pondered for a moment and then, cheerfully smiling, he replied, yes, director, I can do it well. He thought to himself, then bet on this ability. Returning to the scene, the teacher took out a small birthday cake, with candles lit, and said to Yeon-woo, eat it, it's your birthday today, isn't it? The teacher even sang the happy birthday song. Yeon-woo looked at the cake with unfamiliarity. He was just stunned. His eyes were filled with tears of emotion. The candle was about to burn out, but he still didn't blow it out. Yeon-woo just stared at the sparkling candle forever. The director and the people in the film crew were extremely worried, nervous because this scene was very important and needed high concentration. Suddenly, Yeon-woo looked up at the teacher and said with a sob, teacher, thank you so much. His eyes were sparkling, clear, full of gratitude. Seo-han, seeing Soo-hyun's extremely realistic acting, was also drawn in. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. The teacher then told Yeon-woo, there's nothing to thank me for. Yeon-woo shook his head and replied, no, after meeting you. Every day I feel like I'm in a dream, thank you so much. Soo-hyun's voice was mixed with tears. The teacher smiled and nodded. Then the teacher stroked the boy's head. The 2 teachers and students smiled brightly. The director called, cut, this scene is quite touching. After filming, Seo-han and Soo-hyun took a walk together. Seo-han asked, I'm sure the director asked for a crying scene, but why did you suddenly change? Soo-hyun hesitated for a moment. He replied, Yeon-woo is always scolded by his mother and has a violent friend, but I don't think he always just knows how to cry. Because the teacher is the one who understands Yeon-woo's difficulties and takes care of him. Even though the teacher initially treated Yeon-woo somewhat harshly, and even his classmate Cha-eun gradually became Yeon-woo's friend. With kind people by his side, including Cha-eun, Yeon-woo may be able to express himself better than before, so I portrayed Yeon-woo as someone with a sincere and happier smile than anyone else. Seo-han listened and said, that's right, considering the plot is a good way to convey it, very commendable, but Soo-hyun humbly said, the one who really deserves praise is Seo-han. You weren't confused at all and could immediately react to my improvisation while filming. I wouldn't have been able to act so well if it weren't for you, Seo Han. Seo Han was very happy to hear that. He didn't forget to thank him. Then suddenly the people in the film crew called them, Seo Han, Soo-hyun, the director is calling, come here for a moment. As soon as they arrived, the director shouted Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun was stunned, a little scared, hesitant to say yes. He was quite worried. What's wrong? Is he angry because I changed the script without telling him? But the director put his hand on his shoulder and smiled and said, thanks to you, the main character has become much more convincing. Thank you. Soo-hyun was very happy. Thank you. The director continued, based on real events, the character's personality cannot change. I realized this a little late, so I want to tell you too. It seems that I will need to make major adjustments to the dialogue in the later part. Soo-hyun's eyes were wide open. He asked, what, really? He thought the situation had become extremely complicated. On the way home in the car, Sang-gil knew about the incident at the film crew today. He said, thanks to the revision of most of the script, a vacation that didn't exist before suddenly appeared. Soo-hyun sighed and said, that's right, it's just that now I'll have to memorize more lines. But why do you look so depressed, tired? Sang-gil told him, I couldn't sleep last night. Soo-hyun curiously asked, why, what's wrong? Sang-gil said, I was going to bring it to you on the way here, but I compiled the collaboration invitations from the actors until this morning. Soo-hyun held the document in his hand, stunned. You couldn't sleep properly because you had to sort this out. Thank you, Sang-gil told him. There are a lot of invitations. Look at the content. There are 5 advertising invitations, 2 TV series, and 1 movie, of course. After taking the lead role in the TV series, I received many calls from different parties. Soo-hyun opened each page. He was very impressed. Oh, I see. But when he read to a certain page, he stopped. This is. It looks more like a casting announcement than a collaboration offer. This movie's director's name is Kim Il-hong. Soo-hyun was very shocked. He thought to himself, no way, is it the director Kim Il-hong that I know? In the movie praise, Soo-hyun acted very cute. People of all ages liked to watch his movies. Everyone who watched the scene between him and the teacher was moved, sobbing and saying, Yeon-woo, I hope he will be happy. Me too. Yeon-woo is smiling, but why do I feel so sad? This episode is really great. You guys watch it and then start texting me. Lately my friends don't talk about anything but the movie praise. I'm glad that the movie has a happy ending. Not like Yeon-woo in real life. This is really a high-class movie, super top-notch. Then 2 girls teased the boy and pulled him in. Why haven't you said anything? It's weird. Or are you crying? The boy cried very loudly. He shouted, your sister is crying too. Why do you only judge me? Hey, I'm right. But how are you going to go to school tomorrow with those swollen eyes? These kids just keep arguing. After the script was revised, the viewership rating of praise increased sharply like a storm. The director participating in a TV interview also happily said, fortunately our decision to change was well received. It even achieved the title of a classy movie. The reporter also asked a question, what do you think is the reason for the movie's success? The director replied, the colleagues who work together, the beloved viewers. There are many reasons for this, but I think there is one person who has contributed the most. He is the youngest person on set, but more courageous than anyone else. I want to take this opportunity to once again thank the boy. The reporter guessed, could it be the main character of the movie? Scene change at Soo-hyun's bedroom. He is attentively reading the document. Suddenly there is a knock on the door. It turned out to be Soo-hyun's father. He entered the room and told him, it's almost time to eat. Go wash your hands. Soo-hyun immediately replied, yes, I'll do it right away. But Soo-hyun was still hesitant about something. It turned out he was reading the document about the casting contract for director Kim Il-hong's Dark Road movie. Soo-hyun thought to himself, Director Il-hong that I know is a very talented director and composer. She is an all-rounder, someone who can write her own films. Famous for many classic movies and music. But I've never heard of the name Dark Road before. In the future either, it's not certain it will be successful, and I don't have any information about this movie. Moreover, the casting age of the Dark Road movie is from 5 to 15 years old. If my opponent is a high school student, I will be at a disadvantage. But I don't want to miss the opportunity to play the lead role in director Kim Il-hong's movie. So Soo-hyun decided to discuss this issue with his parents. He bravely said, I want to learn how to play the violin. He also pleased his parents by giving them home massage tickets. His parents thought for a moment and then said, I can't believe you use these things to bribe your parents. I don't agree. Soo-hyun's father said emotionally, I'm a civil servant. If I accept bribes, I'll be in big trouble. His mother said, Husband, you wash the dishes after you finish eating. His father immediately went to wash the dishes. Soo-hyun's mother asked more carefully, Is it related to the audition? Soo-hyun said, Yes, I need to play the violin in the first round of the audition. He also took out a toy instrument, and excitedly told his mother, I play this very well, so I'm sure when I play a real instrument, I'll do well too. His mother laughed, and asked, Where did you get that? Soo-hyun thought to himself, I spoke in a childish way to ask my parents to buy this. Actually, I used to play the violin before. Soo-hyun remembered when he hadn't been reborn. When practicing the instrument, he told the manager, Isn't this a bit too much to ask? Even though it's the trend these days, suddenly a 3-year idol switched to a classical style. The manager at that time told him, What else can we do? The company says no, it's no. But if this style becomes famous, our lives are over, good luck. Soo-hyun thought to himself, I really don't remember how many times I changed my style, and this classical idol style was highly expected, successfully failed in not attracting public attention. Scene change, parents take Soo-hyun to the music academy. Hello, I want to ask about violin classes. The teacher said kindly, Oh hello. She introduced, I'm Kim So-hee, director of the music academy. Soo-hyun politely said, Hello, I'm Kang Soo-hyun, 6 years old. Teacher So-hee said amazingly, You're the main character in the movie that's showing recently, nice to meet you. Let's go to the private practice room over there. The teacher gave him an instrument and praised, This instrument size really suits you. You said you've never played an instrument, let's try first. Then So-hee waved the baton a few times to guide him. Soo-hyun started and was holding the instrument very skillfully. So-hee observed but was confused, the boy's posture is a bit strange. Each melody that Soo-hyun played echoed throughout the room. Parents and teacher, everyone was amazed. Soo-hyun playing the instrument looked very professional and skilled. After he played a song, the teacher could only gape, speechless. So he had to exclaim, The boy is a genius. Soo-hyun's parents waved their hands and said, Soo-hyun is indeed very cute but not to the point of being a genius. So he said, No, Mom, it's rare for a child to play such high notes when just starting. This is talent. Soo-hyun smiled vaguely thinking, I tried to play a few wrong notes, so she wouldn't think I was a genius, but in the end it wasn't like that. The teacher ran to shake Soo-hyun's mother's hand and said, Ignoring this talent would be a waste. If we start practicing for him from now on, I will definitely make a concert for Soo-hyun later. Soo-hyun quickly said, But I'm better at acting. I only learned violin because the role requires it. Soo-hyun's mother smiled awkwardly and told So-hee, We haven't decided yet today. I want to respect his opinion as much as possible. The teacher said a little disappointed, Ah, that's too bad. Soo-hyun's mother continued, But this is his decision, not mine or the teacher's. So he said a little disappointed, Yeah, that's right, but I still feel sorry, then I will try my best to help Soo-hyun in the audition. Teacher So-hee instructed Soo-hyun very dedicatedly. The boy also cooperated and happily learned. Scene changed to the location of the audition. The producer announced, Please wait in the lobby according to your number. Sangil brought Soo-hyun. The two of them nervously sat outside waiting for their turn. Sangil said, There are many competitors. Soo-hyun said, Yes, it looks like there are more than 100 people here. Soo-hyun looked around and noticed, From what I see, there are only about 10 kids my age. Most are high school students over 10 years old. Suddenly someone announced, Numbers 30 to 35 please move to the waiting room in the back. Soo-hyun hugged the instrument and told Sangil, I'll go. Sangil smiled and told him, Goodbye, good luck. Soo-hyun walked away, sadly thinking to himself, In my previous life, I was an unknown idol for 4 years, and experienced all sorts of things, but this is the first time I've auditioned for a movie. So I'm still a little worried. It's okay to make mistakes, I'm only 6 years old, cheer up. Scene changed to the audition room door. Soo-hyun was walking when he suddenly stopped. A boy fell on his neck, startling everyone. Everyone was frozen, sprayed with glue. Everyone worriedly asked, Hey, are you okay? The boy sobbed. Then shouted loudly, There's a monster in the room. Soo-hyun was very stunned, not understanding what was going on. A boy suddenly screamed, panicking and saying, There's a monster down there. Soo-hyun hugged the instrument, stunned not understanding, A monster what? The boy confidently entered the casting room. The staff member in the film crew looked at the information and was quite surprised. There are quite a few good candidates for this audition, he asked. Candidate number 29. Do you have a strong voice? Boy number 29 confidently replied. Yes, sir. The assistant in the film crew continued. You seem to have a lot of experience. If you're ready, let's start. The boy started playing the instrument very skillfully. He was immersed in the melodies. Everyone in the film crew was quite satisfied. The assistant in the film crew thought, it's a bit too much, but it's okay. He told the boy, good, now let's. But director Kim Yul-hong didn't seem satisfied with this performance. She interrupted the assistant and said in a low voice, enough. Her eyes were full of ferocity, saying, just that, no more. What is this, a joke? She frankly commented on the boy, do you want me to see kids like you? Why did you choose a song you can't even play properly, not to mention knowing what you're capable of? And what's with that weird dance? Because you don't know how to play, why don't you try to be cute to score points? Boy number 29 was very sad. His eyes were tearing up. The boy shrank before director Yul-hong's scolding. She appeared like a witch. What, if you were going to do that, why didn't you bring a flute instead of a violin? Hearing this, the boy couldn't bear it anymore. He cried loudly. An uncle in the film crew saw this and slammed the table, telling director Yul-hong, this child really. We need to cover this up. But Yul-hong crossed her arms, angrily saying, did I say anything wrong? The two of them argued back and forth. The most miserable at this time was probably the assistant. Sitting in the middle, he was quite scared. Someone save me, I'm about to die. This isn't an audition, it's a biographical portrait. Immediately candidate number 29 was marked in red as eliminated, when there was an announcement, next candidate. Then Soo-hyun entered, politely greeting and introducing himself. I'm number 34, Kang Soo-hyun. Everyone was quite amazed. You're in the TV series that just ended. The boy really acts well, you must be a famous actor. But director Yul-hong sighed, wearily saying, if that kid can't play well, what's the use? Are we choosing that kid because they're famous? If so, why don't we just use a doll? The uncle was very annoyed, trying to calm himself down so he wouldn't argue. The assistant said gently, well, let's start. Then Soo-hyun started playing the instrument. A sister in the film crew was very surprised. It's not a classical piece. The uncle shook his head thinking, the boy is good, but this is a bit strange. Compared to other candidates, it's too simple. The assistant also felt worried. I'm doomed. I wonder what the director will say next. Suddenly the director called, enough. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Yul-hong glared and asked, why didn't you add vibrato? Don't you know what vibrato is? Soo-hyun immediately replied, because the main character didn't study violin officially. Although he plays the notes in his memory without any music, he's a genius who has never learned to play properly. So if it's a song he heard when he was young, I don't think he knows about other flashy things. The assistant thought for a moment, well, if it's in this movie, you might be right. This isn't a violin competition, it's a movie audition. You're quite smart for your age, right? Director Yul-hong smirked and said, I quite like you. The assistant was very surprised. Is the director sure? Yul-hong was very sure. I like the kid a lot. Yul-hong laughed and said, that's right, I'm here, wasting my time looking for the main character. They're too to realize they're not good enough. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, stunned, not knowing what to say. The other sisters laughed vaguely, saying, so why should I care, director? There are still other candidates. Director Yul-hong quickly instructed, Kang Soo-hyun number 34. Act out scene 3 of the script. Sang-il turn on the camera. Sunmi read the dialogue. Soo-hyun took a deep breath, slowly getting into the role. He started acting, with varied facial expressions. I want to find my mom and dad. How? If I become very famous, mom and dad will recognize me. Mom and dad must have given me this song that even the teachers don't know. Sunmi asked, how do you become famous? Soo-hyun acted happily. There's a way. That's what the volunteer who came here before said. He even used his shoe to pretend to be a prop. They said I can become famous by becoming a foot-smelling person. Sunmi couldn't help but laugh. Everyone in the film crew watching Soo-hyun act was shaking with laughter. Only director Yul-hong had no emotion. Yul-hong slammed her hand on the table and said, you're hilarious, you passed. The director put on her bag and got up to leave. Yul-hong didn't forget to tell the assistant, I'll send the song today, and I'll call you when I get the script. Now I'm going to work. The assistant was very surprised, hesitating to ask, wait, director, just that. We still have about 70 actors to consider, and then there's the second round of auditions. Yul-hong turned around, coldly saying, "No way." Yul-hong also snapped, "What are we waiting for? It's that kid, cancel round 2. It will be much more effective to spend that time casting supporting actors. I'm sick of having to watch them try to act." Everyone in the film crew was in chaos. No director. "Wait, Yul-hong, what are you doing?" A sister in the film crew gently told Soo-hyun. "I mean, number 34 did well. I'll let you know the results via text message." "Great job," Soo-hyun happily replied. "Yes, thank you." Scene changed to the afternoon. Sang-il stood waiting for Soo-hyun outside. Soo-hyun came out of the audition room, his face downcast. Sang-il worriedly asked, "Actor, you're late." "How was your audition?" Soo-hyun quietly replied. "There." He also shrank and said, "A monster is inside." A feeling of fear crept into me. Sang-il was very surprised. "A monster what?" Soo-hyun felt dizzy. Now I can really relax. Director Yul-hong's gaze. And the smile too. An objective attitude without any manners. Filming with director Kim Yul-hong is really good. A few hours later, without thinking anything, I received the acceptance letter that night. Time passed and I was immersed in research about the role, and on the first day of summer, Soo-hyun came to meet the film crew and happily greeted, "I'm Kang Soo-hyun, playing Park Ji-suk. I'm looking forward to working with everyone. The first script reading of the Dark Road movie has begun." The director kept scolding the actors. "Ms. Lim Seol, is that all you can do? And Mr. Chun-sik, didn't you practice your facial expressions? Even in reality, your expression looks stiff. Do you think you can do well in the main shoot?" He was very confused. Director Yul-hong with a witch-like face continued, "Do you think the director won't look down on you because you're older?" Soo-hyun was very trembling holding the script. He worriedly thought, as expected, this atmosphere is really intense, so suffocating. If I was really a 6-year-old child, I would run away from here and cry. Then Soo-hyun turned to see that the boy acting with him didn't seem okay. He wondered, is the boy okay? The director continued to shout, "Hey Nam-hyun-do," the boy startled and said yes. Yul-hong shouted, "Are you sure you practiced the script correctly? If you act like that, you can leave now." But Hyun-do, although scared, was still very determined. "I will practice and fix it." Soo-hyun was quite surprised, thinking, "He's keeping himself calm. I'm quite impressed." The director shouted, "Start over from the beginning." 3 hours later, it was finally break time. Everyone hurriedly said to each other, "Thank you everyone for working hard." Soo-hyun was incredibly tired after 5 hours of reading the script, his whole body limp as he slumped over the table. Suddenly, Hyun-do came over and held out a hand, asking, "You must be Kang Soo-hyun, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Nam Hyun-do. Even though I'm 2 years younger than you, your focus is no joke." Soo-hyun was delighted to hear this and said, "Oh, thank you. Take care of yourself too." Suddenly, Soo-hyun realized something. His eyes widened as he asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing Soo-hyun's question, Hyun-do replied in surprise, "No, I've never met you before." "Ah, I know. You want to know more about me?" Soo-hyun unexpectedly replied, "Yes. We'll talk more later." "Okay, see you next week." Soo-hyun waved goodbye and thought to himself, "I must be mistaken." In a dark alley scene, I was preparing to face the biggest crisis of my life when suddenly, 2 people approached and asked, "Hey kid, wanna rebel with us?" Soo-hyun looked blank, and then the man laughed and said, "Rebel? Look at how surprised you are. We're just adding a few extra scenes that aren't in the script." Hearing this, Soo-hyun couldn't help but gape in astonishment. "Extra scenes? Why are you suddenly adding extra scenes to the script? If you don't tell the director, she'll go crazy." Suddenly a voice called out, "Is Soo-hyun here?" "Hello, Senior Lee Chang-ho," Soo-hyun called out quietly. "Hey, Uncle Lee. I heard about the rebellion. Is everything alright?" Chang-ho replied, "Of course not. The actors aren't listening to the director." Soo-hyun thought, here we go again. Uncle Chang-ho is such a meticulous organizer. Suddenly, Chang-ho smiled brightly and said, "But this time, I support it." This surprised Soo-hyun a little. Uncle Chang-ho would never do that, no matter how difficult the director was. He was always very obedient. Or when giving advice to his juniors, even though the director's personality was a bit difficult, her vision was very good. So, Uncle Chang-ho always showed everyone a different side of the director. I can't believe a famous actor with a reputation for integrity would participate in this rebellion. Full of questions, Soo-hyun asked, "Hey, Uncle Chang-ho, why are you participating in this?" Chang-ho suddenly laughed loudly. "What?" Then he replied, "Well, Dark Alley is a musical film. I think the most important thing is that the main character must convey the message of pursuing music seriously. All he wants is to find his parents. That desire is so strong that he runs away from the orphanage with a violin. He was so desperate that he went crazy. Even so, after struggling through hardship and returning to the orphanage without any results, he met a teacher who discovered his talent and created opportunities for him to develop his talent as a musician. However, the main problem is here. We're about to finish the second scene, and it's a little too light-hearted." Soo-hyun also finished reading the script and thought to himself, "That's definitely true. I'm not planning on going against the director, but as an actor, I think I'll regret it if I don't do anything." Suddenly, Chang-ho stepped forward, ruffled Soo-hyun's hair. "Don't worry about it. I'll take all the responsibility. You can act as you please." But Soo-hyun was still hesitant. "Is that okay? It's such a tense scene. The biggest consequences for actors rebelling against the director are they could get fired. On the other hand, they continue their roles as planned." He asked, "Entertainment? Are you planning to participate in a talent show?" "Yes. It's a small program but very high quality. I'm doing this because I'm worried about this talented kid." "That's good." But then, Chang-ho suddenly fell silent. Suddenly kneeling down, earnestly pleading, "Director, please give Ji-suk to me. I'll teach him and raise him well." The others were astonished to hear this. Even Soo-hyun was equally panicked. Chang-ho continued to plead, "Please, let me help his talent shine." "No, we can't make that decision. Ji-suk, do you want to go with him?" Remembering Chang-ho's words, "I'll take all the responsibility. You just act as you please," he finally spoke up. "I want to find them. The people who are my parents. And if they adopt me, if they really do, I just want to know why this song is so nostalgic and good. I really want to know, sir." "Alright, do it if that's what you want." Soo-hyun, with permission, excitedly cheered, "Teacher, thank you." At that moment, the director called out, "Cut!" Yo-hong was furious. That was a really good scene. "Who came up with this?" Chang-ho stepped forward confidently and said, "That was me." Then he bowed seriously. "I'm really sorry. I didn't intend to go against the director. But it was really a shame to see a scene that could be so emotional be glossed over like that, so I thought there should be an appropriate change. Sorry." Suddenly, the director Yo-hong burst out laughing, but immediately turned serious again. Yo-hong glared and said sarcastically, "Look at this guy, the guy who's never annoyed me this much before." The murderous aura radiating from Yo-hong made Soo-hyun tremble, his heart pounding, so scared. A moment later Yo-hong called out, "Actor Lee Chang-ho." "Yes. There won't be a next time. Even if you want to do it again, tell me first, got it?" "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." After saying that, Yo-hong ordered, "We're going to reshoot that scene with the original. Get ready." Even so, Soo-hyun still felt regret. It didn't work. "I was hoping it would be approved." Chang-ho then ruffled his hair and comforted him. "Thanks for following us, Soo-hyun." At that moment, Soo-hyun wondered, "Is Senior okay? I'm still so worried." His expression just now was so profound. I was completely drawn in too. I still can't believe I got to work with such an actor. I'm glad I chose this drama. Just like that, the rebellion was suppressed. I realized that I had an unexpected ally by my side. Scene change. Soo-hyun carefully carried a tray of food for Hyun-do. "Hyun-do, are you practicing your scene? I brought you lunch." Seeing the script in Hyun-do's hand, Soo-hyun exclaimed happily, "Great! This is the scene we just shot. Isn't this the scene that was a bit disappointing? I thought I could help make your acting a bit more sparkling." But suddenly, Hyun-do interrupted, "Hey, do you think you're a really good actor?" The words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Soo-hyun stunned. "Hey, Kang Soo-hyun." Hyun-do's call startled Soo-hyun, horrified. "No way, the idol I know, Gino." Next, the scene where the main character and his friend are walking together. "Let's start filming." At that moment, both Soo-hyun and Hyun-do immersed themselves in their roles naturally and radiantly. Suddenly, director Yo-hong called out, "Cut!" "Good, Soo-hyun, your facial expressions are great. And Hyun-do, your voice is still not stable. Practice more. Making a perfect scene isn't everything, got it?" Yes, okay. It's lunchtime, we'll meet again in an hour. After that, Hyun-do sat quietly alone, rereading the script. When he looked, a love-filled meal from your parents. How unexpected. These words made Hyun-do feel a bit bitter and envious. Scene change. Back to the time before reincarnation, music rang out, Merry Christmas. It's really end now. See you next time, my little friend. Suddenly, Soo-hyun sneezed, and someone came over and said, Soo-hyun, you did great. You guys too. As he lifted his head, one of the members quickly smeared cream on Soo-hyun's face. While Soo-hyun was bewildered, the two of them held their stomachs and laughed gleefully. Look at you, brother, it's your birthday. I only have one cake because time was a little tight, but happy birthday, brother. And next year, let's make sure our group succeeds and celebrate in a big way. Soo-hyun was moved and said, Thank you guys. That's right, next year we have to be on the big stage with Black Star. The other two began to discuss, that's right. They're doing a special year-end program again this year. I'm so jealous. I wish we had that opportunity. Yeah, and their leader, Gino, really likes Soo-hyun. That's right, if we get close to him, maybe we'll get to appear as special guests. If you get invited, then we'll definitely be there, brother. Soo-hyun laughed loudly, that's right. Black Star's leader, Gino. They debuted almost at the same time as N, and now they're so far ahead of us. Their leader, Gino, is a genius. Relying on innate talent and a good personality, along with strong support from a large company, he simply skipped the rookie stage. Starting with a solid foundation and a path to success. And when Soo-hyun met him, Hello, I'm Gino, the leader of Black Star. You're the leader of N, right? I'm looking forward to you. We meet again. We're the same age, let's be friends. And since that meeting, Gino constantly sent messages to Soo-hyun, our birthdays are only one day apart, did you know? That's so cool, isn't it? Soo-hyun, why do you look so gloomy? You should smile more. Come on, show me your teeth. I thought Gino didn't feel comfortable. On the other hand, at the N group's apartment, I had the most tiring day. Really? I feel most comfortable when I'm here. Soo-hyun said, You guys take a shower first? I need to go get some fresh air outside. Okay. Then Soo-hyun sat alone in the room, suddenly remembering his warm childhood with his family. Happy birthday, Soo-hyun. Suddenly, Soo-hyun became pensive. Looking at his phone, I'll try. I moved out of the house I used to live in with my mother, and I don't even remember the last time I talked to her. After the divorce, my mother had a hard time getting through, and she was no longer able to take care of me. At that time, an old woman stopped Soo-hyun from running to his mother. You've caused your mother a lot of trouble. Don't bother me anymore. But Soo-hyun wasn't at ease just standing there watching. Soo-hyun denied, No, Mom must be busy. If I call, I'm just bothering her. Then Soo-hyun collapsed on the table. Gazing intently at the birthday greetings on his phone from MJ's shop, Tiara Coffee, Soo-hyun suddenly felt empty. Scene change. Someone appeared. Happy birthday, Soo-hyun. Thank you, Gino. Sorry, I didn't prepare anything. Gino then patted him on the shoulder and said, Come on, don't worry, your heart is enough. We're soulmates. By the way, my mom has been making a big deal about her beloved son's only birthday since this morning. Can I take refuge at your place? What's wrong? What happened to you? You look so sad. Soo-hyun replied, It's just. Thinking to himself, That's right, next year, I have to be on Black Star's big stage. I'll try. Putting aside the misgivings in his heart, Soo-hyun turned around and said, It's nothing. Hyun-do said, Hey, Soo-hyun, as a friend, and as someone who's watched you on the sidelines for quite a while. You look so different on camera compared to when you're outside. You should reduce the laziness you give to yourself. You have to be honest with yourself and more open with everyone, so that people can approach you. Hey, what do you know? Suddenly, Soo-hyun interrupted abruptly, shouting angrily, You can say that so easily because you have everything. I don't have such luxurious things. Even if you give me such advice, you're just acting condescending. Hyun-do was confused to hear this. Hey, I didn't mean that, but if you're more proactive. Before he could finish, Soo-hyun interrupted, You think everything is so easy. Family, talent, living environment, everything about you is so perfect that you try to be nice to me, who looks more pathetic than you. In my world, a little hard work like yours really doesn't bother me. Hey, Kang Soo-hyun, why do you have to be so harsh? What do you even know about me? Before reincarnation, that was the last expression of Gino that I remember. I've never forgotten your face. Nam Hyun-do is Gino and I know how to treat him now. Hyun-do said, do you think I'm that good at acting? Soo-hyun was stunned, thinking, Nam Hyun-do is Gino? How can I look at him the same way again? At this moment, he was staring intently at him. Suddenly there was a reminder, actors, please have lunch and return on time. Hyun-do suddenly came to his senses. He said, I'm sorry I got angry at you just because things didn't happen the way I wanted. I'm sorry for not behaving like a proper older brother. Soo-hyun replied, it's okay, Hyun, thinking, I know this isn't his fault, but... Then he said, then I'll go have lunch first. He was taken aback, okay. The atmosphere became really awkward as both of them, in the future, constantly took each other's spotlight. Soo-hyun thought, but all the worries about my colleague disappeared in an instant, because there's a bigger problem I have to face. At the Seton Music Academy, he was struggling to practice playing the violin, his small fingers swollen red with pain. Soo-hyun thought, children's hands are so easily injured. At this moment, a woman said worriedly, are you okay, Soo-hyun? It's late, Soo-hyun. Your parents must be worried. You can come back and continue practicing tomorrow. He shouted, no, director, just give me another hour or half an hour. She asked, are you sure? He focused intently, this isn't the time to care about other things. Suddenly he remembered a story from his previous life. A director said the street scene is being filmed first due to a booking issue. I have a performing band and permission for the filming for a week, so you have to come here. At that time he replied in surprise, what? A week? So suddenly? He said, you rest until the filming day? Soo-hyun was still in shock. Wait a minute, director. Filming a scene to earn money on the street is difficult. He replied, I'm going home. Clean up quickly and go home. Thank you for everyone's efforts. At 12 o'clock at night, he thought, I don't have much time to prepare for this filming. In order to become a genius like the main character, practicing with the instrument all day isn't enough. The next morning, he was dozing off on the way to the film set. When he arrived, someone reminded him, child actor, you've arrived at the location. He woke up, so fast? He said, you haven't gotten enough sleep in a week. Are you sure you can film this scene? Soo-hyun smiled brightly and replied, it's okay, I'll do well today, thinking, I've practiced as much as possible. I can do it. At this moment the director said, actor Soo-hyun, please prepare for the filming. This is in the park, so there are a lot of people around. Two girls whispered, they're filming. Isn't that Soo-hyun? And he thought, with this ability, I can pass the audition. And I can make the filming quite easy. Everyone took out their cell phones to film, exclaiming, great, the kid is playing the violin. Soo-hyun continued to think, the ability I received after returning to the past. The ability to see all the images of me being filmed directly. The director called out, actor Soo-hyun has arrived at the recording location. There are more people passing by, but it seems everything is still going smoothly. Continue filming as planned? Someone reminded, the director is currently watching from the van. Staff, please check the documents carefully. Meanwhile, she was observing him carefully through the monitor, Soo-hyun. Then she replayed the scenes that had just been filmed. The boy's acting was very standard in every frame, including playing the violin. This made her think, something is wrong. The boy's expressions and acting ability are flawless, but I feel like he's doing everything too accurately. As if he knows where the camera is and is acting according to what he thinks will please the audience. Soo-hyun, on the other hand, was still proud. With this ability, I can perform without worrying about anything. If I look at the screen as usual, I can focus on performing. Then, he was shocked by the number of screens that appeared. Huh? There are more screens than I remember. Where is the camera? The camera of the passers-by. Aren't they being stopped by the staff? At this time, someone held up a sign that read, act as naturally as possible. But he didn't pay attention and was confused. In all these screens, which one should I look at? Then Soo-hyun continued to play the violin. People were still watching him. He thought, I'm used to having a lot of cameras pointed at me, but this is different. I not only have to act but also play the violin perfectly. I wish I could only look at the necessary screen right now. Suddenly he noticed something. People saw him as slightly distracted and said, does Soo-hyun have health problems? His acting is different from when he rehearsed. Meanwhile, the director was still focused on observing, without speaking. Soo-hyun discovered there was a zoom icon in each corner of the screen. He thought, is there something in the corner of the screen? Wait, is it? That's right, zoom in. Then the screens belonging to the crew's cameras were zoomed in. He was surprised, is this possible? Then he continued to think, so then, I can also shrink the screens of the passers-by. That's right, I can do it. The screens were shrunk to tiny sizes, falling to the ground one by one. Soo-hyun was worried, this is too small. Oh well, this is fine. I'll play the music to the fullest. Then to this camera. He looked at each camera in turn, then here. People watching couldn't help but exclaim. So were the audience, they happily admired this performance. After the scene ended, the staff said, Soo-hyun, even though we were a little worried, you did great. The scene was great, no need to reshoot. Even the passers-by were clapping. You thought, if I didn't fix those screens, it would be a disaster. Then Soo-hyun said, Director, I was a bit worried at first, so, was the scene good? She replied, on the other hand, it was really perfect. The main character would feel excited and nervous at first. Well done, you replied. Thank you, she continued, but the next scene is too perfect. The expression, acting of the kid, the camera angle, everything, so, it feels like everything was calculated. You were stunned. Calculated? She said, I feel like everything was planned in advance. Time's up, let's pack up and leave. She thought, if the kid keeps acting like that, the remaining scenes will be difficult. Soo-hyun wondered, isn't perfect good? What's going on, you thought. At that moment, the director's confusing advice made me hesitate, and then I continued to practice acting. Time passed and the next recording day arrived. At the concert hall, the director kept shouting, cut. She said, cut, no, do it again. This made Soo-hyun feel confused. What's going on? Then you continued your role. I want to be famous, the director said. The smile is too stiff, again. Then Soo-hyun adjusted the expression to be sad, with tears welling up. I want to be famous. But she still shouted, the expression is unnatural, act again. This time you acted more passionately, my parents. But the director was still not satisfied. No urgency, again, take a break. You huddled on the chair, Sangil said. I don't know what's wrong. Soo-hyun replied, me either. Everyone says I'm acting well, only the director doesn't. It's too hard. As soon as the words were spoken, Il-hong appeared right behind. She said, hard? The two of you turned around in surprise. Director, Il-hong asked, are you angry at me for constantly calling cut? You replied, it's okay, it's work. Thinking, where's Sangil? Suddenly she said, Soo-hyun, do you think I'm a bad person? You replied confusedly, what? She continued, you know, there used to be a rookie actor who always delivered perfect shots. It felt like, he always knew the position of each camera, and we always got very beautiful shots. Soo-hyun surprisingly thought, like me? But he doesn't have skills like me, he's a monster. She continued to tell, he was a model actor, anyone in this industry wanted to work with him. His future was also very promising. Then you know what happened? He went abroad and tried to build a reputation there, put a nickname as AI, and disappeared in a new entertainment village that no one knew. Soo-hyun was stunned. AI, Il-hong explained, it's not someone, his name is AI. Soo-hyun made a pitiful face. But director, Soo-hyun still couldn't understand the director's intention. She replied, don't fake it with me, you thought helplessly. AI probably couldn't do that as a kid. Then she said, hey, don't act like you're taking a selfie. There's a difference between filming and taking pictures. You were stunned, filming and pictures? Then sat there pondering for a while. Suddenly Sangil popped out of the bush and asked, is the director gone? Making you startled, you scared me, why are you there? Then Soo-hyun asked Sangil, do you think my acting is perfect? He replied confusedly, are you showing off that you're perfect? You continued, no, to be exact. Do you feel like I'm an intelligent robot? Sangil thought for a moment. Then replied, even though your acting is like in a textbook, that's why I like it so much. What kind of character do you want to see in the scene? You replied. Of course, someone perfect in every detail. He said, and that's also why the fans like you. Soo-hyun said, I think so too. Sad in his heart, but obviously no matter how hard he tries, he can't always please the director. After a while, it was time to perform. Il-hong said, let's start again, prepare, act. Soo-hyun as Ji-suk is participating in a violin competition. The judges said, your expression is very good. You replied, thank you. And your age is quite young compared to the other actors, why are you here? After hearing this question, Yu thought deeply. Remembering what Yo-hong had said earlier, it felt like he always knew the position of each camera, and we always got very beautiful shots. At that time Soo-hyun thought. Like me? But he doesn't have skills like me, he's a monster. She continued to say, he was a model actor. Remembering this, you suddenly looked at the screen in front of you. Thinking, like I'm taking a selfie. The director's words pierced me, because I was looking at the live screen while acting, so I gradually got used to framing myself. Choose the most suitable expression for scene 34, a happy smiling face, a sad expression with teary eyes, a melancholy face and applause, as if it's very impressive. Emotionless, an actor can only act based on choosing the right answer. Filming is not just about choosing the right expression that the audience wants. The correct answers in theory don't mean they are always right. The audience is not the one who decides. Because there is always someone responsible from beginning to end of the film. At this time you remembered Yo-hong's question, Soo-hyun, do you think I'm a bad person? Then you decided, what I need to do is. Then the screen in front of you gradually disappeared. Soo-hyun closed his eyes, thinking, don't be swayed by what the eyes see. Seeing you take a long time to speak, the judges called, Ji-suk, you replied, I want to be famous, become a celebrity too. Dad, Mom, where are you? Emotions burst, you cried on stage as if you had become one with the character. This made everyone on the set surprised. Sang-gil was surprised this acting. Did the kid completely change the script? The script he was holding wrote that, Judge, because your age is also quite young compared to the other contestants. Why are you here? Ji-suk, a serious and determined expression, I want to be famous, because my dream is to be famous, to find my parents. At this time, Yo-hong shouted, okay, cut. A staff member whispered, Director, this scene is different from the script, is it okay? Director, suddenly she asked, have you ever seen a chicken flying in the sky like an eagle? He was surprised, what? She smiled and said, I think this kid has become an eagle now. He was even more confused. Why did the director compare Soo-hyun to an animal? Yo-hong thought, Soo-hyun, this kid's future is scary. At the end of autumn, the filming of The Dark Road successfully ended. I entered a new year with growth in both body and mind. At the GGV cinema, the host said. Welcome everyone to the premiere of the movie Dark Road. Today's guests are the director and actors of the movie. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now we will start showing the movie right away. Please go back to your seats. Soo-hyun was excited, it's starting. At that time, I was really nervous because there were many cameras surrounding me. Luckily, the post-production did a great job. The scene was extremely good. Being seen on the big screen like this is really different. At this time, it was the scene where Chang-ho hugged you. Soo-hyun thought, scary. I don't know what would have happened if this scene was changed at that time. Uncle Chang-ho was scolded by the director, and we reshot this scene with the original script. It's a pity that the scene was not used. Then it switched to another movie scene. Director, Ji-suk, give the kid back to me. As soon as he saw it, you were immediately shocked and spat the water in your mouth. Rubbing your eyes several times and thinking, what did I just see? That scene was used to be on the movie? Director, didn't you film the first scene? At this time, Yo-hong was watching the movie, her face showing no emotion. The movie content has 4 pretty cool animated photos. The first is when Hyun-do holds the microphone and says thoughtfully, when you see the sea, you will be able to see the ocean. When you see the city, you will be able to see the city. But then, he shot a heart and said with a romantic CEO look, when I see you, I love you. As soon as the words were spoken, the friend next to him exclaimed, oh my God, it's too much. Another person trembled and said, everything is fine, Hyun-do, but I can't get used to that terrible criticism. Right, Soo-hyun? However, contrary to his thoughts, Soo-hyun secretly admired Hyun-do and thought, he's so cool. Seeing that look on your face, that friend wondered, Soo-hyun, did you hear what I said? In the editing room, a voice rang out, Director. The assistant smiled and turned to look at the director and said, I have completed the 3rd revision. Can I export and send it to you? The director thought for a while and said, no, wait a bit. She looked thoughtfully at the fan videos that had been recorded. In the first video, the blonde boy revealed a serious expression and said, please let Ji-suk stay with me. Then, the director moved the mouse in another direction and double-clicked. In the second video, the blonde boy bowed down and begged and said, Ji-suk, give the kid to me. The director recalled the past. The blonde boy bowed down in front of her and said, I'm sorry, I didn't intend to disrespect the director's orders. And she was annoyed, scratching her head. The boy clasped his hands tightly and continued, It's a pity to see such a potential scene being considered as just a connection, so I thought about changing the script a bit. Returning to reality, the director rested her chin on her hand and said, Here, put this in part 2. Hearing this, the assistant looked back at her in panic and asked, What, didn't you say we were using the written script? The director said unhappily, That's right. The assistant wondered blankly, Then why? The director recalled the past again. She said loudly, Okay, cut. She continued, Soo-hyun, you who were wiping tears turned around and looked. The director unhappily took the script and put it on her shoulder and said, I don't encourage changing lines. Soo-hyun gave a bright smile and said, But if I were Ji-suk, I would say that too. Thinking of this, the director unconsciously smiled and said, The kid is not afraid or worried. The kid's face couldn't be happier. Her face said with interest, This time there are some actors who have defeated me. The assistant stood behind, sullenly crying, said in a groaning voice, Director, I want to go home. Scene change in the cinema. Soo-hyun and everyone happily waved goodbye and went home. Hyuna smiled brightly and said, Based on the reactions at the movie premiere, I think the movie will be a great success. The blonde boy happily said, That's great. The old man next to him laughed contentedly and said, I really didn't like that competition scene. I thought Soo-hyun was crying because of the director's rudeness. Hyuna said in surprise, I thought so too. He cried a lot. But that definitely affected me more than the original script. I thought about hugging him because he cried so much. The old man continued, But the director is really funny. Everyone laughed and talked happily without knowing that someone was watching them. The old man said, She is angry because she doesn't want to change the script, and doesn't want us to use it. Unexpectedly the director was behind him, speaking unhappily. So what are you guys complaining about? The old man was so startled that he screamed, Oh my God, then he stammered, Director, you did a good job. Behind the director was a woman smiling at them. The blonde boy looked blankly at the director. The woman helplessly patted her shoulder, happily said, Yul-hong, you still can't get out of the role and relax with the actors. She said angrily, Please be quiet. After speaking, Yul-hong passed the three of them. The woman also followed. She happily waved to everyone and said, We'll go first. Thank you everyone for working hard. Hyuna bowed her head in confusion to greet the two of them, while the blonde boy said blankly, Thank you, you too. Suddenly the boy remembered something and said, I remember, that's the girl who played the referee in the competition. She is a music lecturer, and a colleague of the director. Hyuna asked in confusion, What, didn't they argue a lot during filming? The boy nodded and said yes, but they reconciled. The boy continued, But the way they reconciled seemed funny. It turned out that Yul-hong reconciled by smugly praising herself. No, a lecturer at a music school can't recognize talent better than me. She heard this and got so angry that her face turned black, and the director disdainfully spun her chair in all sorts of ways to call her. The boy continued, She is proud of Soo-hyun, and they somehow became friends again. The boy smiled brightly and continued, Anyway, Soo-hyun really loves the director. Hyuna heard this and replied, That's right, Soo-hyun really made a big step in this movie. Scene change in the parking lot. Suddenly a voice rang out making him turn his head to look, Soo-hyun. He saw the director and the woman next to her and was surprised and bowed. He said warmly, Director, I'm really impressed with the movie today. You did a good job. Yul-hong smugly waved her hand and said, Leave the flattery for later. You will have many difficulties ahead. The woman bowed her head to look at him and covered her mouth to laugh at him. Soo-hyun said in confusion, Really? Yul-hong happily said, But it's fun working with you, young man. After speaking, the two of them left. He looked at them from behind and said, Will I have a lot of work ahead? Sang-il replied, The movie was released very well. The premiere is also over. So that means, Chai-min suddenly tilted his head, touched his chin with his hand and said, Yes, it's best that I don't have to endure anything anymore. Soo-hyun heard the two of them talking and was helplessly frustrated. Sang-il suddenly said loudly in surprise, What? When did you get here? Chai-min proudly put his hand in a V shape on his chin and winked and said, Me? I'm waiting to talk to our hero here. Actor Soo-hyun. He smiled and continued, Moreover, the kid might be. Soo-hyun raised his fist high and said loudly, Your colleague. He looked at him helplessly and blankly, not understanding what was going on. He said helplessly, You said that sentence a lot, colleague? Chai-min bowed down, still holding his fist tightly, and happily agreed, I opened a Sang-il company. Kid, come in. Soo-hyun bluntly, raised his hand and refused this offer. He said, I don't want to. Chaimin sadly pouted, coquettishly said, Why? Do you really want to stick with that director? He replied, No, it's just that I can't stand your face anymore. Chaimin hugged him and kissed his cheek. Chut. He looked pitiful and said he was a little disappointed. But Soo-hyun is very smart. He uncomfortably used both hands to push him away, but to no avail. His voice trembled and said, Please stay away from me, while Sangil stood to the side looking at them, making him feel like he was a cat trying to avoid someone's kiss. Suddenly Soo-hyun saw the system appear. He was surprised and thought, Why is the camera window at this time? Soo-hyun turned his head to look and saw two female students laughing and talking happily. His hand was still trying to resist him. Seeing this, he thought, They must be fans. Chaimin still shamelessly said happily, So let's talk about the contract first. Suddenly a voice called the two of them. Sangil covered his mouth. The other hand pointed to the car and said, Why don't we go to a cafe instead of here? To let Soo-hyun change clothes too, the two looked at him blankly. Immediately after, all three of them went to a fancy cafe. Chaimin asked, Why don't we start before your Sangil brings the drinks? Sangil's company name is Crown Entertainment. He happily continued, Let's talk about the percentage agreement first. Does Soo-hyun know how much other actors are paid? Soo-hyun blankly replied, Yes, partly. He thought, I don't know much about child actors, but he thought to himself, The only thing I know is that when I was an idol before going back to the past, my income was really small due to the Sangil company. Soo-hyun thought, Besides, now I'm at a disadvantage because I'm still a child actor, not a grown-up actor. However, I still want to be paid more than before, at least 4 zeros. Chaimin excitedly raised both hands and said, Then I have an idea. The basic rate is 5-5, and we will pay for the training costs. Soo-hyun suddenly said loudly, What, 5-5? Chaimin interlaced his hands. His face excitedly said, Do you know what 5-5 is? Soo-hyun's eyes lit up and replied, Yes, you earn 100 coins, I get 50 coins. In the distance, Sangil was carrying drinks for the two of them. Chaimin patted his head and said, You're so smart. Soo-hyun looked at him blankly and asked, Do you mean I can get half the money? Chaimin happily took the drink and replied, We are more like a consultant than a Sangil person, thank you. He gave the cake to Soo-hyun and happily continued, They will support and guide you when you need it. Chaimin put the cake back and continued, But when it comes to choosing in reality, the actor's opinion is always given priority. Soo-hyun blankly looked at the cake. He picked up the fork on the table and asked in confusion, So, it's okay if I want to go in a different direction from Crown's plan? Chaimin raised both hands to create a square and said, I'm not trying to train new actors, I'm just opening a company to keep my favorite actors by my side and fully support them. Soo-hyun looked at him blankly. Soo-hyun gnawed on the cake, made a troubled face and thought, So that's the reason? Sangil looked at him frustratedly. He continued to think, a barrier to more generous things, basically, he just wants a plentiful source of money. Chaimin pointed at Soo-hyun and said, That's all I need, so I let the actors do the rest freely. Everyone already has a fixed trainer or school, so it's foolish for the company to try to change that. Right, you have an acting teacher, right? I don't know if I like that person or not, but I don't want you to have any other teachers. Soo-hyun clenched the fork in his hand and thought to himself, This is definitely an attractive offer. He thought, I'm feeling stressed as May is approaching, and because income is increasing too slowly, May is tax month, the month of family. Soo-hyun imagined himself happily and thought, If I join a Sangil company, Sangil's salary, legal issues and gym are all taken care of. He continued to think, If you think about it carefully, handling these things is really difficult. Thinking so, he shook his head to wake up. Chaimin saw this and smiled and said, And this is still a secret. He rested both hands on the table, tilted his head and continued, But actor Seo-han has also moved to our company. Hearing Chaimin say this, Soo-hyun raised his thumb, his eyes determined and said, I will sign the contract. Sangil next to him, who was drinking water, choked to the point of surprise. The two happily shook hands and agreed. Soo-hyun excitedly said, Good luck with your future efforts, boss. Chaimin happily said, Yes, I also wish you good luck. Mr. Kang, Soo-hyun, you have now officially signed a contract with Crown Entertainment. Sangil saw the two of them like this and thought to himself, Indeed, a master in business is different. Scene change. Seo-han and Soo-hyun were sitting talking to each other. Senior interlaced his hands and asked him in confusion, Are you sure it's okay to make a decision as soon as you hear my name? He sat opposite happily replied, definitely, Seo Han's name convinced me. Soo Hyun remembered something and said, but I have also discussed with my parents and manager. Seo Han smiled and said, I'm very happy to hear that. He remembered something and said, and also congratulations on becoming the #1 box office star for the Dark Road movie. I watched the movie, you acted very well. He heard this and asked in surprise and confusion. You watched it? What do you think? Seo Han replied, this is a light-hearted movie, perfect for spring. He thought for a moment and continued, and the director is new, right? Soo Hyun happily replied, yes, that's right. Seo Han touched his neck and said, although the plot is a bit lacking in cohesion, the editing is very clever. I can feel your dedication in the movie. You will be a talent in the field of theater. Soo Hyun said in surprise, Weo, you think so? In his heart he thought, Seo Han is really different. Suddenly, Chai Min appeared behind him. His face was sluggish, tears streaming down his face. His voice weakly said, Soo Hyun, you were scared and turned back in surprise and said loudly, what? When did you get here? He replied, when did I get here? This is my office. After speaking, Chai Min raised the movie disc and said, moreover, look, the Dark Road movie soundtrack album. Soo Hyun happily said, Weo, is the album coming out soon? Seo Han approached him to look at the disc and understood and smiled. This is the album that Crown said they would release because they agreed. With the producer, right? Chai Min smugly winked. He raised 4 fingers, excitedly said, that's right. The album has 4 different versions of Soo Hyun's main song performance. The number of pre-orders is very large. Soo Hyun heard this and excitedly raised his thumb and said, great idea. Chai Min was so complacent that his nose grew longer without knowing it. He closed his eyes smugly said, right. Seo Han looked at him and said, good for you, Soo Hyun, although Chai Min seems weird, but he is really good at doing business. Chai Min revealed a superior face to look at his senior and said, I'm also your senior. Seo Han denied, no, now we are boss and employee, so it has to be made clear. Chai Min said again, that's what you said when I asked you to stop filming and join Crown. He sighed and continued, yes, I really like that persistence. Soo Hyun helplessly smiled and thought, I know that, but Seo Han is the kind of person who only harasses real actors. Suddenly someone entered in a hurry and shouted, actor. It turned out to be Sangil, who was panting because he had just run here quickly. He held the phone in his hand. His face seriously said, we have to go to the airport immediately. All 3 looked at Sangil blankly. Soo Hyun didn't understand what was going on, so he asked again, airport? Sangil replied, yes, we are going to France. After speaking, Soo Hyun, Yo Hong and Sangil boarded a plane to France. At a magnificent red carpet party with glittering stage lights and thousands of people coming to participate. Soo Hyun was standing on the red carpet. He happily took pictures with Yo Hong and a man who was stroking his head. Soo Hyun smiled and thought to himself, I can't believe I'm in France. He looked up at Yo Hong posing for pictures. He thought to himself, director. Soo Hyun thought, you said I will have a lot of work ahead, is this it? He thought, thanks to you I got to take pictures and make a passport, just in case, but have to remember my speech, so I can't forget. Soo Hyun continued to think. Besides, suddenly he had an unexpected toothache and touched his face and shouted. Yo Hong saw him like this and worriedly asked, are you sick? He denied, no, I'm fine. She lifted her dress and said, really? Then follow me so you don't get lost. Soo Hyun worriedly smiled and said, yes. He thought to himself, I'll be fine. Reporters surrounded him for interviews. The Dark Road movie is a big success in Korea. Being at the Cannes Film Festival, you have been invited to compete for the Palme d'Or. How do you feel? Soo Hyun happily replied, I never imagined this. I feel very honored. The translator next to him translated it into French. The reporters heard this and laughed and asked, even in France there are many people talking about your violin skills when you were only 7 years old. What do you think? Do you want to win a beautiful award and show it to your parents? He happily replied, I want to win an award to make my parents proud. Suddenly Soo Hyun said sadly, but honestly, I don't think it will be so easy because the other actors are very good. The man holding him heard this and happily said, you are too modest. Soo Hyun thought to himself, I have won the Best Child Actor award in Korea. But it's different on the international stage. Besides, winning is just a reward. The two happily smiled at each other. Soo Hyun thought, just getting to the Cannes Film Festival at this age is already too great. At the awards ceremony, the host was reading the presentation. The host said, the Chopard Award belongs to Soo Hyun, in the Dark Road movie, as the best actor. Soo-hyun heard this and gaped his mouth, his eyes wide and not believing his ears. He thought to himself, what, how did I win the Chopard Award? The translator next to him happily whispered to him, oh my god, congratulations, you are the first Korean to win the Chopard Award. Soo-hyun bowed his head and said, sorry, translator. Soo-hyun looked up at her, his face scared, his whole body trembled, his eyes confused, his voice stammered and trembled and asked, what should I say? The translator saw this and helplessly said, you must be very worried. The host opened the gift box and said, the Chopard Award, often known as the Cannes Film Festival Rookie Award, is given to a male or female actor with a promising future. The host continued, from the bottom of my heart, I congratulate the little actor. Soo-hyun blankly opened his mouth and his eyes widened and thought to himself, I can't believe I won an award at Cannes. Soo-hyun slowly walked to the host. He thought to himself, what should I do? I didn't expect this to happen. Soo-hyun's numb hand moved forward and thought, I don't remember any speeches. Soo-hyun continued to think, if I knew this would happen, I would have stayed up all night to memorize it smoothly. Suddenly he slipped and shouted. Then Soo-hyun prepared to fall to the ground. A loud bang rang out. The host saw this and worriedly came to ask him, are you okay? Soo-hyun tried to stand up. His voice weakly said, I'm okay. He was surprised and didn't know when he had the reward in his hand. The host pointed forward to invite him. Everyone in the audience applauded to congratulate him. Suddenly the host discovered something. He lifted his foot and wondered, what? And the girl happily gave him the microphone. Soo-hyun bowed his head, stammered and said, thank you everyone for voting for me. He looked up and continued, I am very happy to win this unexpected award. He thought for a moment and said, and? Suddenly the whole audience was so surprised that their mouths dropped open. Soo-hyun saw this and didn't understand what was going on, so he was worried. The host held something that glowed. He turned his head and saw this and thought, no way. Soo-hyun saw a tooth on his hand. He thought to himself, my tooth, did I lose the one that was wobbly when I fell? The host clapped him and said, congratulations. He gave him the tooth. He looked at it in his hand and thought, meaning my face now. The host clapped and said, hooray. The whole audience suddenly said, Wayo, congratulations, and he was pale and trembling on the stage. The host said, still very young. Soo-hyun despaired to the extreme. 2 rows of tears rolled down. His voice stuttered and said, thank you. He saw this and praised him. So cute. Soo-hyun thought, so I have been recorded in history in front of everyone. After the award ceremony, the audience came to him and said one sentence, Blanche. He stood there blankly looking, not understanding what was going on. Soo-hyun went to Yul-hong and confusedly asked, everyone keeps calling me Blanche. What does that mean? She surprisingly folded her arms and said that Yul-hong laughed happily and replied, because you look like Blanche when you hold that tooth. That's the name of a girl, remember that. Soo-hyun heard this and was shocked and surprised. Soo-hyun was uncomfortably annoyed because everyone was laughing at him. He thought to himself, after that, I was teased for a long time. The next morning, the birds perched on the branches and sang cheerfully. Suddenly there was a sigh. A pair of hands were holding a picture of Soo-hyun receiving the award with a look of despair. Soo-hyun poked his head out and looked. His face said gloomily, Dad, Mom, you're looking at my embarrassing pictures again, right? The two of them heard this and looked at him in surprise. The father scratched his head, smiled awkwardly and said, were we caught? But Soo-hyun's mother held the picture covering her mouth, laughed happily and said, because Soo-hyun is so cool, handsome and lovely. Soo-hyun replied, do you two think this is funny? Soo-hyun showed a pitiful face and said, yesterday I couldn't sleep because I was afraid other kids would see and tease me. The father heard this and said in a whiny voice to him, you look so handsome, why should you worry? Soo-hyun's mother said, okay, let's go. Soo-hyun thought to himself, after a year of rest, I have also changed many baby teeth. This year I will be 8 years old. Soo-hyun grinned in front of the mirror. He happily admired and praised in his heart, growing straight as hell. The car stopped. Soo-hyun's mother said, Soo-hyun, we're here, let's get out of the car together. Soo-hyun put his hand on the car door. His face helplessly thought to himself, I'm back to this place again. He looked ahead and thought, elementary school. Soo-hyun and his parents took pictures together at the school. He thought, Soo-hyun entered elementary school. The teacher happily called Soo-hyun to stand up and said, each of you introduce yourself. He happily said, hello, I'm Soo-hyun. Nice to meet you all, the whole class surprisingly exclaimed. Suddenly a student spoke up. I saw him on TV. Another friend said, me too. I watched TV with my mom. He was surprised that many people recognized him. The girl turned to look at her friend and asked, really? Is he a celebrity? The friend next to her replied, I'm not sure. Is he famous? Another student said, my friend doesn't know him, but my parents like him very much. The other friend replied, but he's not very handsome either. Another student said, he looks like a normal person. Did he lie about being a celebrity? Soo-hyun heard his classmates talking about him. He was helplessly stunned, not knowing what to say. The teacher saw this and reminded his students, be quiet, he hasn't finished introducing himself yet, you guys. Scene change, at Crown Entertainment. Chime-in happily asked Soo-hyun, was your first day at school fun? He sat limply on the sofa and replied, it was okay. Soo-hyun's face was tired, said gloomily, except that my friends kept asking me if I was a celebrity during recess. Chime-in crossed his legs and put his hand on his thigh and laughed loudly. He said, I have found another opportunity for our hardworking actor. Chime-in raised his eyebrows and said, we will shoot a variety show. Soo-hyun blankly asked, variety show? Chime-in replied, that's right. Do you know Bone Hana, which is broadcast on EBC? He surprisingly jumped up and replied, yes, I know. Soo-hyun suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, Bone Hana has been broadcast for a long time. He thought, in my time, no child didn't watch Bone Hana. It was a show I used to like very much before returning to the past. He remembered the scene of him begging and pleading with his mother to watch the movie. Soo-hyun continued to think, but because of that scam, I didn't get to watch TV much anymore. He remembered the scene of him hiding at the door seeing his parents arguing. He thought to himself, even now, just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. Soo-hyun clenched his fist. Chime-in said, the thing is like this. He happily held the draft and said they planned to make the 1000th special episode. He surprisingly asked again, a special episode? Chime-in handed the draft and said, that's right, they planned to call it Children Reaching for Dreams. Soo-hyun took the draft from his hand. Chime-in said, the main idea is the image of children chasing their dreams wholeheartedly. The children who are guests will listen to live phone calls in turn. Like a guide, it's like a show that gives live advice. Chime-in smugly laughed at him and said, not too many people recognized you at school today, right? He rested his chin and continued, the benefit of taking a year off. Moreover, not many kids your age know you. Now you're in elementary school. Wouldn't it be great to appear on a variety show that your classmates watch? Soo-hyun tilted his head and said, that's true. So who will be the guests with me on this show? Chime-in laughed happily and said, the people you know. At EBC Company. The host waved his hand and said, today we will celebrate the 1000th episode of Bone Hana. The person next to him said, Whale, let's all clap with Hana. Bona smugly raised her hand in a V shape and said, because this is a special day, Bona has also invited very special guests today. Hana heard this and surprisingly said, Whale, I wonder who it is. Hana is so curious. Then both of them said, should we see who these guests are? Immediately after, the child actors appeared one by one. Soo-hyun happily raised his hand and said, hello, I'm Soo-hyun, 8-year-old child actor. Cora waved to everyone and said, I'm Cora, I'm acting in the Cinderella's younger sister movie, I'm 10 years old. Ji-yoon leaned over and said, I'm Ji-yoon, who starred with Soo-hyun in the movie Praise, I'm 12 years old. Bona raised her hand and said, Whale, 3 friends are pursuing their own dreams, so cool, so should we listen to the questions of other friends over the phone? Hana put the trumpet to her mouth and blew to cheer. The host, hello, the other end of the line replied, hello, I'm Go-eun, I'm a 4th grade student. The host asked, nice to meet you, what questions does Go-eun want to ask? Go-eun hesitated for a moment and replied, well, I like to draw. He continued, but my mom said that not everyone can draw and told me to go to school. The actors heard and sympathized with him. The host said, I understand, it must have been very sad. Hana pointed to her head and said, should we give the microphone to the advisors to answer Go-eun's question? What do you think about this, Ji-yoon? Ji-yoon folded his arms and seriously replied, even if that's your mother, this is completely wrong. Everyone has a dream. It's not right that we can't pursue it just because our parents forbid it. Ji-yoon continued, you should change your mind even if you have to argue with your parents. Hana heard this and nervously worriedly said, Whale, thank you for Ji-yoon's decisive opinion. Should we listen to Seora's thoughts? Seora worriedly stammered and replied, I think, shouldn't we listen to our mother first? Because Mom only wants the best for us. Go-eun said, but I've done everything my mom asked. I thought if I listened to my mom, she would support my dream, but that didn't happen and I'm very sad. Seora heard this and felt pity, stammered and said, I understand, that's a pity, so what should I do now? Ji-yoon turned to look at his classmate and said loudly, if that's your dream, you have to try hard for it. Hannah saw this and didn't know how to solve it. Hannah smiled awkwardly and said, it seems Seora loves her mother very much, so what about you, Soo-hyun? He raised one finger, thought for a moment and replied, I think you should write a letter expressing your thoughts to your mother, even if it's difficult, if you can take responsibility for your choice. And ask for your mother's support, wouldn't she reconsider? Go-eun replied, okay, I will write a letter to my mother, thank you. Soo-hyun worriedly looked at the two girls and thought to himself, these two people's views are too opposite, I have to be careful, but if everything goes smoothly like now, there will be no problem. He thought, contrary to his thoughts, the two of them's opinions couldn't be reconciled, and then their emotions were hurt. The screen suddenly showed the words, I have two close friends who are having a conflict, what should I do? Ji-yoon angrily said, because they are the ones who are arguing, they should solve the problem between themselves. Seora replied in a different direction, first you should listen from both sides and help them solve the problem. Ji-yoon uncomfortably said, but what if you get involved and make things worse? Seora was confused, stammered and said, but if I reconcile the conflict, they will feel better and play together again. Ji-yoon angrily scolded his female friend, why are you always caring about others, don't you have your own feelings? Seora worriedly said in a trembling voice, sorry? Soo-hyun, Bona and Hannah helplessly couldn't say anything. He worriedly thought to himself, it's really terrible, they are arguing on a live show. In a secluded corner of the room, the screenwriter was constantly criticizing Hyuna. What's going on? I've seen accidents of viewers during live broadcasts before, but this is the first time I've seen a guest act like this. As for Hyuna, she kept bowing her head to apologize. Out of options, the screenwriter had to leave. I'll give you 10 minutes, the MCs will improvise to buy some time. Solve this within 10 minutes and then come out, she called out to the kids behind her. Then, with emotion, we rehearsed the lines and prepared before the broadcast started, didn't we? Please try to do well, okay? Both Seora and Ji-yoon apologized in unison, but still refused to look at each other. At that moment, Soo-hyun gently tugged at Hyuna's sleeve while she was struggling to figure out what to do next. The boy whispered, please come with me for a moment. The two then went to a more private place. Hyuna curiously asked what was going on, and the boy said, it's about the next quiz program. Could you change the last questions into something else? Soo-hyun's odd request momentarily confused her. Into what, exactly? Soo-hyun whispered something into her ear. Not knowing how long it had been and what the boy had said, Soo-hyun confidently asserted, the atmosphere will improve if we change it to that. I'll try to do this. So please, Hyuna's eyes showed hesitation. However, she agreed with her only exception, saying then Hyuna left in a hurry. The initial plan was successful. Soo-hyun cautiously opened the door and looked in. He saw that the two girls were still not talking to each other, and the increasingly cold atmosphere would make his plan impossible to succeed. Suddenly Seora spoke, apologizing to Ji-yoon once again, which made Ji-yoon visibly uncomfortable. Why do you keep apologizing? Seora said, I think I ruined the atmosphere. No, seriously, why do you keep apologizing for that? Seriously, it's annoying, now there are only 5 minutes left. In a corner, Soo-hyun thought to himself, there's nothing left to believe in besides this. From his pocket, Soo-hyun took out a card and showed it to the two girls. Look at this. I got an Ari card from the bread yesterday. It's unbelievably popular, an extremely rare item. As expected, this worked on Ji-yoon, who was very surprised and quickly ran over to take a look. Although she liked it very much, Ji-yoon chose to play hard to get. Seeing this, Soo-hyun said, what's wrong with someone your age liking manhwa characters? Feeling called out, Ji-yoon jumped up and scolded, what are you talking about? It's not like that. Besides, that's not important now. Soo-hyun ignored the noise and asked Seora, which character in Ari do you like? While Ji-yoon sighed, thinking that's why children are like that, Seora said she liked the character Gami. Ji-yoon immediately reacted. She found common ground with Seora when they both liked the character Gami in the show. Really? I haven't seen many people who like Gami. Well, I said so, didn't I? Great. The awkward atmosphere from before was now completely dispelled by Soo Hyun's topic. At the same time, Hyuna listlessly entered. You kids, if you don't make up now, it'll be a big problem. What caught her eye was the scene of the two child actresses exchanging cartoon cards harmoniously. Soo Hyun spoke up, I think we're ready to go out now. Although a bit surprised, this was also a good thing, so Hyuna agreed with him. Outside the stage, the two MCs were still doing their job. Now, we will come to the end of Bonhana. When seeing the screenwriter below holding up a sign with the content, the guests are coming back. The male MC quickly understood and introduced, well, let's call our special friends once again. After a few greetings, Soo Hyun, Ji-yoon, and Cora each came onto the stage with the female MC's excitement. It's great to see you again. The most special segment has arrived. A lucky wheel is being brought out. This part is the Bonhana quiz program. If all three of you can give the same answer to our question, then you can spin the wheel and receive a gift. All three of you have a total of 3 chances, so let's try it. Coming to the first question, the screen shows 3 pictures along with a request from the organizers. Guess the correct answer that appears in your head from the next picture. Please give your answers. Soo Hyun quickly guessed that the answer was a violin, but it seemed that the other 2 teammates did not. Cora thought the answer was cucumber. Ji-yoon shook her head sadly as she couldn't give an answer. Only Soo Hyun's answer was correct. That's a pity, but there are still other opportunities. Now let's get to the second question. The topic is Cinderella. Describe what Cinderella dropped with a picture. If all 3 of you describe the correct answer with a drawing, you will pass the round. Will the 3 of you guess correctly this time? Please give your answers. Soo Hyun took the lead by drawing Cinderella losing her voice. However, this is not the program's answer. Next is Cora's drawing. She drew a glass slipper, but because of the scribbled strokes, the female MC mistook it for a gun. Finally, Ji-yoon's picture, an eye-catching glass shoe, quickly scored points. It was a perfect answer, however. Unfortunately, the 3 answers did not match. This is the last question. I hope the 3 of you will have the same answer this time. Please show the question. Between these 2 animals, which one do you like more? Answer 1 is dog and answer 2 is cat. Both Cora and Ji-yoon immediately gasped. Then, they both looked at each other, and immediately thought of Gammy. Seeming to have an answer, the 2 girls both turned their eyes to the only burden in the group, Soo Hyun. So now please give your answers. The animal you like is cat. Luckily all 3 chose answer 2. After a warm round of applause, all 3 child actors were very excited. You all wrote the same answer. We did it. Congratulations. Soo Hyun was invited up for an interview by the male MC, who asked him, how was our live Bonhana broadcast today? I'm really happy to be on the special episode of Bonhana that I love. Actually, I like dogs more, but I wrote cat because my friends were staring at me so scary, Ji-yoon embarrassedly said. When did we ever do that? Next up was Cora, who also gave her thoughts. It seems like you're closer than the first time Ji-yoon came. Did you have fun today? I don't think I'll ever forget today. I thought I ruined the atmosphere, but thanks to Soo Hyun and you, we could complete it so well, especially Ji-yoon. When everyone went into the backstage, Ji-yoon quietly called Cora back. I'm sorry if anything I said earlier hurt you, but I wish you could talk more comfortably without worrying about what other people think. It's just that we have different opinions. No one is wrong. These words were all sincere from Ji-yoon. Cora couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed. Ji-yoon, thank you. Why are you crying? At first I thought you were annoying, but surprisingly we communicated so well when we actually talked. I used to think that if someone was different from me, they couldn't be friends, but today my thinking has changed because we're different in many ways, but we like the same things, right? Soo Hyun, who was not far away, felt relieved. At first I was worried about what would happen when the atmosphere got bad, but now I'm glad that they both became good friends with each other. After taking a group photo together, both girls also gave Soo Hyun some cards to keep as a souvenir. After returning home, Soo Hyun brought back a bunch of candy. The boy sat alone enjoying it on the sofa. Jimin then approached. Our star seems to have had a great day at school today, right? Soo Hyun excitedly recounted, yes, my classmates gave me all this. I'm glad I took Jimin's advice and appeared on Bonhana. Recalling when he first entered the class, many classmates sent him candy along with a confession. Soo Hyun, I saw you on Bonhana. You're really cool. Here's a gift. Please eat it. Thanks to it, I managed to polish my name as soon as I returned, and Cora and Ji-yoon became best friends. Returning to reality, Soo-hyun obediently told Chime-in, "I'm so glad to have a profound boss like you." This compliment made him extremely excited. "Oh my god, why are you so sweet? But this stylish boss of mine has made a proposal even sweeter than candy," Chime-in said. "Really?" "Yes, it's a movie audition proposal. Let's see, the role you will play is..." Soo-hyun speculated whether it could be the second generation of Chaebol or play the role of a prince in a historical romance movie would be great. However, Chime-in's next words completely extinguished the boy's passion. An addicted father to gambling and alcohol, a simple mother became a religious devotee, taking care of the eldest who is rebellious and the youngest who is shy. You will play the second son who provides for the family alone. How is it? Soo-hyun sullenly replied, "That's a sad family movie." The stack of documents in Chime-in's hand was timed to come into use, only to see him take out a few sheets of paper and say, "I have a slightly different idea." This writer, unlike his previous cliched works, seems to have created something quite impressive this time. Inside that piece of paper was an image of a crustacean monster. Soo-hyun was attracted because it looked very familiar. After that, the boy asked Chime-in about the name of this movie. It was known that the title was Monster. Directed by Jae-hee, this time Soo-hyun was frightened. His eyes revealed panic. Transition to a movie theater. Soo-hyun's family was present here, but the boy didn't seem too happy. "I want to go to the amusement park," his parents comforted him. "This is a movie with a dinosaur monster that Soo-hyun likes very much. Aren't you very happy?" Soo-hyun then pouted, "But dinosaurs aren't monsters." 2 hours passed. After the movie ended, his view had completely changed. "From now on I will be a fan of the monster director." When he was in his previous life, Soo-hyun had seen director Jae-hee's monster film, which was released in major theaters. Just as expected. "I'm proud to live in the same land as director Jae-hee." Indeed, as expected, she is a legend in the Korean creature film industry. Director Jae-hee is truly a master. Chime-in asked Soo-hyun, "How about it, want to try it?" The boy immediately grabbed the piece of paper. "Yes, I want to do this." As expected, he knew you would say that, so he applied for the audition in advance. "How deeply does this person see into me?" Soo-hyun was a little curious. "But the summary is a secret. How did you get such a graphic idea?" "No way. I stole it for you." This seemingly joking statement made Soo-hyun silent. "Isn't that too bold?" Chime-in said vaguely, "When I'm curious, I can't stop myself, especially when there's such a considerable amount of money." So in short, they're auditioning for what will appear in a family movie, but in reality, it will be an action horror movie or a science fiction movie. An ordinary family meets a monster, overcomes the crisis and becomes a harmonious family. Something like that, Chime-in added. The more he spoke, the more Soo-hyun ascertained. Maybe you're more suitable for a fortune-telling shop than a talent company. Right at the audition room of the monster film, a note was posted outside the door. Waiting room for monster movie audition candidates. No unauthorized entry. There were many boys and girls who shared the same thoughts as Soo-hyun, so they were here very early. An employee gave the script to each candidate, and gave some instructions. On the other hand, our candidates are in crisis. We only have 30 minutes left until the audition. Do we have to memorize all of this right now? No, our acting teacher said that we only need to remember the lines mentioned in the audition announcement. That's right. And suddenly giving it to us means that we can act based on the script, right? Soo-hyun realized with emotion, so the audition started from when we got our numbers. The text may look quite long, but it's just numbering. The real dialogue is only about 12 sentences. If you can't even remember this much, it means you don't meet the standards. I thought they would only focus on acting, but they are testing the candidates in many ways. Suddenly a strange hand gently touched Soo-hyun. The boy sensed this and was a little startled. A boy around 6 years old came to Soo-hyun. "What's wrong? How can I memorize all of this?" With his sparkling eyes. Soo-hyun was just a name. He was even persuaded by the power of those eyes. If I could remember like him while teaching, that would be great. After that, Soo-hyun asked the boy to sit next to him to make it easier to instruct. "It's time for the audition," the staff said. "Candidate number 5, Soo-hyun, please come in." "Yes." In front of the 3 senior judges, Soo-hyun said loudly, "Hello, I'm actor Soo-hyun. The time is quite short. Have you memorized an important part of the script?" "Yes." One of them was the most powerful woman in the movie, director Jae-hee. She asked the boy to start. Based on his ability, Soo-hyun gradually showed difficult movements, along with a very catchy anecdote. This quickly scored points with one judge, impressive. Although the boy is acting alone, it feels like there is a co-star. Another request was sent. Okay, let's move on to the last scene. This time with the support of someone in the organization, he played a gangster and opened with a stern question. Where did you hide the money? Soo-hyun quickly took on the role. I don't know. Dad never earned a penny for us, so why are you looking for money from me? After speaking, an idea suddenly flashed in Soo-hyun's head. Only to see the boy turn to comfort the heir. Say, Jean, don't cry. It's okay, I'll protect you. This time it completely captured the judge's attention. He was so surprised that he dropped his pen. Very good, actor Soo-hyun, please wait outside. Yes, thank you. When the boy left, the two judges kept praising. A can-recognized actor is really on another level. Of course, it's hard to believe that the boy is only 8 years old. I'm looking forward to this movie a lot, right, director? Unlike the noise of the two of them, he just folded her arms and sat there thinking. She didn't even say a word. Before the call of her colleague, he had to open her mouth, as I thought. It would be better if the second child died. This decision shocked the whole group. On the other hand, outside Soo-hyun was still eagerly waiting for the results. In Sanjul's car, Soo-hyun was stunned when he learned the truth. You're going to die? Even he couldn't believe this script. Why am I going to die? I think everything will be more natural if the story gradually leads to my death. Is there a problem? Soo-hyun stammered while reading, but obviously, for sure, this script written before the reincarnation has been changed. In the monster movie, I play the second son Hyun. Hyun is the character who, while running away from the monster with his younger sister Se-jin, meets his father again, who has regained consciousness, and is protected by him. But the script written in here is so different. Soo-hyun was still worried about this strange script. I'm not sure if the change from the original script is good or bad. However, Sangil spoke up and expressed his point of view. I don't know what you're worried about, but in my opinion, I believe that if Hyun survives the monster and receives the protection of his father, the original role and depth of the character will be reduced. A few lines of inner thoughts suddenly appeared. It's true, the pressure, loneliness, resentment and pain of having to take on the work of the family at such a young age. A boy who is forced to grow up for his beloved younger sister. Ironically, with this script change, he will become the most memorable character. But I don't want the future to be completely changed and cause a butterfly effect, just because of this modified script. To prevent that, before reincarnation I need to act as much like the original Hyun as possible. The problem lies with my younger sister's role. The Se-jin character setting has also been changed. Soon after, Soo-hyun's car stopped in front of the star acting school. A beautiful girl approached and started talking to him. You're going to start filming tomorrow, right, Soo-hyun? Yes. You seem more nervous than usual. What's wrong? Looking at his attitude, it must be that the question just now was necessary. Soo-hyun was a little reluctant. What should I say? I'm feeling worried because the script has been edited, changed too much compared to the script before my reincarnation? After a long time, Soo-hyun still didn't answer. The girl suddenly thought, the boy already has the whole script in his hand, so he's probably not worried about making a mistake. There was no other way. The girl chose to call Soo-hyun's name. Then there was a warm encouragement. Based on your ability, you can portray the role perfectly. That's an extremely impressive talent. But now, she wants you to experience the feeling of immersing yourself and acting to the point where you become one with the character. To the point where you can't tell where you are or who you are. Everything becomes vague, small to the point where you don't even notice, considering her words. Soo-hyun wondered if he had never immersed himself in the role while acting before. Only to see her laugh softly. The moment you feel your body moving unconsciously without calculation, that's when you will forget all the worries that are present. And then when that happens, Soo-hyun, you will understand the true joy of acting. Until August, Soo-hyun was at the filming set of the movie he was pursuing. Right here, he met many collaborators who were much older than him. Among them was a special character. When Soo-hyun was awkwardly rehearsing, the voice of a child rang out, Soo-hyun. Hurry up, I've been waiting for ages. It was surprising that this child was the boy Soo-hyun met at the audition last month. Soo-hyun quickly started talking. Hello Eun-seo, did you rehearse the script a lot? After practicing in the way you taught me, I remembered my lines much better, the boy said. Eun-seo initially auditioned for the role of the second son Hyun, but was chosen for the smallest role Se-jin. The character Se-jin, played by Eun-seo, was originally only a 5-month-old baby. Changing the actor for the role of Se-jin, like the death of Ha-yoon, was beyond my expectations. I need to calm down to avoid the vague things in the future. Until Soo-hyun saw Eun-seo's radiant smile. How can I resist this cuteness? Thinking, Soo-hyun pulled the boy into the film set. Now we will shoot the scene between Ha-yoon and Se-jin. Let's go, Eun-seo. Yes, Hyun. In the scene between the two brothers, the director asked to stop because the target had been reached beyond expectations. Well done, you two look like real brothers. Eun-seo smiled and said, we were praised. In response to the boy, Soo-hyun was also very happy to bring joy to both sides. I don't know if this is the feeling of having siblings or not. I've always been an only child. If I had a younger sister like this, I wouldn't ask for anything more. The sky had turned sunset color. The staff were busy preparing for the next scene. The road is completely normal. The actors, please come here for a moment. Director Jae, he instructed the two children. You both know that today's scene will be extremely intense, right? We will shoot the entire scene of Ha-yoon and Se-jin escaping from the relentless pursuit of the monster through the narrow alleys, until both are exhausted and find a hiding place. In one continuous shot. It may be a little challenging, but you both can do well, right? Yes, Soo-hyun and Eun-seo confidently said that we have practiced hard for today. Great, then let's go to the filming location. After preparing everything, he started filming. According to the script, Soo-hyun took heavy steps running in the dark alley. The two brothers in the sunset were running forward with all their might. Se-jin, hold on, just a little more. But the boy's physical condition did not allow him to do this. The gasping now drowned out the fear in both. Just keep running like this until that corner. When approaching a safe point, suddenly a cat passed by. It accidentally bumped into a broom placed next to the wall. Because there was no support, the broom fell to the ground, just in time to block Ha-yoon's path. When he realized it, the situation had become terrible. Suddenly many things appeared in Soo-hyun's head. Everything was scenes from somewhere. This is a continuous one-time shot. I can't make mistakes. This will definitely be a mistake. I need to be fast. Get up again. Soo-hyun at the last moment ran into an obstacle and lost his balance. Eun-seo also followed and was pulled away by him. Even so, luckily Soo-hyun managed to wrap his arm around and cover the boy's body. Then completely fell down. The fall caused Soo-hyun to be bruised on the arm. Thankfully it was just an external wound. Eun-seo was unharmed because he was protected. Soo-hyun was worried about the boy's situation, so he tried to call, "Are you okay, Eun-seo? Does it hurt anywhere? Thanks to you covering me, so I'm fine, thank goodness. Can you run again?" Yes. The two once again stood up and continued to run away. Until seeing the staff and the film crew there, Soo-hyun and Eun-seo were willing to get out of character. Cut, bring the first aid kit here. However, everything was out of control. Soo-hyun's body for a few seconds tilted forward and showed signs of imbalance. "Are you okay?" Eun-seo asked. Next, the boy collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. Soo-hyun completely lost consciousness with many injuries on his body. At Sanrim University Sacred Heart Hospital. The situation was quite critical. He was taken to the operating room. Chae-min breathlessly waited anxiously outside the operating room. After a period of waiting in frantic fear, I finally saw the doctor emerge from that cold, deathly room. Chae-min suddenly felt even more worried when he saw the doctor coming out with a sad face. Chae-min was extremely panicked and disoriented, rushing to the doctor and eagerly asking, "Doctor, how is Soo-hyun?" The doctor replied with a serious but hesitant expression, "Patient Soo-hyun." Seeing the doctor's demeanor, Chae-min could barely keep his composure. A silence filled his mind. What's happening? Is it that serious? Doctor, please save Soo-hyun. Seeing Chae-min's state, the doctor had to compose himself. Guardian, please calm down first. Patient Soo-hyun is currently at Ward 318, the room where Soo-hyun is recovering. He is being taken care of with great dedication and is in perfectly good health with a relaxed mood. He was a little surprised to see Chae-min enter. Soo-hyun's father saw Chae-min and said, "I told you we were in the ward. Why did you go to the surgery room?" Chae-min didn't expect that he had been worrying unnecessarily because he misheard. He remembered when he rushed to the hospital, he heard a couple crying and calling out Soo-hyun in front of the surgery room, so he assumed. Hearing this, Soo-hyun smiled brightly to reassure him, "I'm okay. I just pushed myself too hard and fainted, but the injury isn't serious." However, Chae-min was still very worried for him and stepped closer, saying, "An actor's body is a kind of asset. More importantly, Both your dad and mom don't want you to get hurt. It's not wrong to try hard, but put your health first, understand? Hearing Chai Min's words of instruction, Soo-hyun had to bow his head in agreement. Soo-hyun's mother also started to worry and nag. While holding Soo-hyun's small hand, she said, "Mom knows how much you love acting, but you need to be healthy first before you can do what you want." Soo-hyun felt the warmth of a family in everyone's words and concern, which was the happiness he had at that moment. Chai Min and Sang-il left the room. As they walked, Chai Min sighed in relief. "When I heard he was injured, I thought of so many things. But thankfully, he only needs to rest for a few days." Sang-il chuckled, recounting, he even wanted to read the script while he was injured. He said he wanted to practice reactions while recovering. Hearing this, Chai Min was speechless at Soo-hyun's passion. Chai Min said, "Then I, the director, shouldn't let my actor's determination go to waste," and immediately took out his phone to call the marketing manager. "Give him the task to complete immediately because this is our company's top priority." Beginning of a new day. It seemed that Soo-hyun couldn't stay still in the hospital, and wanted to go to work right away. Sang-il saw him being discharged early and asked, "You should be resting." "But you really want to keep working? But you can't be distracted when you rest. Besides, working is fun, not just the script but also the character I'm playing." He felt happy when he was working, so nothing could hinder the passion of an artist's fire. "Because this character is quite special, he makes me feel sad. He can't even afford a normal daily life, only taking care of the child when the mother is away." In his first encounter with the monster, he was accused of being a liar for mistaking the monster for a dog. He warned everyone around him of the danger, even getting mocked, and ultimately faced death. Such a pitiful, lonely life. He's completely different from me, but the more I think about it, the more painful it is, like I can't do anything. Sang-il then spoke about the changes compared to before. "Before, you acted only to capitalize on your talent and create fame, but now you seem to truly love this job." Soo-hyun, due to his still childlike physique, was a little tired from his recently recovered health and leaned against the pillows, responding to Sanjo's comment. "Is that so? But isn't it fun to be immersed in the fame that's growing every day? And of course, my bank account has more money too." Mentioning money made his eyes light up, clearly spelling out the word money. Soo-hyun added, "But it's true, as Sang-il said, it's more than that now. This is also the first time I feel like I'm completely immersed in something." Soo-hyun smiled brightly and excitedly looked at Sang-il, saying, "Discovering this side of me is also very interesting." Seeing this kid's enthusiasm, Sang-il felt very proud. He said, "If that's how joy comes to your acting, then I should help you more." Upon arriving at the company, he saw Eun-seo sobbing as he ran towards him. The boy sobbed and asked, "Are you okay? Are you feeling better?" It seemed the boy was very worried about his health. Eun-seo burst into tears, recounting the days he wasn't there, waiting to see him, and how he acted well in his absence. "So when you come back, you won't have to be tired anymore. You'll think quickly." Soo-hyun patted the boy's head and said, "Thank you. Thanks to you, I think I've recharged enough energy for today's shoot." The assistant also said that Eun-seo did very well on this important day, as this was Ha-yoon's last scene. Hearing this, Soo-hyun thought, Ha-yoon's last scene? According to what was in the script, this scene was about the younger sister being sleepy. While the older brother was trying to coax his younger sister to sleep, they suddenly encounter a monster in the place they thought was the safest. That is, their home. This scene is very difficult because he has to run away very precisely, because the monster scene will be done with CG. To protect his younger sister, the main character has to face many things. The biggest thing here is fear, no matter how strong the monster is and how difficult it is. In this final moment, the brave older brother must protect his younger sister at all costs. He will have to fight fiercely. After the camera turned off, he was praised by everyone and was truly a star. After the successful filming of the scene, everyone held a party together and had a great time. Director Jae-hee sat next to her and praised him a lot. "You've been very diligent, so you did very well in the end." Soo-hyun politely said, "Not at all, director. I really enjoy it. Good luck with the remaining scenes." Director Jae-hee said, "I never thought Ha-yoon would receive so much attention." "Thank you. Please look forward to the results. And please get some rest. See you at the dubbing session later." Soo-hyun happily responded with a cheerful thank you to her. Then they both enjoyed the party. The director then turned to ask, "Do you have any plans for your next project?" Soo-hyun seemed to want to focus on his studies for now. The two continued to eat. The director turned to ask again, "But you'll do 1 or 2 projects a year, right?" Soo-hyun said, "I think at least 1 project." She turned back to eating, but Soo-hyun felt a little awkward at this time. He turned to ask, "Why are you asking about my next project?" "Director Jae," he frankly said, "actually, there's still a design stage. But I want you to be the main lead in my next project." Hearing the invitation from a famous director like Jae, he was a little surprised and happy inside. This was truly a golden opportunity for him, so he had to seize it. Soo-hyun excitedly said, "I want to participate in the director's next project, and in the future too." The two were talking when someone suddenly chimed in. "This really seems like a confessional here." He turned to tell the director, "Aren't you favoring him too much? You have to come to our table too, we're all waiting for you, director." Jae sighed repeatedly, "Okay, I know." But as she stood up, Director Jae still looked towards Soo-hyun. She signaled that she would call him later. Soo-hyun responded with a happy smile. The collaboration call from the director I admire, meeting the Kyutoon CEO, and seeing another side of myself, a side passionately immersed in acting to the point of forgetting everything around me. Although the changes in the future may make my life more difficult, at least today I feel like I truly want to indulge in this artistic joy. The next day dawned, a truly refreshing and exhilarating new day. Everywhere, covers about the film he was acting in appeared on every platform. The poster of the film I Will Protect You, Monster of Soo-hyun was hung very large on the wall of the company. It was so big that people had to exclaim at his fame. Seeing these posters about their son's fame, his parents were even more excited than Soo-hyun. His mother, she was extremely proud of her son. When he was injured while filming last year, her heart ached so much. His father had to chime in, "That's right, I was also afraid to see him get hurt again," but he still finished filming the movie, and even filmed commercials afterwards. As parents, who wouldn't be proud to see their son like that? He affectionately patted Soo-hyun's head and praised, "Our son is amazing." Of course, he knew that Soo-hyun was extremely proud of himself. When he saw his parents so happy, Soo-hyun leaned forward to thank President Choi-min, who had supported him a lot. He boasted, "I received a smartphone for the ad. The president said my image, which transcends limitations, is very suitable for the product, thanks to the president's strong encouragement of my offensive acting." Choi-min smiled and turned around, saying, "Hearing that really touches me." Sang-il added, "But you can't film in such a dangerous way like that again, okay?" Soo-hyun smiled awkwardly, "Yes, I struggled with those after effects for a whole year." He started complaining, "My back hurts, and my ankle is sprained." Choi-min helplessly felt like a 9-year-old child was like an old man. Finally, the premiere had arrived. It was today, the day that had finally come, the premiere of the movie Monster. Fans of the film were excited to take pictures with the poster in front of the movie theater. One friend saw that her friend had the phone that Soo-hyun modeled for and was extremely excited and surprised. The other friend said, "My parents bought it for me as a reward for my improvement in my final year. Amazing! I'm so jealous. I'm going to take a lot of pictures with this at today's premiere." The two of them were very much looking forward to the debut today. The opening of the film showed a murderer creating poison. A terrifying monster was created. The main character and his younger sister were enjoying themselves, watching ducks by the lake very happily together. Suddenly, something scary appeared and attacked. The older brother saw the ducks by the lake being attacked with a panicked expression. The monster with the strange shape attacked the ducks in the lake. It was a strange monster that stole the duck and disappeared. He went to report it to the police, but no one believed him. They just said, "You probably saw a hungry stray dog, kid. The police station isn't a place to catch dogs." No one believed the older brother. Tragedy just kept happening to the two siblings. It seemed like a tragic life was unfolding in the lives of these two young siblings. Their parents didn't get along, and the two siblings had to endure haunting times with the adults' curses and scolding. A life that was not very peaceful, with only the older brother by their side to protect and take care of his younger sister. But now, who will heal the wounds for the two siblings? The younger sister can be protected and loved by her older brother, but who will protect that pitiful older brother? Not only did they not receive love from their parents, but the two pitiful siblings also had nothing to fill their stomachs on a rainy night, a moldy house, and two small, wounded hearts. The younger sister was really too hungry and her stomach was growling. The older brother could only cook a bowl of noodles for his younger sister. The younger sister seemed to have fallen asleep because she couldn't bear the hunger. But what could she do? The situation could not be salvaged by the adult's cold-heartedness. Despite this, the older brother still took care of her. A life that was not very peaceful became even more tragic when he saw something scarier that night. The monster from the lakeside in the afternoon. Why did it appear in the house? The older brother, although still young, was very smart. He immediately closed the cabinet door to protect his younger sister's safety first. Then he grabbed the rope near the kitchen. He tightened the door so that the little girl would be safest without going outside, hiding her away from the scary thing outside. It really appeared before his eyes. The big and scary thing was looking into the room. What could a small boy do? Although trembling with fear, the tenacious older brother still took up what he could fight with and stood up to protect his innocent little sister. He will definitely protect her. The scene steeped in the stench of blood made people terrified and horrified. Would he defeat the monster or be swallowed by it? The two friends watching the movie below were stunned. Tears started to stream down. The two friends praised it to the utmost. This will definitely be a big hit. I have goosebumps all over my body. Me too. Especially Soo Hyun's acting is unquestionable. The movie was well made, but even the character Ha-yoon played by Soo Hyun was even more heartbreaking. That's right, he only appeared in the beginning, but he left such a deep impression. I'm so glad to be a fan of Soo Hyun. Since today was the premiere, there would be a Q&A session for the actors. MC, please invite the gentleman in the blue shirt to ask a question. The blue shirt man confessed, I am a super big fan of director Jae-hee. The monster in this movie is so scary that my legs were shaking. Actually, I still have a little bit of that feeling. I need to go to the bathroom right now. Hearing him say that, everyone burst into laughter. The genuine acting of the actors also elevated the roles and narrated the immersive experience of the entire film. The audience strongly agreed with this. Someone asked specifically, I heard that an actor played a character to experience a trauma. I'm curious about how the director felt at that time. Hearing this, both the director and Soo Hyun were stunned. The director spoke up, it sounds like an excuse, but when Soo Hyun fell, I intended to yell cut because the situation at that time was extremely dangerous. He protected his younger sister, so his arm was injured. The situation at that time was extremely unexpected, and everyone was panicked and worried non-stop. Therefore, the director yelled cut. But somehow, Soo Hyun still continued to act. A face full of determination with his role. So the director saw that and couldn't stop. People around said, Director, we need to treat him first. But she saw that he wasn't fighting to be treated. This boy was convincingly portraying his character, even when aware of the monster following behind. But he wouldn't let go until he completed the scene. I felt guilty for putting such a big burden on actor Soo Hyun because of my ambition, but I was also very happy for him to have completed the film with a passion even greater than the director himself. Jae-hee turned and pointed to Soo Hyun, telling everyone, although I feel very sorry for Soo Hyun, I hope he will continue to work with us in future projects. Of course, for him, that is an honor for his family, and Soo Hyun himself. For the next question, everyone quickly raised their hands. A friend with a cheering board shouted loudly to be invited to ask a question. Because she met and talked directly with the actor she loved, she seemed hesitant and stammering, I am a super big fan of Soo Hyun. It seemed that Soo Hyun remembered that she had come to the coffee truck event. The two girls were very happy to be remembered by their idol. How can he be so cute? Smart and perfect? I will always be his fan. The two continued to express that they had been fans for a long time, and had been watching his acting. Soo Hyun was always good at acting. But this film is different. It's like he really became the character he played. I think this film will leave a deep impression not only on the fans but also on the general audience. So do you have any specific goals you want to achieve through this film? The two of them were very much looking forward to his answer. Soo Hyun happily replied, when it reaches 10 million viewers within a month. Someone watching him online had to exclaim, oh my god, he's still the same. He's always ambitious. That person was none other than Seo-han, the senior Soo Hyun always admired, who was proud of him. Looking up at the poster, it was indeed true to his words. The film Monster had exceeded 10 million viewers just 3 weeks after its release. At the company at this time, it seemed that everyone was congratulating Soo-hyun for reaching 10 million viewers. Everyone said, "Congratulations. You haven't even turned 10 yet, and you already have 10 million viewers. A record." That's right. At this time, Soo-hyun had a lot of fans who recognized him and asked to take pictures with him. After the film became more widely known and popular, everyone gave Soo-hyun praise. Our Soo-hyun is so talented that he should be given the Best Actor award instead of the Best Child Actor, right? That's right. The only limitation is his age. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice from somewhere called out, "Congratulations, Soo-hyun." Turning around, the familiar figure and voice was none other than Seo-han. As soon as he was praised, Soo-hyun congratulated Seo-han on winning the Best Actor award. He smiled and said, "I came to congratulate you, but I'm being congratulated in return." "Thank you?" Seo-han added, "It's been almost a month since the film was released, but I only saw it the other day." "I'm sorry." The boy started to show off that he had saved all of Seo-han's feedback that he sent him yesterday. While he was showing off to Seo-han, someone took his phone. It turned out to be Chae-min who took it. He read it and asked, "So the postponement of my message yesterday was because you were busy replying to this?" The director acted aggrieved, sniffling and saying, "That's right, after all, it's from Seo-han, the one you admire and love so much. It's only natural to reply late to the less valuable brother." Seeing that, Soo-hyun was embarrassed for his director. Then he changed the subject to a different direction. "Oh right, Seo-han, you said you wanted to meet me today, right? What's the matter?" After being ignored for a while, Chae-min turned to ask, "Do you have money?" Soo-hyun froze, stiff and surprised. It became a scene where the director bullied the employee and demanded money. Then he went to the waiting room. The president explained more clearly, "Actually, it's not a big problem, but your parents haven't touched your bank account, right? So I thought you might have some savings." But he still held on to his money bag, afraid that the director would steal the savings of a child. "That's wrong and illegal." Chae-min was speechless. "Don't misunderstand, I'm richer than you." Soo-hyun said, "I heard that rich people build their wealth by taking from ordinary people." Then he also pretended to be, "That's right, my mom is known for touching something. She will squeeze it dry until the last drop. But I'm not that extreme." Soo-hyun started to get curious. "Then why did you ask me about money?" Chae-min smiled and replied, "It's a waste to just save it. You should invest in developing it, but at your age, it's a little difficult to do it alone. So if you're interested, I'll help you." Soo-hyun still couldn't believe his director. But thinking about it, he also felt it was right. His parents weren't very passionate about money, so there was a considerable amount in this account, and as usual, in May, that paper would come again. He thought about paying taxes to the government, and tears streamed down. Thinking about it, Chae-min probably wouldn't do that, but what if? "Trust me and give me the money, you trust me, right? I know a good investment opportunity." He imagined a scene of an old fox luring a pitiful young lamb. He thought he should block him immediately and then asked, "But how do I invest?" Chae-min smiled a charmingly seductive smile. "If you're interested, I can introduce you to a capable asset manager." The young lamb began to get caught in the trap. Soo-hyun seemed to be getting interested. The director began to turn into an old fox, luring a child. "Let me arrange a solid asset manager for you," he thought. "He has read me like a book. The first thing today, I will explain everything in detail to your parents. If they allow it, you can go see him. If you're going to be so grateful, you should treat me better. Not just different when you're with me, got it?" Soo-hyun immediately appeased Chae-min's anger. Then he began to act pitiful and complain, "I'm so hurt at times like this. Don't you know how precious you are to me? You're cute and good at acting, and you do everything well." Although Soo-hyun thought in his heart, "That's obvious," he couldn't say it. 3 days later, the manager that Chae-min introduced to help him manage his finances appeared to meet him, and greeted him very politely, even though he was just a child. "Hello, I am financial planning specialist Guk-jung. I really like your movie, Soo-hyun. First of all, we will invest in safe options. If anything changes, I will contact both your parents and you." Soo-hyun was quite satisfied with this person. He's an experienced and knowledgeable person, and he doesn't ignore me even though I'm young. Guk-jung began to explain, "These seem to be safe investment options currently. Do you want to choose them?" He immediately agreed. Soo-hyun suddenly called him, making his heart unable to restrain his emotions in front of such a lovely child. Soo-hyun said, "There's something I want to invest in." He was happy because it seemed he had researched beforehand. When asked what he was considering, he thought, and then replied, "I am considering the website company Google in the US and also the Coca-Cola Corporation as top choices. I also want to invest in cryptocurrency." He said, "That field is uncertain, are you sure?" But Soo-hyun remained firm and certain in his decision. Sang-il, sitting next to him, also gestured to him to agree to his request. "Okay, I understand. We will proceed according to your direction." In the evening, after Soo-hyun's father came home from work, it seemed that his father had just come back from a class reunion, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. It was good to relax for a while with everyone after a long time. Both his parents were affectionate with each other, asking about each other, and neglecting their son. He felt so lonely. After his father came out of the bathroom, he boasted, "A friend of mine brought this for you." It was a collection of children's books, all kinds of volumes. His mother said, "Why did you buy this? We don't need it." But his father asked, "Do you remember Kiho? Is that the friend from kindergarten, middle school, and high school?" "That's right. We lost contact for a while, but he came to the class reunion." His mother was delighted and said, "I think he has a younger brother." His father praised his mother, "Your memory is good. The one who gave our son this set of books is Kiho's younger brother. He is such a kind person, but we should return the favor." "Right." While the two of them were talking, Soo-hyun had started his meal and was skimming through some of these books. Suddenly his father mentioned Kaibam. It was like a bolt of lightning out of the blue for him. This person introduced him to a good investment opportunity that seemed promising and trustworthy. He had already given him a small amount in advance. Soo-hyun's mother had told her husband to be careful about investing, and then continued, "Our son also met that manager today. Like father, like son. This investment." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. The fork Soo-hyun was holding fell, creating a loud sound that startled everyone. His mother picked up the fork and asked her son if he was okay. In Soo-hyun's mind at this moment, only Kaibam's name seemed to be echoing. How could he forget that name, even for a moment? The culprit who divided and caused financial difficulties for his family. He is a swindler, Kaibam. He wondered, has that guy appeared in front of us again? A cunning fellow. I still remember it vividly, as if it were just yesterday. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped our family. My father, a person who worked for the public, faced disciplinary action for violating his duties. My mother, who had been freelancing while taking care of me, returned to work at the company. And for me, it was even worse, giving a presentation about daily life, reintroducing my family. Fragments of memories from that time kept shattering from that day on. Becoming a shy and timid child, shrinking away from everything. Even at a very young age, I was very aware of who was responsible for all of this. My parents argued a lot. From the heated exchanges between my parents, that name was always blurted out with screams. A swindler who used his relationship with my father to infiltrate and, after plunging our family into debt, disappeared without a trace. Today, that man has reappeared, even a few months earlier than in my previous life. The name Kaibam, which haunted Soo-hyun and couldn't be forgotten, made him think a lot. Someone called him, and he suddenly woke up. Sang-il saw something strange about him. "I saw you frowning. Is there anything bothering you?" Soo-hyun reluctantly revealed the truth. "There's someone who keeps appearing in my mind. That's why I've been thinking all day." Soo-hyun complained to Sang-il, "Yes, last night my heart was beating so fast that I couldn't sleep." "Finally, that person has appeared," Sang-il said suddenly, surprising Soo-hyun. He began to analyze keenly, "The person who always appears in your head and makes your heart beat fast all day." Soo-hyun quickly explained the misunderstanding. "No, it's not like that. My heart is beating fast because I'm angry." Sang-il and Soo-hyun started a 20 questions game. "Angry? Did your friends bully you?" "But no, everyone is very kind." He asked further, "Or is someone borrowing money from you?" "But no, everyone thinks my mother is managing my money because I'm still young." "Then there's only one more reason. Is a stranger taking advantage of your parents?" Soo-hyun was suddenly surprised and shocked. How did he guess that? Sang-il began to explain, "With your level of popularity, it's not surprising that you attract unwanted attention. Soo-hyun asked. Are there many people targeting celebrities for their assets? Sanjul's face darkened as he replied in an extremely threatening tone, of course. What other reason would the royal family have a second legal team? They're there to find such parasitic people and eliminate them. Dangerous things like parasites, eliminate. In any case, it seems quite different from the first legal team that has been supporting me until now. Sangil asked Soo-hyun's opinion. If you're really worried, should I tell this story to the chairman? And then it finally reached the chairman. Chai-min began to analyze the situation. He's your dad's childhood friend, and recently proposed an investment at a class reunion. Your dad invested a small amount. Right. And the name of the person who proposed the investment is Kaibam? After Soo-hyun confirmed the information, Chai-min speculated, it's very likely that his surname is Sa, which would be perfect. Too bad, isn't it? What he meant was because his name translates to fraud in Korean. But back to reality, Chai-min asked him, are you sure that guy is cheating on the investment based only on this information? Soo-hyun began to worry a little because he couldn't say that he was reincarnated. Seeing that he looked worried and didn't answer, Chai-min seemed to understand and said, scams that exploit trust are quite common. I understand. Then the chairman gave the work to Sangil, passed this information to the second legal team. We will investigate this island thoroughly. Find out about that bastard's past first. Soo-hyun was quite surprised. Why did the chairman help me without needing a reason? He asked the two of them. Aren't you going to ask any more questions? Chai-min then explained the reason. Because you've pointed out quite a few unusual points about this bastard Kaibam. Even Sangil thought so, and that he had some kind of special intuition. Soo-hyun's mood at this time was extremely happy, and he didn't know how to thank them for trusting him so much. The chairman smiled reassuringly at him. Don't worry. Just wait a little longer. The royal family's second legal team is capable. A week later, in the chairman's private office, an employee from the legal team named Kim Jin-ho was dispatched, and he reported that he had completed the background check and found information about Kaibam as requested by the chairman. Soo-hyun thought to himself, he just said background check, right? He remembered asking Sangil in the car what exactly the second legal team would do. Then he explained, stars are often targets of various criminals. That's why you have a department that presides over the investigation of threats to the safety of the stars affiliated with the royal family, in another way. In other words, although it's called a legal team, it mainly handles tasks in non-specific areas. Returning to reality, the person on the legal team began to publicize the meeting. This man Kaibam, he represents a diligent image under the mask of an enthusiastic investor. However, behind that shadow, he is so addicted to gambling that he has to resort to private loans. His older brother's name is Kiho. He's been with your father since elementary to middle school. The scam plan he used to deceive your family is a Ponzi scheme. Hearing the name Ponzi, Soo-hyun began to feel curious. It was explained that it was a trick where they pulled in investors with the promise of high profits, but ended up stealing the money. Moreover, with his skills in creating investment portfolios, it is very likely that he is not working alone. Soo-hyun felt that his father couldn't have invested recklessly. From this perspective, he is persuasive enough about the investment project aimed at helping children. He has taken advantage of the fact that they all have children. Most importantly, from this perspective, the image of the manager of the fraud boss has been built excellently, and enhanced his credibility. Finally, Soo-hyun understood why the swindler gave him the children's book. It was all for the purpose of gaining his father's trust. According to the investigation, he even meticulously planned by dragging his own brother into the list of victims. Hearing that, Soo-hyun was extremely surprised and shocked. He didn't expect him to drag his own brother in. It was really despicable. Anyway, it's still safe. The first dividend hasn't been paid yet. Withdrawing before the first dividend is paid is stupid. That's right. An important aspect of the plan is to ensure the trust of the initial investors. The initial investors need to receive money to attract more investors. Therefore, in fact, they distribute money from later investors. Then attract funds for early investors as if they are paying interest, a classic loan strategy. But in reality, because they don't carry out any legitimate business activities, they will eventually be exposed anyway. Therefore, the swindler will start to run away when the investment fund is accumulated enough before the stupidity arises. Soo-hyun told himself, calm down. I definitely won't be fooled by him this time. I've already realized the swindler's intention and I have enough resources to deal with him. The swindler will not escape retribution. And I will make sure that no one in my family suffers the pain of this scam again. And as for the swindler's actions, they will have to disappear into the darkness, despised like bird droppings on the ground. Soo-hyun asked Jin-ho, so how do we catch the swindler and his gang? He smiled brightly and replied, the method is actually very simple. Who knows what will really happen to that guy Kaibam on some street? Then someone will come to his door to find him. How could he escape forever? He was immediately grabbed by the brother, demanding back what he had swindled from people. Everything has been ruined because of you. How are you going to take responsibility? Ho-chan, who you persuaded to participate in the investment, his son is Soo-hyun, the prey we are after. The simple method Jin-ho mentioned, actor Soo-hyun has no choice but to serve us as bait. At Kaibam's house, they seem to be colluding with each other, talking about the profits and losses of this scam. One of them said, I told you guys, didn't I? My friends are just a bunch of soft-hearted and rich people, especially that Ho-chan. While they were chatting happily, someone broke into the house looking for Kaibam and grabbed his collar to accuse him. He was scolded and cursed. But he could only apologize. What are you talking about? How can you barge in here without notifying me? Who are you? When he held up the family photo of Soo-hyun and his father. Then Kaibam recognized the person in the photo that he had mentioned as his victim. I didn't expect that child actor to be my friend's son. The social elder thought to himself, he doesn't know that kid is Ho-chan's son? Soo-hyun in the photo is my target, you should stay away from Ho-chan a little. He began to threaten Kaibam, if you don't want to get into trouble. This Kaibam was too cunning. He even intended to take advantage further. Wait, you live like a celebrity hunter. Let's cooperate. Fortunately, the social elder had reason and knew the lie of this Kaibam, so he avoided it and began to threaten him. Who do you think you're fooling? I've been in this game for quite a long time. Why would I cooperate with a newbie like you? Kaibam, the cunning bastard, still demanded negotiation. I've known Ho-chan my whole life. We were childhood friends since school. No one can compete with me in terms of credibility. If you win over his son, then the child will be easy to deal with. Right? Hearing what he said also gave him a headache, so he took his hand off him. Jin-ho thought to himself, what's the point of having more experience than me? Only an idiot would give away valuable information like that without thinking. Kaibam kept thinking that he had deceived him, so he cunningly smiled to himself. These kids must be exploited thoroughly in order to learn a lesson. Back at the meeting room at the company, Jin-ho had recounted everything and that was how he smoothly entered Kaibam's group. Soo-hyun now clearly understood why his father didn't mention him to his friends and thought to himself, he may want to keep his son, a star, under the radar. But he definitely prioritizes his son's safety above all else. Jin-ho, he began to explain further about the plan. The first dividend has been delayed for the original investors to believe in the legitimacy of the project. Even recruiting more alumni. However, the number of investors is still at the single-digit level. Sangil turned to Soo-hyun and asked, should we set today as the day the second dividend is paid? Then 1 month from this day, I will send it to a prosecutor who is affiliated with the court before. That prosecutor is really eager for a big case. Sangil laughed contentedly and said, all we have to do for the time being is make our timing match, and we'll be able to swindle money from the swindler. The two adults were stunned to hear a child say that. A brilliant plan. Should we turn it into a company dinner? Jin-ho was very interested and laughed loudly. He proposed to eat high-quality beef. Soo-hyun asked, where did everyone's conscience go? Sangil defended, I'm just kidding. This is a troublesome matter, but that doesn't mean we can't find a way to answer it. Jin-ho also said, communicating account information skillfully to the prosecutor isn't a bad idea either. The three of them finally came up with a good plan and the two adults comforted Soo-hyun, rest assured. It made Soo-hyun feel happy because this company has a strange way of working but makes everything the best in an unexpected way. And then the plan to catch the swindlers group was carried out smoothly. Kaibam was easily fooled by Jin-ho and was captivated in a sense of security and superiority, never suspecting him at all. As for the official documents, everything was handled by Sangil with all the evidence that had been collected. On the prosecution side, they had also begun to tighten the net. And finally, the decisive day had come. The total financial damage has exceeded 58 million won. What happened? The information has been leaked to the prosecutors. Kaibum was furious and going crazy. How did he know the plan of Soo-hyun's group? His accomplice announced the situation that everything was bad and that they needed to leave immediately. His accomplices were terrified and began to have the intention of running away and fleeing from here immediately. But how could a money grubber like Kaibum bear to lose such a large amount of money? Jin-ho then spoke up, Kaibum, calm down and listen to me. I have a secure bank account in Switzerland, so transfer the money there first because it can't be touched by the prosecutors. Initially, Kaibum was afraid of losing his money and being taken advantage of, so he was a little wary. But since there was no other choice, the two accomplices began to suspect Jin-ho and interrogated him. Even though you haven't been here for long, you're not someone who lies often, right? And your story about making that knowledgeable Kidar bait wasn't a lie either. Now is probably the time to listen to Jin-ho, who has moved larger sums of money and has more experience than us. He thought to himself, for someone who participates in important activities, who would be so surprisingly stupid that it makes him easier to manipulate than ever? Kaibum cunningly thought that he would definitely take advantage of him this time. In some corner, there was actually someone watching their conversation. The cunning black sheep has taken the bait. This mission is a sure win. Sangil expressed contempt. Even digging his own escape route is not done correctly. I see that he is still a rookie. He cherished him as those with many stars often dig. Many tunnels to move. Soo-hyun again asked suspiciously, Sangil, are we really going to turn the tables? He replied very confidently, of course, I'm just a harmless manager. Looking at his expression made Soo-hyun feel really suspicious. The two were talking when suddenly the other side announced that the operation was over. The funds have been successfully sent. They completely believe that the supply route leads to a Swiss bank account. Soo-hyun felt surprised. But how did you make them believe that? Sangil then explained, it's a fake website. When they follow a specific link, they will be redirected to a website that completely simulates the real website of the bank. Finally, he understood that was why he should use the bank's app. The sound of car horns began to rush in. Peering out from the car window, he saw the appearance of police cars coming to his place. Jin-ho on the other end of the line said, perhaps it's best if the actor is the one to end everything, right? Soo-hyun gave a victorious smile and announced, Jin-ho, it's time to end it. Evening at Soo-hyun's house. His father finally realized everything and covered his face in regret. I shouldn't have trusted him because he was a former student of the school. His mother immediately comforted, this is not your fault, the loss is not significant. She then patted her husband's face, my Ho-chan, how long are you going to continue like this? Everyone makes mistakes from time to time, right? Then the two of them made love under the witness of their poor son who secretly helped his father. Soo-hyun would no longer have any worries either. Now when he thought back, yes, before when he turned back, those were memories full of sadness. It's already the past, there's no way to change it. Are you going to continue like that in front of Soo-hyun? The one who supported and held on to her father, not letting him succumb under the burden of being the head of the family, was none other than his mother. Although our family was shaken by the swindler's decision to divorce later due to other problems that arose. But now it was different, he could happily give his parents the gift that he had prepared. Soo-hyun smiled very brightly, brighter than ever, and loudly said that it was a drawing of our family. I am very happy that you and Grandma still love each other, and our family is still together. So Dad, don't blame yourself anymore. Both his father and mother were very touched by this picture even though they didn't know the things he had done. Certainly not like the flashy revenge plots on television. But he was very grateful that he could protect what was most important to his life. Coming to the extra chapter, choosing a gift for his father, he had thought a lot, and wanted to repay his father's love for him. So he started drawing a family picture. But in reality it was different from what he had imagined. That's why he had to ask the author for help. Early in the morning, a dove perched on a cherry blossom branch. Lee Seo-han smiled brightly at Soo-hyun. Now Soo-hyun is 10 years old. He excitedly shouted, great, I finally reached double digits. Seo-han slowly said, because the beast won big at the Golden Dragon Film Awards, you will surely get a lot of attention at school. Soo-hyun replied, yes, my friends all congratulated me after they saw me on TV. Seo-han asked further, that's great, are you free now? Do you often hang out with your friends these days? Soo-hyun said, I just started a new semester, so I haven't made any friends yet. Seo-han nodded. I understand. What about your friends from first and second grade? Soo-hyun said. When we meet in the hallway, we say hello. Seo-han asked with curiosity. But you don't go out to play with each other? Soo-hyun immediately replied. I haven't gone out to play with them once. Why? Senior Seo-han recalled. I feel like you're always hanging around the talent management company whenever you don't have classes at school or acting lessons. He reminisced about the past. That's really true. I know that Soo-hyun is more mature and intelligent than his peers, but he shouldn't only learn about social behavior from the adults in the entertainment industry. Seo-han placed his hand on his hand. Soo-hyun, work is really important, but it would be better if you spend more time with your friends. I'm sure your parents also want that. Hearing that, Soo-hyun thought, spend more time with friends? There were many statues placed on the shelf. Soo-hyun revealed bright eyes. These are my friends, forever irreplaceable. And I'm also very popular at school. But to be honest, I don't have anyone close enough to talk to because me and my friends are not on the same wavelength. But not really, I still have close actor friends, such as Cora or Ji-yoon. A little different from ordinary friends, huh? Or is it because of me? Soo-hyun was stunned. I don't have a single friend. What are friends? In my previous life, what did it mean? School friends no longer contact each other as soon as they graduate. In the military, with the hierarchy between superiors and subordinates, it is a strict hierarchical system. The members of the group are close, but it is not right to define it as friendship. In short, all are just relationships based on personal interests. It seems that no relationship with me is really deep. The concept of true friendship, Soo-hyun sadly, I had never thought about it before. He drew a few doodles on the paper. If that's the case, then just try it. Friends are a small matter. If I really want to, I can definitely find a lot of people. Soo-hyun made plan number 1, which was to hang out with his classmates. A classmate stood up and asked, Hey, does anyone want to go to the PC cafe today? Everyone shouted, Me. Soo-hyun also wanted to go, me too. Everyone looked at him like a strange creature. They quickly changed their faces. Great, aren't you filming today? Soo-hyun looks like he's very good at playing games. The game screen displayed the result of losing. Soo-hyun said disappointedly, I lost again. Sorry guys, I'll make up for it with something delicious. Soo-hyun cried silently. The only video game I've ever played is the simple one on my phone. Soo-hyun switched to plan number 2, which was to have a close relationship with a friend. He gave candy to the friend next to him. Hello, nice to meet you. Do you want to try this? The other friend happily accepted, thank you. Soo-hyun suggested, let's be friends. What's your phone number? The friend hesitated. I don't have a phone yet. Someone called, Jin-soo. I have to go now. Soo-hyun chewed the candy, so he already has friends to play with. He slumped on the bed in frustration. Is making friends always this difficult? Never mind, who needs friends? I'm not at the age where I can make friends with kids. I really don't need it. Soo-hyun remembered the senior's words. It would be better if you spend more time with your friends. And I'm sure your parents also want that. He wasn't very happy. Maybe I should try a little harder. Senior Seo-han asked Soo-hyun, You look unusually serious today. What's wrong? He clenched his fist. I must find my soulmate. He was stunned. Soulmate? I decided to hitch a ride with Seo-han. It feels great to be back on set after a long time. But my only purpose in coming here is one. It's to meet child actors. Being child actors together, there will be more common topics than other friends at school. Seo-han said goodbye to Soo-hyun. Then I'll go filming and come back later. Don't go too far. See you later. He waved his hand. Yes, have fun at work. Now it's time to implement the plan. Suddenly, the director called him. Is that Soo-hyun? It's been a long time. You've grown so fast. He was surprised. Hello? He laughed. I'm honored to meet a star like you here. He replied, Thank you, director, but today, are there any child actors coming to the set? Where are they filming? The director said, Child actor? The children's filming schedule has been postponed to tomorrow. Soo-hyun was surprised. What? He hugged his phone and slumped on the table. It's too difficult. Or am I too focused on making friends through new relationships? Maybe I should build friendships from colleagues who are already close, like Cora and Ji-yoon. And? Soo-hyun saw Hyun-do. He also saw him. It's Soo-hyun. Hyun-do smiled brightly and said, It's been a long time since I saw you. Are you here to work too? Soo-hyun thought, I've been deliberately avoiding this place to avoid him since filming the movie. Dark Road. Soo-hyun awkwardly, no, I came here with Seo-han to play. Do you have a filming schedule today, Hyun-do? Are you filming the same movie as Seo-han? Hyun-do nodded, that's right, I'm participating in the movie Lost Stars as a guest role. He is still as persistent and responsible as ever. Maybe he's the close friend I've been looking for. What am I thinking? We can't be friends. Wasting time here is useless. Soo-hyun greets Hyun-do, that's great. I'll go ahead then, Hyun. Hyun-do watches her go. He grabs Soo-hyun's hand. Wait. Soo-hyun is bewildered. Hyun-do Hyun? Hyun-do hesitates, are we not friends? Our friendship is ending over something so small? Hyun-do says, crying. Soo-hyun is taken aback by Hyun-do's reaction. Huh! The teacher turns on the screen. Today, we'll watch a movie about Mozart. Images of Mozart appear. Hyun-do seems very surprised by him. The innate genius Mozart. At a gathering where the emperor welcomed him, Salieri, the royal musician, composed a march to honor him. However, right at the meeting, Mozart boldly rearranged Salieri's music. Salieri was then drowned in despair, anger, and jealousy of Mozart's genius talent. The students don't like the movie much. Teacher, this movie is boring. Can we watch something else? The teacher says, quiet, Hyun-do, why are you crying? While most of the other kids lost interest because they found it boring, I felt like this movie was reenacting my own story. Hyun-do stares intently at Soo-hyun, who is 2 years younger than him, and is an outstanding actor. Even though he's young, he plays the lead role in movies and portrays the character more perfectly than any child actor I've ever met. A mature and admirable child with qualities I need to learn more from. The first friend I made when entering the entertainment industry. But in the eyes of others, we're not friends, but rivals who need to be defeated, especially in my mother's eyes. I love the way my mom supports everything I do unconditionally. Hyun-do's mom says to him, if Hyun-do really wants to, Mom will support you all the way. Tomorrow, we'll start looking for acting schools, okay? And I also like the way my mom praises the friend I know. How can Soo-hyun act so well? Have you practiced the intonation that the director told you last time? You'll be acting with Soo-hyun today, so remember to perform well. She pats Hyun-do's head. Don't worry, my son. If a child younger than you can do it well, then of course you can too. Being compared to a younger child makes me feel really inferior. Every time I see Soo-hyun, I painfully realize how big the gap in talent between us is, and then one day, I couldn't stand the anger building up inside. Yul-hong sternly says to Hyun-do, your voice is still shaking a lot. You need to increase your vocal practice time. But do you think Dong-gil's acting stands out a bit more? It must be nice to be born with the ability to act. I unconsciously exploded with the anger in my heart, but some words, once spoken, cannot be taken back. And from that moment on, Soo-hyun started keeping his distance from me, even though he accepted my apology. But suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared between us. Soo-hyun asked Hyun-do, are you here to film today too? He replies, yes, I'm participating in the movie Lost Stars as a guest role. Then, Soo-hyun says excitedly, that's great. I'll go ahead then, Hyun. Hyun-do blankly looks at Soo-hyun. Hyun-do puts his face down on his knees. Soo-hyun comforts him from the side, reaching out his hand. We're still just kids, so it's natural to have shortcomings. Let's go breathe for a bit before starting, we're friends after all. Clearly friends, Hyun-do bites his lip tightly. Hyun-do grabs Soo-hyun's hand. Wait. Soo-hyun is surprised. Hyun-do Hyun. Hyun-do says grimly, yes, I was jealous of you like Salieri's feelings towards Mozart. Soo-hyun doesn't understand. Huh? Mozart, Salieri what? In your acting, there's a kind of magic that can attract everyone around you. Even the director, who's usually very scary, melts like snow in spring and breaks into a bright smile like a flower when he sees you. Soo-hyun, after listening, retorts, there's no such thing. And who is that person? Hyun-do adds, even though my acting isn't as good as yours, I always feel happy whenever we act together. I know that you'll accept my apology out of kindness. But I don't want to just reconcile superficially and be done with it. What I want is for us to be able to go back to the way we were before. Soo-hyun is surprised because Hyun-do is saying such things. Turns out when he was young, he was so sentimental like this. Thanks to this sentimentality, He was able to sing so many emotional songs back then. Hyun-do cries, "Are we not friends? Is our friendship ending over something so small?" Soo-hyun is surprised. "Friends? I've always been looking for a friend who is mature enough, and who I can confide in for a long time. There probably won't be anyone like Hyun-do, right?" "That's right, even though it's a bit sudden. When will an opportunity like this come again?" The two people take each other's hands. "Hyung, I'm sorry. I also want to be close with you." Hyun-do is happy inside after hearing that. "Really?" Soo-hyun says cheerfully, "Yes, so we're still friends now, right Hyung?" Hyun-do jumps over and hugs him. "Of course." Applause congratulates the two people. "That's great. Congratulations to both of you. Kids these days, even arguing and making up is so dramatic." Soo-hyun is bewildered. "When did everyone gather around?" "So we just performed a public reconciliation?" Soo-hyun calls to Hyun-do anxiously. "Let's get out of here first." He can't hear anything anymore. "Finally, after going through 7,749 hardships, I've found a real friend. Let's exchange phone numbers." Afterwards, Soo-hyun and Hyun-do both become embarrassed. Soo-hyun holds his phone in his hand and reads the message. It's Hyun-do messaging him. "Do you have any schedule today? I'm doing an outdoor photo shoot today. The cherry blossoms are blooming so beautifully." "Hello Hyun-do. I'm so lucky. The weather is quite warm today, perfect for an outdoor photo shoot. I'm just wandering around the office today." Soo-hyun smiles unconsciously while texting. This is truly a real friendship. Everything starts in the waiting room of N Station. The story about two boys that will take away the viewer's tears. There's a rumor that you made a real friend while I was away. Stop it. Celebrating that you found someone to share with. Hyun-do may be a bit annoying, but he's not a bad person. You don't call him Hyung? If you're friends with each other and address each other as Hyung or younger brother, it's easy to create a hierarchical system. So we decided to call each other by our names. It's true that Hyun-do has grown up. We really became friends. With this, the future has changed. It's a bit strange, but the pleasant spring breeze passes by, and summer is gradually approaching. Who would have thought that the director's office is actually my private? I want to receive a TV series or movie that doesn't have the parts one want. I decided to take a break this year, but why do I regret it now? But there are still 6 months until next year anyway. Although there are quite a few offers, there isn't a script that I think is good. Why don't you try reading this? A file of documents is placed right in front of Soo-hyun. So this is the script for the movie Salt Doll. I don't remember this movie in my previous life. The genre is science fiction, and the main character is a robot? But suddenly, there's a loud shout, "I'm here." The phrase that the king used to say to his subjects, nowadays it's used as a joke. Soo-hyun is here? Hello, Chairman. But he can't get to Soo-hyun because he's being blocked by that guy. He's making him extremely angry. Are you testing my patience? I'm sorry. So he runs over and asks Soo-hyun, what are you hiding? It's the script. I hid it to create a surprise. Sang-gil, it's you, isn't it? Busted. Chairman, haven't you always been bad at creating surprises? What if the actor chooses another project while you're being so secretive? What do you plan to do? The manager really always knows how to benefit himself. Should we discuss your salary again? There's a saying that waiting is happiness. I hope the chairman will forgive me for my arrogance and disregard for his supreme decisions. Sang-gil silently thinks, what an evil person. And did Chae-min invest money in this movie? That's right, see how good that kid is? I know that you've invested in many movies too, but is it okay for you to read the script before everyone else? Of course, that kid is the one who gets to see the script before the actor. So, what do you think about the script for Salt Doll? The science fiction genre is quite interesting because it involves acting like a robot. No need to say, the script is also great. Of course it has to be appealing. This script was written with the main character being you. This makes Soo-hyun extremely surprised. What? I'm the main character? That's right. That's one of the ways the world works, developing the story around a predetermined main actor. Wouldn't a project like that have many writers working together? How can you gather so many people? I'll teach you one truth in life. There's nothing that money can't solve. So this is the power of capitalism? But this is a science fiction genre, right? No matter how much money the chairman has, Will it really generate profit? You're the first actor to worry about the chairman's wallet. Soo Hyun is an angel, isn't he? This makes Chae Min extremely touched. This movie has to succeed and achieve high revenue to ensure that. Your commitment is effective, right? So young yet speaks so wisely. Don't worry too much. I've never invested in things that fail. People say that even when you're up in a tree, there's a time to fall. Monkey? What are you comparing me to? I'm the river god who specializes in catching monkeys. If you recruit enough people, even if it's a mediocre project, it will become a glamorous work. So you solve everything with money. But that means that I don't need to pay attention to other things, just focus on this project, right? I have to work hard to avoid ruining everything. A few months later, the first revised version of the Salt Doll script. The movie begins with a scientist creating a robot of a boy. The scientist had a son who drowned in the sea and whose body has not been found, going crazy with the pain of losing her son. Absolutely do not create a robot with emotions. Broke the rules of the scientific society, and created a robot that looks exactly like her son. The joy of having her long-lost son filled her mind, but then reality suddenly returned. You're just a machine imitating my son. Sometimes a son, other times a forbidden object born from her madness, sometimes a trash can containing emotions. Even that scientist is ambiguous between the robot and her son. The robot also knows that it is not human. Let alone the son of a scientist. But I love you, Mom. I want to be your son. If I can't be your son, then I'm just something no one needs. At first, I thought playing a robot was quite novel, but the more I read, the more I felt that the character was not just a robot, but all creatures with emotions. Just like the scientist who created it. Personality and the formation of thoughts are all programmed by that scientist. The main content is about the character finding his purpose in life. In order for the story to be logical and convincing, the actor playing the scientist must be able to express both affection and anger. That's not an easy role. I don't know which actor will take on this role. The chairman really doesn't understand the rules of the industry, does he? If Doohee sees this, she'll probably be tempted to see it again. No, our Doohee must make a successful and explosive movie this time. But she appeared from behind when? This startled him. When did you come in? Mr. Chairman, can we talk? What wind brings you here, Doohee? What do you mean? The movie I'm currently filming is about to end, so I came to see if there are any other scripts for my next project. Our Doohee is as expected, always diligent. Come sit down quickly. And speaking of timing, it couldn't be better. Director Kim's script is also just out, you know? Moreover, Director Sangil has also mentioned wanting to collaborate on a TV series with us. Director Kim creates great works, but he seems to chase trends too much for my taste. All of his characters always lack depth. And Director Sangil specializes in historical dramas, right? Director, you know that my image doesn't fit historical dramas, right? I mean, historical dramas are really popular these days. I want to choose a script that can truly showcase my acting skills more. Doohee is someone who doesn't recognize her own great talent, but if a project fails, the actor's market value will naturally decrease. I'm quite satisfied with my current salary. Although I receive fewer offers, I find value in working with people who understand my artistic preferences. But if there's such a clear path, why not take advantage of it, right? You're a top actress, you should aim to have 10 million viewers at least once. Like actor Chang Ho, who occupies the title of 10 million viewers, but I'm not interested in chasing those titles. Doohee, why are you always hesitant with projects that are guaranteed to be a hit? Director, do you think I don't want to be famous? But balancing box office success and artistic integrity isn't easy. If I have to choose, I'd rather stick to my principles and prioritize content. Doohee's eyes are extremely cold at this moment. She quietly sits and ponders something. But I've taken your advice, so I'll think about it more carefully. Very good, Doohee. You must be extremely picky, but your acting ability is undeniable. That stubbornness of yours. No, anyway, if you can avoid that then. If you can just be quiet, everything will be fine. Maybe you should consider seeing a psychiatrist today. I'm sorry, I was wrong, so please relax your jaw and fist. Okay? You scare me every time like that. Okay, I've said what needs to be said, so I'm leaving now. Leaving already? I have a photoshoot waiting. So, what about the next project? Chang Min, let's go. Yes, Ms. Doohy. She ignores his words. Stepping out of the office door, she asks her manager. Did you get it? Yes, Ms. Doohy, here it is. The script that the director quickly hid, here it is. Great. Let's see, what's making our director keep it to himself like this? The movie Salt Doll, first draft of the script. Script reading for the movie Salt Doll. Only authorized personnel are allowed in the room. Hello everyone, I'm Kim Hae-GM, the director of the movie Salt Doll. Since it's our first time meeting, let's start with introductions. Let's start with our star, actor Soo-hyun. He politely bows. Please take care of me, everyone. Being called everyone, I really like it. Thank you, actor Soo-hyun. The atmosphere has become stable and friendly now. Next, despite the director's protests, actress Doohy, who will take on the role of the scientist in Salt Doll. Nice to meet everyone, I'm Doohy. I'm very honored to be a part of this project. I've always wanted to participate. I'm really looking forward to working with everyone here. Hae-GM silently thinks, Doohy is a good and excellent actor. In an industry where you have no choice but to obsess with fame and box office revenue, she is known for her complete dedication to the art of her projects. Someone can certainly say her acting skills are impeccable. Maybe that. And child actor Soo-hyun, who attracted 10 million viewers with the movie Monster, with acting skills comparable to adults, the boy is now like a guarantee of box office revenue. A director with no renowned box office revenue in an unfamiliar science fiction genre, yet already has two actors with certain acting skills and star quality like this participating. This time we must kill two birds with one stone, capturing both commercial success and artistic integrity only for once. Let's start the script reading now. No, my son. A hand is trembling. There's no way it can be like this. It can't be real. What am I going to do now? A mournful cry is heard. The mother seems to collapse under her own circumstances. She embraces her head, acting professionally. No, my son, he's still alive. Is this acting? Everyone marvels in amazement. Even Hae-GM attentively watches the performance. The completed robot will activate and face the scientist for the first time. Dry and brief words are spoken by the robot. Soo-hyun calls, Mom. Although Soo-hyun is a child actor who has attracted 10 million viewers, combined with this horrifying acting, it's a bit. Soo-hyun's eyes look sad at this moment. Soo-hyun looks at the person opposite him with indifferent eyes. Then he turns to look at Doohy without saying a word. Doohy is focusing on her scene. Soo-hyun's eyes are extremely sparkling. So he calls out Mom, causing Doohy to be extremely surprised. And so is Hae-GM. Good morning. His face is bright. Are you okay, Mom? You screamed too much yesterday. I'm worried. Get out of the way. Please, Mom, at least try one bite. You haven't eaten a proper meal in 2 days. Leave me alone. My son wouldn't cling to me like this. If I were more like your son, would you like me? Doohy only raises her head and answers with one word, no. Then maybe I really lost him. Hae-GM sits outside, stroking his chin, pondering. Really impressive, especially Soo-hyun. I thought the boy would be swallowed up by the adult's intense acting, but not only did the boy stand in line with the veteran actors, but he also dominated the scene. If only I could convey the pleasant feeling I got from both of them to the audience. Good job, everyone. Let's take a 10-minute break, then we'll start the interview session. Doohy happily starts a conversation with Soo-hyun. I heard it from Senior Chang-ho, but you really are an amazing actor, aren't you? Thank you, Senior. Isn't Senior a bit too formal? Just call me Auntie. We'll be seeing each other a lot, so it'll be awkward to be so formal all the time. Can I call you Nuna? You're really good at talking, aren't you? Okay, call me Nuna. Isn't this completely different from when they were acting? The supporting actors are frozen. Soo-hyun, if you're okay with it, I think it would be great to meet privately before the filming starts to practice and work together smoothly. Are you free next week? Yes, I am, except for Christmas. Is something happening on that holiday? Yes, actually, that day is Soo-hyun's birthday. This is a present from your mom and dad. Thank you. A tablet. Soo-hyun looked very happy at that moment. Even though I'm competing against the person I did the ad for, you don't know how much I miss you, tablet. Soo-hyun, your dad has something to say. Yes, I said I'd be the one to say it. Both of them were hesitant. Soo-hyun, our Soo-hyun is going to be a big brother. At that moment, Soo-hyun couldn't believe his ears. Your mom and dad just found out a day ago. There's a baby in your mom's belly. It'll be here in 6 months. A big brother. This makes him feel a bit empty. Seeing those two brothers holding hands and playing happily, he just stood and watched. But he didn't say a word. Soo-hyun, are you crying? Are you surprised? I'm so happy. This is the best birthday present I've ever received. It's been a while, huh? And you're here because you're going to have a sibling? That's great. Congratulations. I'll get to play with my sibling every day when they're born. You've grown up so much. Have your parents decided on a name for the baby yet? It's Chubby. The baby is so calm. Mom chose a name hoping the baby would kick a lot in her belly. That's so cute. But you don't seem to like the name much, Soo-hyun. Yes, my mom is obsessed with dieting. She even named the baby Chubby. I know everyone is sensitive about dieting these days. What will happen? Kids these days, aren't you one of them? I'm going into 4th grade now. At 11 years old, I'm really a senior at school. Well, senior, why don't you look in the mirror? Do he laugh because Soo-hyun was so focused on eating that he didn't notice his mouth. Looking in the mirror, his mouth was covered in crumbs. Losing himself to the egg tart. You're not qualified to be an adult, Soo-hyun. Thank you. He quickly took his sleeve and wiped his mouth. Well, senior, should we coordinate for our first rehearsal today? The filming for Salt Doll has finally begun. With most of the background being rendered with computer graphics, there's a lot for the actors to be aware of. Although the whole picture is busy, I experienced a small but distinct change from the times I only dedicated myself to work. Because my precious sibling is about to be born, I cleared the packed work schedule from my calendar. Now I can reciprocate a little of the love that Mom has always given me. The feeling of envy I felt when looking at my friends has now turned into overflowing anticipation. New pages have been added to my diary, which used to contain only stale entries. Next up is Soo-hyun's presentation on daily life, introducing his family. Despite the busy schedule, I wonder why I feel so much happier now than when I was only focused on work and my prearranged schedule. Above all, the harmonious family I always longed for. The birth of this new member is like tangible proof that my wishes have come true. Soo-hyun is extremely proud before his presentation. Goodbye, Soo-hyun. Congratulations on the new member of your family. Thank you, see you tomorrow. I hope the baby is born soon. But he was grabbed by someone's hand. He slammed him straight into the wall. Are you ignoring me? While preparing to leave after school, Soo-hyun was suddenly stopped by a kid who questioned him. Are you ignoring me? I've been calling you. Why are you ignoring me? But Soo-hyun calmly replied, I didn't hear anything you said. However, the kid was still angry, saying, even last time when I asked you to get an autograph from a celebrity for me, you ignored me. Are you going to do it again? Soo-hyun suddenly remembered when they asked him and thought to himself, that wasn't a request, it was more like a demand. Ignoring their words, Soo-hyun firmly said, I really didn't hear because I was busy thinking about my sibling. If I hurt you, I'm sorry. The kid is a bit rough. But they're still young, so I can understand. Suddenly, the kid said threateningly, what's so great about having a sibling? You're not caring about your friends. More than something that hasn't even been born yet. Your sibling might turn out to be as rude as you. Seeing that Soo-hyun was silent, he shouted angrily, are you scared? If you have something to say, then say it. Suddenly, Soo-hyun spoke with a murderous tone, I tried to talk to you nicely. But you dared to cross the line with this nonsense? Before returning to the past, I stayed with my relatives after my parents' divorce. My cousin, who lived with us, quickly noticed my circumstances and bullied me. This reminds me of those times. I thought he was just being clumsy because he was young, but he dares to mess with my sibling. Hearing Soo-hyun's questioning, the kid got angry. What? Nonsense? Are you done talking? I'm not done, you fish-eyed jerk. My name is Sang-woo. Even so, Soo-hyun calmly said, oh, I mistook your name because of your lifeless eyes. Immediately, he grabbed his collar and pulled him up. Hey, do you know that others also say you're annoying behind your back? You act like a celebrity, always leaving school early and looking down on your friends. At this moment, Soo-hyun glanced and said, I hang out with you because I feel sorry that you're lonely, Sang-woo. Does your family have a lot of money? At his words, he sneered, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you going to beg me for forgiveness with money because you know you're losing? If you feel bad, why don't you give me some money? Sang-woo, you know what? Children can make mistakes. But when you make a mistake, your parents will be the ones responsible. Right then, Sang-woo raised his fist to hit Soo-hyun. What? Make a mistake? Do you want to die? Fortunately, someone noticed the situation. What are you doing over there? Luckily, the teacher intervened in time. Sang-woo, you've been starting fights with other friends lately. She quickly went over and gently asked Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun stammered. He suddenly started crying pitifully. The teacher was shocked to see this. This is terrible. Soo-hyun, are you hurt? Should we go to the hospital? Even so, Sang-woo stubbornly explained, Teacher, it's all fake. I didn't hit him. On the contrary, he was scolded by the teacher. Quiet. What are you yelling about? Just because you're in 4th grade now, do you think you can disrespect teachers? Suddenly, Soo-hyun spoke up. I don't have any money. The situation got worse when Soo-hyun cried and said, Sang-woo said that since I make a lot of money, I should give it to my friends. But my parents manage my money. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't give it to him. After hearing his story, the teacher was shocked. Sang-woo, I know you've been bullying other friends, but now you even dare to take their money? His mood now became very fearful. No, I didn't do anything wrong. Suddenly, the teacher stood up. Then turned around with an extremely angry face. Sang-woo, come to the teacher's office with me right now. In the end, this matter was resolved when both parents were called to school. Because of his past behavior, Sang-woo lost the support of the teachers and students, causing him to become depressed. A single tear brought about a thorough resolution. As expected, practicing all forms of acting never hurts. A month later, while on the way to work, Sang-il asked, so Sang-woo finally dropped out and transferred to another school. Soo-hyun replied indignantly, it's not my fault. He destroyed himself while having a tantrum until the very end. Going back in time, Sang-woo blocked his way and threatened, don't you feel any guilt seeing how miserable I am? It's all your fault. Unexpectedly, Soo-hyun took out a voice recorder, which contained his voice when he bullied Soo-hyun at school. After listening for a while, Sang-woo could no longer stand it and rushed to snatch it away but failed. You're piecing together my voice like this? Give it to me. A loud noise also came from there. While Sang-woo fell to the ground, Soo-hyun went over. Then whispered in his ear, the apartment complex you're living in. The academy you attend, the company your parents are working for. I'm curious to see how far you can go with the label of school bully, Sang-woo. Just hearing that made him turn pale with fear. I brought a voice recorder just in case. As expected, the actor is so thorough that it's scary. Is that a compliment? We're at the filming location, actor. A little later, Soo-hyun also arrived at the filming location. Now I just need to focus on completing the filming that's still in progress. He cheerfully walked around his workplace. At this time, there was a sly look from a man looking towards Soo-hyun. Then he clenched his fist in anger. At this moment, Soo-hyun went to greet a staff member at the filming location. Hello, Soo-hyun is here. Soo-hyun, are you nervous about your solo scene today? I'm grown up, what's there to be nervous about? Suddenly, someone behind him mocked, you haven't even joined the military, and you're already claiming to be grown up? The voice of this person made Soo-hyun shudder. He quickly turned around to see who it was. However, his attitude changed 180 degrees. I was just kidding. Soo-hyun remembered that Sang-il also used to joke like that. But this time it was completely different. Something wasn't right. That person is. It was known that he was actor Kim Cha-in. Before I regressed, the media reported that he was the main character in the spirit marriage incident. He sells drugs to other actors and directly participates in the preparation and sale. This is very serious. This hasn't happened yet, but he gives me a really bad feeling. Just then, a staff member called him, Soo-hyun, come here for touch-up makeup. Yes. Even though he was standing far away, Cha-in glanced at Soo-hyun, that little brat. Constantly bragging about how grown-up he is, completely disregarding the feelings of the senior actors who have to wait their turn. He just luckily met an agent and got the main role, and yet he acts like he's so special. A brat like that needs to be taught a lesson. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth in frustration. A little later, Soo-hyun finished his makeup. While organizing his belongings, he thought to himself, this is Urim's bedroom. There's a shelf on the wall and a large window on the left. It's hard to imagine the scene with such an empty space. Suddenly, a staff member handed Soo-hyun a piece of paper. Soo-hyun, Can you take a look at this for a moment? Today is your solo scene, so I thought it would be good to get a feel for it beforehand. So I brought some images. These will be rendered with CG later. I think it will be easier for you to understand the filming structure that way. Receiving the design made Soo-hyun extremely happy, thank you. They're really detailed. It's much easier to imagine it like this. What's this? The backdrop? Is this the complete image after CG? The current scene is extremely perfect. Has my ability improved? Being able to see the complete background while acting is an advantage that no one else can match. The scientist Yurim realizes that the robot will never be able to replace her son. In the end, she jumps into the sea that swallowed her son. The robot Eugene no longer has to behave like the real Eugene. Left alone, Eugene begins to remember the memories with Yurim and begins to consider why he exists. He cleans up Yurim's belongings, folding the clothes now, and throwing away the food that no one will eat. A robot is born to replace humans. But no matter how he considers it, he can't find the answer in the house where he was born. So the robot searches for the answer, starting a journey with the robot dog. Finally, he and his dog leave their familiar home together. The scene seemed so perfect that the director was speechless. A little later, he signaled to stop. How can he act so well amidst such a green scene? I just saw the final scene. Very good. Keep up this momentum and continue with the next scene. Actors, prepare. Move the lights to the right a little more. Suddenly, Soo-hyun mustered his courage and went to Cha-in. It's a pleasure to work with you, he said with a contemptuous look, same here. Let's do our best. At this point, Soo-hyun guessed, even if he seems a bit suspicious, as long as he acts well, it probably won't be a problem. He didn't do badly when reading the script, so it should be okay. After a few minutes of rest, the next scene began. The scene takes place when Soo-hyun goes to Cha-in's house. He sees his presence and looks puzzled, hello. But for some reason, the director started shooting again. Cha-in, you have to look surprised. Why are you just reading your lines? I'm sorry. Even so, Cha-in couldn't change and was constantly asked to reshoot by the director. Like that, even though it was just one scene, it was filmed countless times without success. Because he was too careless, Cha-in awkwardly apologized to Soo-hyun. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Then, he sighed wearily and said, Hyung. Seeing Soo-hyun call him, Cha-in remained calm. At this point, Soo-hyun somberly requested, if you mess up again, that will be the 8th time. You can do better, right? With a dispirited, frustrated expression, Soo-hyun asked Cha-in, you can do better, can't you? Cha-in gave an ambiguous smile and said, I'll try, but in his mind, he was thinking, this kid is too arrogant. Suddenly, a staff member from the production team called Cha-in, can you come here for a moment? Cha-in replied, yes. The staff member asked him indignantly, we've been stuck on this scene for 2 hours already. Shouldn't you be more focused? Cha-in lowered his head and apologized. The staff member said helplessly, no wonder the director is angry. Standing outside, Soo-hyun overheard the staff member angrily criticizing Cha-in. He gave you over 3 months, and you still can't memorize 10 pages of the script? You're just reciting the lines emotionlessly. Moving on to the next scene, Yurim believes that her son has sunk deep into the ocean. The scene under the sea tells the story of young Eugene, who survived and met the robot Eugene when he grew up. Cha-in opened the door and entered the set for the scene, this time filming with young Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun immersed himself in the character, speaking to the robot Eugene, who is searching for the meaning of his life. Cha-in continued acting, beginning his lines, the presence of adult Eugene has given him the most sorrowful and cruel answer. That is, Yurim, who abandoned him for her biological son, was ultimately left alone at the bottom of the ocean. For Eugene, his mother's obituary is now just a faded, old memory, no longer important. Conversely, Eugene has lost his one and only world. The complete contrast between the robot Eugene, played by Soo-hyun. Moving on to the next scene, Soo-hyun greeted Cha-in, and the two continued to the next scene. This time, the role of adult Eugene is played by Cha-in. Note that the scene where the robot Eugene and the real Eugene meet is divided into 3 parts. The first scene of part 1, the real Eugene is confused when he meets the robot Eugene and awkwardly lists the names of all the women he has dated. Scene 2, the robot Eugene, who is avoiding the truth, finally mentions Yurim. Scene 3, he realizes that the child before him is a robot created by Yurim and lets him in. In part 2, Soo-hyun takes the lead. Cha-in's line is "oh, hello," but Cha-in keeps making mistakes in the first part, where most of the lines are from the real Eugene. The staff member sitting outside watching reminded him, "At this rate, we'll be here all night, Cha-in." He continued angrily, "Please, just move on to the next scene." Cha-in bowed his head in apology. The staff member sighed and said, "Let's try again." The director said, "Everyone, hurry up." Soo-hyun saw Cha-in's expression and asked him, "Are you unhappy because the director is complaining?" Cha-in looked at the boy's face, confused about how to answer. He said, "No, it's my fault. I'll try to do better this time, don't worry." The boy replied, "Yes." The director spoke to Cha-in. "Whether it's acting on a green screen or during the script reading process, it's difficult to use imagination to visualize the scene. But you've retaken this scene too many times even though you performed well during the script reading." Cha-in was angry at the words of the people around him. Someone said, "He still has the energy to act even after being complained at by the director." Other harsh words included, "Pretending to apologize so sincerely makes the person scolding him look like the bad guy. This type of person loves to cause trouble with others." Cha-in gritted his teeth in anger at those harsh words. He clenched his fist, thinking about how careful he had been to avoid provoking others, but forget about being a good boy. He started angrily saying, "Now I am an extremely dangerous monster." Continuing with the ninth take, Soo-hyun started his line, "Hello." Cha-in replied, "Ah, yeah, hello?" He began his lines, "This brat dares to lecture an adult?" Cha-in got into character, thoughtfully thinking, "Let's see how you handle this. I'll pretend to forget to ask who he is." Suddenly, there was a line, "I'm not your son." Cha-in said in surprise, "Huh?" Soo-hyun continued acting, "It's written all over your face. You're thinking he looks like your son, but who is he, right?" Cha-in said in surprise, "Huh?" Soo-hyun continued acting, "I am a robot created by Dr. Urim. Perhaps you think you can pretend to make a mistake and mess up the take again, but this time, you can't. This can't be said standing here. Can I come in?" Cha-in and Soo-hyun acted with intense eye contact. Finally, the two finished the scene. The director called, "Cut." "Okay." The director continued to remind Cha-in, "Now do you understand? If you dare to make a mistake in a scene, that is all my lines." Soo-hyun met with Cha-in privately and said, "This can't be said standing here. Can I come in?" Soo-hyun said sincerely, "You are proving that you are intentionally causing trouble with everyone." Soo-hyun continued, "Hyung," he said, "your acting was great just now." Cha-in said angrily, "Are you mocking me?" At that moment, the director announced from outside that the next scene was ready. The director and production team said, "We're very busy, so move quickly. Cha-in and Soo-hyun, come here quickly." Cha-in ran towards the director and the producer to move to the next scene with everyone. Cha-in's footsteps were hurried. Soo-hyun also ran after him, saying, "Hyung, do you know? This is just the beginning." The cinematographer said, "Director, should we just continue the scene like this?" The director said, "We have to. There's no time to reshoot." He continued, "We're already behind schedule, so we have to film quickly." Cha-in arrived and said, "Director?" The director replied, "Ah, Cha-in," he said, "about the last scene, Soo-hyun skipped most of my lines. Is that okay? I'm just worried that there might be problems with the later scenes." The director said, "It's okay. I was also going to explain to you. The previous scene was to hint at the relationship between the two Eugenes. And the important part is when the robot Eugene is invited into the house." He continued, "Most of your lines were light jokes to relieve tension, so cutting some of them won't affect the scene." Cha-in understood everything. The director continued, "Cha-in, I understand you'll be disappointed that your lines were cut, but there are still many scenes left. We can't reshoot unless there's a really big problem." Even so, I was quite surprised by Soo-hyun's improvisation. Cha-in said, "That's right, a child actor who improvises quite boldly." The director showed him information on the web. Soo-hyun's improvisation is already a hot topic. "Did you know?" He shared with Cha-in, "To be honest, I thought he was just a good speaker, but when we started reading the script, I realized I could trust this actor. That's what I thought at the time. He portrayed the two Eugenes exactly as I imagined, so Cha-in, please be patient a little longer. I know you can do it." Cha-in bowed his head and replied, "Yes." The director announced, "Okay, is the set ready? Let's move on to the next scene." At this moment, Cha-in clenched his fist in anger at the director's words. Soo-hyun and Cha-in sat on the set. Cha-in stared at Soo-hyun, thinking meanly and narrow-mindedly. The director said that brat portrayed the two Eugenies exactly as he imagined. While that little punk skipped almost all of my lines. Is it a coincidence? It feels like that little brat is belittling me. Cha-in was very jealous of the boy. Every time he thought about Soo-hyun's appearance and facial expressions, he gritted his teeth in anger. The director called, "Start shooting." "Ready to roll." Cha-in began to say his lines. "So you're saying you're a robot created by Dr. Urim?" Soo-hyun immediately replied, "Yes, I'm a robot made by the doctor. My name is Eugene. I'm a robot made specifically for my mother. My mother's real son's name is Kim Eugene." Soo-hyun was completely immersed in his role, his eyes filled with deep emotion. He asked Cha-in, "Our mother jumped off a cliff to find you. Why are you here?" Cha-in was stunned, his face frozen. He thought in a panic, "What? This little punk, that line isn't in the script. Is he asking why I'm not dead?" Eugene stood up abruptly and said, "That's terrible." Cha-in still didn't understand why the boy was acting like this. "Are these lines even in the script? Is he talking to me?" Soo-hyun acted so immersively that Cha-in even thought the boy was really provoking him. Cha-in was about to go crazy. He grabbed Soo-hyun by the collar and cursed, "How dare you talk nonsense to me like that?" Soo-hyun said again, "Just as I thought." He smiled brightly, "You are not fit to be mother's son." Cha-in was now startled, his face darkening, still not understanding anything. Soo-hyun finished the line, "I am the one who is fit to be mother's son." Cha-in slowly let go, no longer grabbing Soo-hyun by the collar. The cameraman called, "Cut." "Okay." It turned out that everything just now was acting created by Soo-hyun himself improvising the lines, which is why Cha-in was so confused. He praised, "Great job, both of you." And below were the applause of the production team. Someone said, "Cha-in, your acting was so real." The staff member said, "I thought you were really going to hit Soo-hyun." He looked over at the boy Soo-hyun. The boy smiled happily and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Cha-in stood silently thinking. Seeing a child actor calmly acting in front of an adult who had gone mad must have been a big shock, so Kim Cha-in acted much more calmly in the remaining scenes. Soo-hyun held his head and thought. The director and the actors seemed to think it was just a clever improvisation by a famous child actor. No one noticed my provocation. Suddenly, someone came in front of Soo-hyun and said sternly, "Actor." It turned out to be Sang-gil. He was angry, clenching his fists as if he was about to hit Soo-hyun. He said, "Actor, do you know that was very dangerous?" Soo-hyun hesitated and said timidly, "Yes, but—" Sang-gil interrupted him and said, "No buts." After many ups and downs, finally, the movie Salt Doll finished filming amidst the scorching heat of summer. Sang-gil took Soo-hyun to the Grand Star Acting Academy. Soo-hyun said politely, "Thank you." Sang-gil asked Soo-hyun, "Actor, you're at home all day tomorrow, right?" Soo-hyun immediately replied, "Yes, from next week I'll have fewer classes at the academy. My younger sister is about to be born. As the date gets closer, I have to prepare a lot of things." Suddenly, Sang-gil's phone rang. He immediately answered the phone, saying quickly, "Yes, ma'am, I understand." Soo-hyun quickly and excitedly asked, "Is that my mom?" "What's wrong?" Sang-gil told him, "Your mom's water just broke." Hearing that, Soo-hyun happily replied, "Ah, I see." But suddenly, just a few seconds later, his expression changed completely. Sang-gil said, "Your mom's water just broke." Soo-hyun happily said, "Yes, I know." But just a second later, Soo-hyun's expression changed. He was shocked and panicked. Scene changed to 1 hour earlier at home. Soo-hyun asked his mother worriedly, "You still feel okay, right?" Soo-hyun's mother smiled and said, "You're worrying too much. I'm fine. Just go." On the wall calendar, Soo-hyun's mother had carefully circled the due date. Sang-gil took Soo-hyun away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say goodbye to his mother. "I'll go to the academy and come back early. Don't forget to text me and Dad every hour. Okay?" His mother smiled and told him, "I remember. See you later." Soo-hyun even ran to his mother, touching his hand on his mother's stomach to say goodbye to the baby. Soo-hyun reminded his sibling, "Chubby, don't cause trouble for Mom while I'm away, okay?" Suddenly, the baby in his mother's stomach kicked hard, hitting Soo-hyun's face. His mother gently reminded, "Chubby, why are you kicking your brother like that?" The two said goodbye to each other. Soo-hyun really hoped everything would be okay. "Chubby, please be born according to the predicted date, okay?" Scene changed to the present at the hospital, room number 326. Soo-hyun ran panting. As soon as he reached the door of the hospital room, he asked, "Mom, was Chubby born yet?" His mother and two nurses standing there were all very surprised to see him. The two nurses were shocked. "Oh my God, child actor Kang Soo-hyun. Is he your son?" Soo-hyun's mother smiled widely and replied, "Yes, he's my son." Soo-hyun was frozen, sweat streaming down as he saw them giggling and whispering to each other. "Oh, how wonderful! He looks more adorable and handsome than he does outside." Then his mother turned and told Soo-hyun, "Come here, dear. Your sibling will be born tonight." Soo-hyun immediately ran over, his face full of worry, and asked, "Mom's water broke. Are you okay?" His mother stroked his head and gently said, "I'm fine. It's not too serious. I just need to rest and recuperate. It's not like it's the first time I've been a mother." At this moment, Sang-gil entered the hospital room. Soo-hyun sullenly looked at him with a piercing gaze. He ran over and reproached Sang-gil, "Why did you talk about it so calmly?" "I was very shocked." Sang-gil scratched his head and said foolishly, "I saw that your mom was very calm at the time. So I thought I should be too." Soo-hyun's mother smiled and praised, "As expected, you're a great manager." Soo-hyun looked towards his mother. He said slightly pouting, "I'll wait here too." By sunset, the sun was slowly setting. His mother stroked Soo-hyun's head and gently asked, "Are you calmer now?" The boy replied, "Yes, my heart is still beating fast, but—" His mother interrupted Soo-hyun and said, "You're more worried than me." Soo-hyun naively replied, "Of course. The book says that if someone's water breaks, the pregnant person will be in a very dangerous situation, but Mom and the nurses were so calm that I felt like I was the only one overreacting." His mother laughed heartily and apologized to him. At this moment, Soo-hyun's father also ran over in a panic. A familiar scene appeared. His father's reaction was exactly the same as Soo-hyun's. His mother, the nurse, and Soo-hyun all burst out laughing, unable to stop smiling. Soo-hyun's father stood frozen, looking blank, and asked, "Why is everyone laughing?" His mother said, "Our son is just like you." Then she said, "Honey, don't do that in front of Soo-hyun." His father said tearfully, "Are you in pain? If it hurts too much, just pull my hair." Soo-hyun's mother was very surprised by this reaction from her husband. "No need. You're already depressed about hair loss these days." Then, she snapped loudly, "Go wait outside with Soo-hyun." The two had to sit outside the door and wait. Soo-hyun's father cried and told of his grief, "Your mom is so cold." Soo-hyun asked his father blankly, "Why can't you be in the room when your mom's husband?" Soo-hyun's father then recounted, "I asked your mother, during Soo-hyun's birth, I was so scared I fainted. Your mother said, 'Do you want to faint again?' and suggested the best way to help was to wait outside." Soo-hyun chuckled, thinking, "I understand Dad's feelings." Then Soo-hyun's father had an idea. "How about we pray for Babam and your mother to get through this safely?" Soo-hyun immediately agreed. Scene change, evening at Sanram University Sacred Heart Hospital. A father and son are sitting and waiting, playing on their phones. Suddenly, they sense something strange. The boy blankly asks his father, "Is the ground shaking?" The father says, "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" It turns out Soo-hyun and his father are trembling, worried about his mother. The father asks Soo-hyun, "How many hours has it been, son? Has it been 5 hours?" Soo-hyun tremblingly replies, "It's only been 2 hours, Dad." Soo-hyun's father sighs, agitatedly saying, "Why is it taking so long? Is something wrong?" Suddenly, a loud, deafening scream erupts, startling them. The nurse opens the hospital room door, happily stepping out, announcing, "Congratulations! A healthy baby girl, weighing 4.3 kilograms. You may go inside now. Soo-hyun, you can see your little sister in the newborn room." Soo-hyun and his father are so happy that they hug each other, moved to tears. Soo-hyun is a bit nervous and just stands outside the newborn room. He's confused, thinking, "What should I do now? It's the first time I'm meeting my sister who didn't exist in my past life. What should I say? Should I say to her, 'This is the first time you're meeting your actor brother, right? Say one word, and I'll buy you everything.'" Soo-hyun can't think of anything, he's extremely flustered. He thinks he needs a meeting plan. Suddenly, the nurse pulls back the curtain. Soo-hyun's eyes light up. The nurse is holding his little sister in her arms. She is tiny and very cute. Soo-hyun slowly raises his hand. Placing it on the glass and smiling, he says, "Hello, I'm your brother." This first meeting feels like it was destined, even though it never happened in his previous life. Looking at his tiny daughter, Soo-hyun's father can't help but call out affectionately, "Yoo-hyun, look at Dad." "Yoo-hyun!" My little sister, besides the nickname at home, Boobam, has now been officially named Yoo-hyun. When Soo-hyun's mother was pregnant for the second time, both husband and wife looked forward to the birth of this baby Yoo-hyun. Our daughter is kicking so strongly, she must be very mischievous. At least we should give her a gentle name, hoping that she will be gentle when she grows up. Our family named her Yoo-hyun, but it seemed the name didn't quite suit the little one. Yoo-hyun gripped her father's finger tightly, as if signaling something. Soo-hyun's father thought she was hungry, so he decided to go make milk. As he hurriedly stood up, he still felt Soo-hyun holding his finger, refusing to let go, which startled him. "My daughter is strong. Dad will be right back." As soon as he removed Yoo-hyun's hand, she grabbed his pants leg. This time, it seemed even more powerful than before. The father momentarily faltered, then fell forward. Both father and daughter could only look at Yoo-hyun with suspicion. "Honey, I can't get up." "Mom, come rescue Dad." The whole house became chaotic afterward. It seems, contrary to her parents' hopes, she will be very stubborn. My little sister was born bigger and healthier than other babies, so she grows more every day. When the whole family is fast asleep, my cradle, Yoo-hyun cries in my cradle, making the husband and wife struggle. She just finished her milk, is she demanding more already? Soo-hyun isn't very stable either, as he has to prepare milk himself in this situation. I predicted this, so I prepared extra milk. I love my little sister so much that I'm willing to stay home all day with her, not wanting to leave even for a second. Soo-hyun's mother was surprised by the scene before her. Soo-hyun is taking over all the care of the baby. But Soo-hyun, you're still a child. The next morning, the weather was really nice. Soo-hyun in the car is worried about something. The boy keeps biting his nails with an expression that couldn't be more melancholy. The next second, Soo-hyun grabs his phone, only to see his mood has completely changed 180 degrees. Even Sangil is surprised. He quickly takes the phone back from Soo-hyun's hand. Absolutely, the anxiety from just now has returned. But when Sangil hands it back casually, Soo-hyun is happy again. Sangil says, "Actor, you're addicted to your phone? You look like you're having withdrawal." Soo-hyun immediately denies it. "Addicted? No way." Then, the boy shows Sangil the phone. Inside is a picture of Yoo-hyun, whom Soo-hyun dotes on. Do you know how hard it is for a brother to leave his sister, even for a moment? "Ah, you're addicted to your sister?" Soo-hyun continues to question, "Do you know my sister is 100 days old already?" At the same time, the car has stopped in front of the meeting place. Even after getting out of the car, Soo-hyun is still holding up the phone for Sangil to see. Look, she can say Appa already. I think she's a genius. Refusing to give up, they've already entered the elevator. But the phone is still in front of Sangil. I even have pictures together. I don't see anything. Clearly, she'll hate you when she grows up. Yoo-hyun hating me? If that happens, I'll grant you a wish. Really? I have a good memory. Soo-hyun emphasizes that it will never happen, so he doesn't need to worry. Soon after, the two entered a room, which is Chae-min's office. You're here? Long time no see, Soo-hyun. Is your little one growing fast? Yes, she's growing very fast, Soo-hyun replies. Not only that, the boy repeats his old behavior with Sangil and asks if Chae-min wants to see, but unfortunately he's not very interested and politely refuses. No, thanks. I don't like babies. Getting to the main topic, Chae-min asks Soo-hyun, you didn't come here just to talk about your sister, did you? It's about the schedule? That's right. Chae-min is a little confused. You filmed the movie in the first half of the year, so you said you'd take the second half off to play with Yoo-hyun, so this time it's about next year's schedule? The boy forces a smile. You always understand so quickly. I said I'd film one movie each year, but if I reduce the time I spend at home with my family from now on, I'll probably regret it later. Speaking to this point, Soo-hyun hesitates strangely, so I Chae-min, who knows Soo-hyun well, knows he's uncomfortable saying it just by looking at him, so he interrupts to prevent the atmosphere from becoming too awkward. Alright. Anyway, you'll be reading scripts during your break, and you won't be completely taking time off from school. I'll consider you taking a break until next year. Soo-hyun worries about whether everything will be okay, but he responds very exaggeratedly, of course, my top actor is requesting it. To Soo-hyun's surprise, Chae-min has decided that everything will go according to the plan just now. Moreover, he adds, while you're here, how about looking at some new projects too? Before he can agree, Chae-min takes out a stack of documents, about 8 kilograms, and gives them to Soo-hyun. Have you received so many offers already? Soo-hyun flips through each page, contemplating. There aren't any familiar movie titles. Well, I can't remember all the movie titles before I regressed. Thinking this, he stops at one project. This looks interesting, but unfortunately, the role for the child actor is too small. Let's see, the next script is. I don't know how long has passed. The boy suddenly slams the script shut with a long sigh. Chae-min starts to tease, you said you wanted to rest, but you're still reading scripts. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. So you'll keep reading until you find a good script. The boy awkwardly turns away. Don't count on it. How can a script like this hook me? I can tell just by looking. You won't be able to rest next year either. Chae-min's evidenced accusation leaves Soo-hyun speechless because it's so true. Returning home to Yoo-hyun, Soo-hyun has finished changing diapers. Soo-hyun's mother is very proud to see her son like this. But she's still a little worried. Soo-hyun, it's okay for Mom to do it. Mom, don't worry. I want to change my sister's diapers. Remembering what Chae-min said this morning, Soo-hyun thinks that, for him now, Yoo-hyun is more important than work. Perhaps she senses the love that Soo-hyun has for her, so she says a few words appa. Oh my gosh, right? Even Yoo-hyun thinks Uncle Chae-min is stupid, right? Soo-hyun's mother has finished preparing dinner for Yoo-hyun. She feels relieved to see the two siblings so affectionate. When Soo-hyun helps me take care of Yoo-hyun, I also feel quite comfortable and admire him, but the child once said he still wants to continue acting. Now he just spends all day going to school, studying extra, then coming home, and also taking care of his sister. Is that really okay? A few days later, Soo-hyun returns home after a very diligent day at school. I'm home. After greeting his parents, the boy rushes to the kitchen. Mom, I'll make milk for Yoo-hyun. Soo-hyun's mother tells the boy to come to the table and wants to talk to him about some things. Soo-hyun looks worriedly at his mother. What's wrong, Mom? Soo-hyun's mother announces that our family is about to move. The boy thought something serious had happened, so his face turned pale. What? Soo-hyun's mother goes into detail. Soo-hyun, you've been staying up until morning without sleeping lately, right? Although he's been caught, the boy can't admit it, and can only deny it. What? I'm a good kid who always sleeps early and wakes up early, Mom. This time it's Soo-hyun's father's turn to speak. I've seen it. He recounts, last night when I woke up to go to the bathroom, I saw light from the crack in Soo-hyun's door. Curious, I peeked inside, wondering what the boy was doing at this hour. His father sees Soo-hyun meticulously writing each line, his eyes wanting to close, his mouth constantly mumbling, this line needs to express more emotion. Putting emotion into this line, Soo-hyun's actions make his father very worried. He gropes back to the room to tell Soo-hyun's mother, honey, our Soo-hyun. It is precisely for this reason that his parents have taken this evening to talk to the boy. The more time you spend taking care of Yoo-hyun, the shorter your time becomes. Do you feel like you've been neglecting your main job to play with Yoo-hyun? In Soo-hyun's subconscious he has formed extreme thoughts. So, are you going to separate me from Yoo-hyun? Soo-hyun bursts into tears. Are you and Mom going to move and leave me alone? What? Of course you have to go too. Mom and Dad both love Yoo-hyun and Soo-hyun, hoping that not because of taking care of your sister, you neglect your dream. As she spoke, Soo-hyun's mother wiped away his tears. When Yoo-hyun is a little bigger, she needs to have her own room. And we should also move to a place that helps your Soo-hyun practice at home. Stopping at a luxurious villa, this is the house that his parents decided to move to. Throughout the space are equipped with high-end furnishings. Especially Soo-hyun's own room has equipment specifically for his passion, making Soo-hyun dazzled. Do you like it a lot? Yes, I like it very much. Soo-hyun's father called him back in front of the door. When Soo-hyun went inside, the scene before him left the boy stunned. A room with many kinds of musical instruments, he said, even living with the family, perhaps you still need your own space to practice without being distracted. When deciding to move, this is what your parents put a lot of effort into planning. This is Soo-hyun's private space. Seeing things that are small but clearly show the love of both his father and mother, Soo-hyun was moved to tears. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Now I can practice comfortably at home without worrying about being noisy. When winter came, snow began to cover the roofs of everyone's houses. Soo-hyun and his sister are sitting watching the year-end announcement, the Changryong Film Awards. This year's best actor is... Congratulations, actor Seo-han. This is the person who inspired Soo-hyun to pursue acting. The boy exclaims, Mr. Seo-han is so lucky. I want to act in historical dramas too. Suddenly the boy looks at his little sister Yoo-hyun. Then collapses on the sofa. Don't let the enemy know of my death. It turns out Soo-hyun just wants to make his sister laugh. Seeing her so happy, Soo-hyun asks, Do you think I did well? Should I do it again? Only to see Soo-hyun take a deep breath. Then the boy transformed into the character of a monarch in feudal times. You vile wretch, you are truly rude, daring to laugh when you are not allowed to. This time Yoo-hyun can no longer laugh. She is frightened and purses her lips tightly. Without a word, Yoo-hyun pulls out her pacifier and throws it straight at Soo-hyun's forehead. I'm sorry, Yoo-hyun, it's just acting. Just this once, please forgive me. As Soo-hyun spoke, he picked up the girl. Soon after, both siblings were in bed for the night. However, Yoo-hyun didn't seem to feel sleepy. Instead, she left the blanket, causing Soo-hyun to wake up groggily. Yoo-hyun deftly climbed onto the bed rail. Yoo-hyun, how are you crawling so fast? The boy asked a silly question. Is it that you have also been reborn? Absolutely. Yoo-hyun suddenly stood up, staring intently at Soo-hyun. Because of that, kids who are nimble then. Only to hear Soo-hyun scream because she jumped straight on his face, causing him to fall over. At the same time, Soo-hyun's mother entered the room. Soo-hyun, dinner is ready, get up and prepare to welcome the guests. Soo-hyun suddenly remembers that he had forgotten the appointment because he fell asleep. Today is Soo-hyun's birthday, December 24th, the special guest knocked on the door. He is Hyun-do, come in quickly. It is also the day to hold a joint birthday party with Hyun-do, who has his birthday on Christmas. Upon entering the house, Hyun-do was very flustered. The main reason is that the baby Yoo-hyun keeps crawling around. Does she always crawl so fast? It seems like she'll be better than me at being a goalkeeper. Soo-hyun replies, that's great. Although she's my little sister, sometimes I'm also afraid of her. Soo-hyun's mother brought up some main dishes, then she said to the two boys, Are you hungry? Let's have dinner together first. Yes. Hyun-do casually put his gift down in a corner, and Yoo-hyun noticed this. I don't know what she was thinking, that she was dazed for a while. Looking out the window, Soo-hyun reminisces, that's interesting. We meet in the middle of Christmas night. Is it a joint birthday party with Hyun-do? At the same time, Hyun-do shouts happily, that's great. His incomprehensible actions attract Soo-hyun's attention. Why? You were originally someone who just buried yourself and worked even on holidays. But now it looks like a different person. Soo-hyun does not deny this. The boy continued, that's right, many things have changed. Our dinner party is really something to look forward to, right? In the dark corner of the room, both Soo-hyun and Hyun-do are hiding behind the wall. It is clear that fear covers the faces of the two children. A hand appears outside. It seems the two boys are hiding from this scary thing. In order not to reveal his location, Hyun-do temporarily used his hand to cover his mouth. The clock on the wall points to 12 o'clock at night. The baby just went to sleep, dreaming sweetly in bed. Today is Soo-hyun and Hyun-do's birthday. The song of celebration resounds. Happy lovely birthday, happy adorable birthday, celebrating the birth of Soo-hyun and Hyun-do. The two blow out the candles together. Then they look at each other and smile, congratulating each other. Soo-hyun gives Hyun-do a gift. It's already past the 25th, here's your birthday present. He takes it, thank you so much. Hyun-do opens the gift, curious to know what's inside. This is a headset, isn't it very expensive? Soo-hyun happily says, I saved up my pocket money little by little to buy it, because you really like listening to music. Hyun-do also wants to give this younger brother something. I also have a gift for you, wait for me a bit. Inside is just an empty box, there is nothing there. Hyun-do panics, where did it go? I definitely put it here. Soo-hyun's parents are also anxious, did you lose something, dear? Let us help you find it. Yes, thank you. The whole family splits up to find the item that Hyun-do intends to give Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun says, I've looked everywhere. Hyun-do turns to call him. Soo-hyun, this. Is that it? Oh, what is the baby holding in her hand? Soo-hyun stammers, could that be? It seems to be the gift Hyun-do is looking for. Yes, it's it. The two pondered for a moment. Soo-hyun takes the stuffed animal over. Wait a bit, let me try to take it out. He quickly swaps the box in the baby's hand. She seems to be more interested than before. Soo-hyun sighs in relief, as if a miracle had been achieved. Okay, done. Anxious to death, here, this is yours. Hyun-do tremblingly points towards the baby. Soo-hyun, behind you. The baby angrily glares red eyes at the two scream in terror. Oh my god, then they ran away quickly. Hyun-do gasps, although I woke up, I didn't hear the kid crying, so I guess it's okay. The baby rushes over like the wind. Hyun-do screams, oh my god. Soo-hyun is equally scared. My room, let's run to my room, she definitely won't catch up there. Hyun-do clutches his chest and breathes, what just happened? Your sister is too scary. Soo-hyun helplessly kneels down, sometimes she's just like a wild animal. He wonders about the box, but what is that thing? The box looks pretty small. Hyun-do also forgot this? Soo-hyun only to see Soo-hyun's face gaping in surprise. Hyun-do kneels down and raises the box in his hand. Please accept this heartfelt sincerity from me. I chose it with the desire that our friendship will shine forever like the stars in the sky, the friendship ring, only two in this world, just for us. Soo-hyun stares blankly. Wait, I've never worn a friendship ring like this since I was born. It seems there's a strange noise coming from somewhere. There's something black on the ground. The two are like frozen on the spot. A small hand touches the edge of the door. Still those fierce red eyes with a savage laugh. The kid is picked up by someone. Yoo-hyun, so this is where you are, how did you crawl over here? Huh? Soo-hyun's father sees the two and asks, what are you guys doing here? Soo-hyun's mother remembers and asks, Hyun-do, have you found your gift yet? Hyun-do and Soo-hyun held out their friendship rings. Yes, I found it. Soo-hyun's parents found this quite interesting. Friendship rings, how cute. Look here, let's take a picture as a memento. The moonlight tonight is beautiful, the starry sky illuminates the entire scene. Hyun-do was asleep, while Soo-hyun was still intently observing the ring. Before reincarnation, we would always clash whenever we met. He turned to Hyun-do. Now, he's no longer like Gino. Because we argued so much in the past life, let's talk more in this life. Thank you for becoming my friend. Hyun-do mumbled, friendship is an eternal star. So, the year ended happily. Soo-hyun lamented, why don't I have a chance to relax? Sang-il explained, even with good pronunciation, I don't understand why there's such a strange way of pronouncing. Soo-hyun pouted and said, I really only intended to help with the remaining work until the movie Salt Doll is released this year. After that I'll only play with you, Hyun, he added. You seem to want to enjoy a light life, she replied. I'm different from you, Sang-il. I'm young, so it's okay to enjoy it a bit. She picked up the paper. This is my plan. Historical drama. Previous plot summary. Soo-hyun, who had experienced 2 lives before going back in time, neatly dealt with the fraudster causing trouble. Thanks to that, the family became more harmonious and even had a cute younger sibling. Soo-hyun hugged Yoo-hyun and kissed his cheek, as if she had everything in her hands. But there's still something he couldn't get, which is the role of the crown prince in the historical drama genre. This proposal is for the childhood role of the Joseon crown prince. Joseon crown prince Lee Rim is trained to become the next generation king, and clearly shows the demeanor of a leader, until his father, the father he trusted, betrays him, and he is exiled to the south. On the other hand, in contrast to the main storyline full of revenge and conspiracy, the story returning to the childhood of the main characters shows peace with light shades and colors. Lee Rim possesses ethereal qualities and a natural calmness, so it seems Hong Ryo-na is infatuated with the crown prince. Childhood love is also a large and attractive part of this film. Sang-il said, adapted from a novel that was successful in the market, the script and director of the film are both famous and experienced people. And this time there are plans to produce both a webtoon and a drama CD. In particular, the female lead in the movie is the one who has successively created 3 outstanding TV series, Cha Jin-seol. After hearing him say that, Soo-hyun jumped up and said, I want to participate in this project. A bet was made that Soo-hyun didn't know about. Sang-il said to chime in, the actor will return to activity in January. He asked back, are you sure? It's March, though. And it's January now. Chime-in reluctantly gave the bet money to Sang-il. He happily accepted the money. How precious, thank you, boss. Evening at the soundproof room at Soo-hyun's house, a voice came out, oh, how rude. Soo-hyun repeated that sentence. Oh, how rude. I am the son of this country, he thought. This is the crown prince role that I have longed for so much. I'm really happy. It's time to show the results of the efforts I've put in. The phone Soo-hyun is holding has a new notification. Dear actor Sang-il, film promotion in June. Soo-hyun saw this line and thought, but Salt Doll also premieres in June and the drama script is also this month. Will the schedule be okay like that? Another message came with the content. Dear actor, we have completed the adjustment of the film promotion schedule and filming schedule for June, because even a slight deviation can disrupt the entire schedule, so we will check many times and report to you, Soo-hyun praised. That's Sang-il, there are no shortcomings. It will definitely be very busy. Soo-hyun smiled, as expected. I really like acting. After that, the promotion schedule for the movie Salt Doll continued non-stop, interviews, participating in promotional TV shows, reviewing movies on YouTube, meeting BJs and other activities. Salt Doll carried out an almost all-out promotional campaign. And then, the release date of Salt Doll arrived. He stood on stage and said, Hello, I'm Soo-hyun, playing the main role of Eugene in the movie Salt Doll. I hope you will watch and enjoy it. People kept praising, making him shy. Let's congratulate Soo-hyun for growing up and progressing, he looks so handsome. The movie started playing. Words echoed, if I could shed tears. Could I send all the love for my mother along with them? That hand wears a blue string. The woman with her hair tied at shoulder length shouted Eugene with all her might. That boy happily called Mom. But contrary to that expectation, she showed a fearful face. No. You are not my son. The figure fell off the cliff. Below was the dark water. If I can't transform into Eugene anymore, then why am I still left in this world? The door burst open. The two sons faced each other. Oh, my real son Eugene. My mother jumped off the cliff to find you. Why are you still standing here? He smiled brightly. As expected, the son who is most worthy of mother is me. The real son that mother has longed for so much, not caring how cold and lonely mother is feeling. Mother is no longer lonely. Now I will come to your side. A voice rang out somewhere, warning, a body leak has been detected, warning. Gas has been lost by 40%, ceasing body function. He called, Mom? That woman with a happy face, Eugene, come here. I love you. The last words closed as the sun began to set. The Eugene system will be turned off. The audience sat sobbing. Soo-hyun was overjoyed. That's great. People's reviews for the movie Salt Doll. Soo-hyun looked at the phone excitedly. The reaction is very positive. It's worth the busy promotional efforts. But it's still too early to be satisfied. My Crown Prince role is coming soon. He was enjoying himself in joy. Next to Sang-il was a phone call. At a time when there are only 4 days before the premiere, such a sudden change is difficult for us. Soo-hyun worriedly asked Sang-il, what's wrong? He hesitated. Actor, the thing is. Sorry, I didn't expect that the other side would suddenly change the schedule like that. Soo-hyun humbly said. Sang-il, it's not your fault. Changing the script reading schedule that was adjusted 6 months ago just 4 days before is not right. It's unfortunate that the remaining film promotion schedule completely coincides with that schedule. Sang-il sighed. Actor, this is your first historical drama, so you have prepared a lot, but the work is so chaotic. Soo-hyun reviewed the schedule. I know, changing the promotion schedule for Salt Doll will probably be difficult. Sang-il nodded. That's right, because the next day is a live broadcast interview, so changing the filming schedule will probably be difficult. Soo-hyun looked depressed. There's no other way, then announced that I will be absent. He replied, yes, I understand. Soo-hyun wondered, but why was the script reading schedule changed? Sang-il explained, I heard the male lead said that it would be difficult if it wasn't that day. He was surprised. The male lead, is Kim Ji-won an actor? What happened that he had to change it so suddenly? Sang-il cautiously said, I was not informed about that. There was a notice posted on the door, read the script when the sun sleeps under the lotus and outsiders are prohibited from entering. People were chatting lively in the room. Oh hello dear actor, I look forward to everyone's help today. The sound of footsteps approached. Everyone was surprised. Look. It's actress Cha Jin-seol. This is the first time I've met her in person. A famous actress is different. Her aura is different. Hello Senior Jin-seol. I hope you will guide me a lot, she happily replied. Oh my, I also hope everyone will guide me a lot. Jin-seol wondered, aren't the child actors also participating today? Do you mean Soo-hyun, who played the main role in Salt Doll? I think I received a call from him a few months ago. Soo-hyun said that he was busy with the promotion schedule of Salt Doll, so he couldn't participate in today's practice. Jin Seo flipped her hair sarcastically. How arrogant, what is he showing off? What? The person next to her didn't understand. That girl was a little surprised. The script book was taken out by Jin Seo. I'm sorry, senior, I just want to say that. Today's script reading starts from episode 7 onwards. Jin Seo didn't believe it. What? I thought today was episode 1. Why is that? That person added, actually. If Soo-hyun isn't there, the acting of the child actors will be difficult, so the staff contacted you 2 days ago. Jin Seo was annoyed. What the hell? How annoying. Just because of a child actor, the seniors have to suffer losses. The girl next to her was sweating profusely. Soo-hyun and her debuted in the same year, so she's not a senior. Well, it's probably not necessary to say it clearly. Jin Seo saw someone appear. Hello everyone, I'm Phoenix from Lemidgeton. My real name is Kim Ji-won. I look forward to everyone's help. The old woman said, my daughter is a fan of Lemidgeton. Among them she likes Phoenix the most. Seeing you here, I understand why. Maybe because you're an idol. You look so handsome and tall. Ji-won smiled. Really, thank you. Ji-won was still happily chatting with the old woman without knowing Jin Seo was staring at him. Ji-won began to notice her gaze. He turned his face away. Jin Seo angrily crumpled the script. A guy came. Hello everyone gathered on time, right? Then let's start with the self-introduction. I'm Park Tae-hyo, the production director of the movie When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus. Hello, I'm Hoa Hong-zan, the author of the original. I'm happy to meet everyone. I hope everyone will help a lot with the film. Hello everyone, I'm Ji-won, playing Lee Rim. This is my debut work in the field of acting, and I'm very honored to meet such talented producers and actors. My first step as an actor, not an idol. I will work hard. It was her turn to speak. I'm Cha Jin Seo, playing Hong Ryo-na. I look forward to a good collaboration. Silence fell on the space. Tae-hyo smiled awkwardly. That's right, actress Jin Seo, who is currently famous recently, clearly from early on exudes a stylish charm. Jin Seo gritted her teeth. She was extremely angry about something. Ji-won gave Jin Seo a friendly but mocking smile. His eyes clearly showed contempt. The first day of filming, please adjust the direction of movement and enter immediately. Have the newcomers changed clothes for those following Soo-hyun yet? Yes, I have changed clothes for them, director said. Good, we will shoot the scenes with Soo-hyun's appearance first. Today is the first meeting between the male lead and the female lead. Right, let's determine the direction of movement. Yi-seo, are you ready? Yi-seo's footsteps approached. Yes, PD, I'm ready. He bowed his head and said to her, Okay, Yi-seo just needs to hide behind that tree and sob, understand? Then Soo-hyun will slowly approach and see that. Is Soo-hyun ready? Soo-hyun in costume smiled brightly. Yes, PD. Soo-hyun stepped forward. He said to Yi-seo, happy collaboration. In the solemn and vast area of the royal palace. From the base of the tree came the sobbing of a daughter, echoing repeatedly. A soft voice complained, why is that, interspersed with stifled sobs. Suddenly a man's voice asked, so the girl is lost. The girl stood up in a panic, her eyes still wet, apologizing, young lady is sorry. She was in a hurry, carelessly tripped. She glanced at the ground in fear, her body tilted at a 70-degree angle, she only had time to scream. The crown prince reached out to support her waist. He said, you must be careful. His face under the sunlight sparkled as if with an aura. He blurted out, as light as a feather. This person embraced the other in their arms. The flowers, leaves, and birds around turned into a dreamy pink-purple color. He teased, is she a goddess living on the moon? Ryona's face flushed, decisively pushing the man away a little, shyly denying, don't tease me. The sunlight was expected to be dazzling but was softened by the characteristic cold weather, making the sky blue but not making people feel uncomfortable. The two sat leaning against the old tree and talked. The crown prince asked her name, Ryona. His hand gently touched her ear, the words turned into sweet honey invading Ryona's little heart. So she is not a flower fallen from the moon but a flower blooming under the mud. Suddenly, the eunuch came out from somewhere and shouted loudly, Your Highness, Your Highness. The crown prince frowned and clicked his tongue. This guy really knows how to ruin people's emotions, he grumbled, so inconsiderate. Ryona timidly covered her mouth and turned to him, calling out the title tentatively, Your Highness. Seeing that he was really listening, She was extremely confused and tried to repeat it again to confirm, Crown Prince. He realized her strangeness, smiling kindly. I was going to scold him for being inconsiderate. If you are so surprised, then I can't scold Hyo-won. Hyo-won ran around searching, shouting even louder than before, Your Highness. Where did you run off to, Your Highness? Crown Prince Lee Rim stood up, preparing to leave. But suddenly he turned back and smiled at Ryona. The smile was much more beautiful than thousands of rays of sunlight shining on the streets. He said goodbye, see you again. She looked at his leaving back. Her little heart seemed to know what love is, what fluttering is. The first meeting between Crown Prince Lee Rim and Ryona ended the summer night dream like that. The filming ended. He intimately praised Yeseo, you did a good job. She was visibly pleased, really. Her eyes did not intentionally close but were formed by her smiling too brightly. Creating smiling eyes, she naively thanked, I accidentally fell. Fortunately you caught me in time. Thank you very much. Soo-hyun also smiled. He replied kindly, it's nothing, your expression when you fell was very impressive, while the script only said surprised. They were like two friends who had known each other for a long time. Soo-hyun asked, before acting, did Yeseo analyze facial expressions? She honestly admitted to him, yes. Yeseo added about the motivation for the role. Actually, I watched the interview for the movie you acted in. She recalled the time before, in the interview video with famous actor Kang Soo-hyun. The host asked him, why can you act as if you are the character himself? Soo-hyun politely answered the interview question, if the script is based on a true event or a novel. I will find and read everything. Yeseo was in front of the computer with big, bright eyes, holding a pen and writing everything down. Soo-hyun's voice continued to come from the speaker, isn't that because of each actor's ability to analyze the character? Along with the image of a girl sitting attentively in front of the screen, Yeseo told him, so, I read the original novel several times. At first, I just thought Ryona was surprised to meet a stranger. Yeseo was engrossed in her own story, then I thought about Ryona being a new palace maid. When seeing the new scenery, the character Ryona would probably have worries such as, where is this? I think I've entered a restricted area, what to do? I have to go back quickly. The little palace maid was probably lost in the darkness of fear. Yeseo saw that. I felt that Ryona would be afraid of being scolded. Soo-hyun looked at her in admiration. Yeseo was still talking incessantly. Moreover, women are not allowed to communicate with strangers unless permitted by the king. If when being embraced in the arms of a man she doesn't know at all. She ended with a wry smile. Her eyes still tightly closed. Ryona would probably be very embarrassed. Soo-hyun was very surprised by this girl. She can analyze expressions even when it's just a very sudden moment. He opened his mouth in praise. Yeseo, you're only 10 years old but you're really amazing. She put her hand in front of her eyes, not daring to accept this compliment. No, you're much better than me. She hid her shy face behind her two arms, softly, thank you. Soo-hyun smiled kindly at his junior. To him, she did very well. The second week of filming, still at Royal Palace, Hyo-won the eunuch spoke, Your Highness, please. The Crown Prince was adjusting his clothes. He justified himself. It's natural for the future king to take care of his people. Isn't today perfect for a walk? I think buying some sweets for Ryona is not a bad idea. Hyo-won the eunuch tried to dissuade him with all his might. Your Highness, that's very dangerous. He seriously advised his client. You also know that the successor is not allowed to do such things. These words made the Crown Prince's whole body stiffen. His confidant warned, you don't know that there are many snakes threatening you. Hye-won the eunuch ultimately only wanted the best for the Crown Prince. Your recent behavior is very suspicious. Please be careful. Half of Lee Rim's face darkened. Clearly showing tension. Our nobleman doesn't know, right? He still didn't give up trying to stop his client's actions. But Your Highness, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lee Rim. However, using a stick to hit the bush is not the only way to catch snakes. His tone was very firm, challenging all the enemies who were paying attention to this position. Only by revealing a loophole can you make the enemy fall into the trap completely. The Crown Prince's immature eyes looked into the distance. I still have to wait. A clap came from the film crew. The director excitedly shouted, okay, passed. He couldn't help but praise Soo-hyun's talent. Your acting is improving every day. He bowed deeply to be polite, thank you. The director reminded the whole film crew, the main actors will film in 2 weeks. They must be very worried. Because the child actors are doing too well. Soo-hyun felt extremely happy inside. Finally, I will get to meet actress Cha Jin-seol. Soo-hyun had his first plan when he met his idol. I have to be friendly with her. Scene change, there's a black 7-seater car traveling on the street. The driver carefully reported the schedule to the star sitting in the back. In 2 weeks we will join the When the Sun Sleeps film crew, Jin-seol asked with her chin resting in her hand as if not asking so fast. The driver happily extended the conversation. I heard that the atmosphere on set is very good, the child actors are doing very well, right? He smiled brightly when mentioning his name. The star angrily blocked him. I told you not to mention Kang Soo-hyun in front of me. The driver was sweating at the scary reaction just now, softening his voice. I'm sorry. Jin-seol was not in a good mood at all. She gritted her teeth and put the phone close to her ear, seemingly calling someone. The other end of the line responded. She quickly introduced, Hello, actor, I'm Cha Jin-seol. It's been a long time since I contacted you. In her heart, she silently repeated the name Kang Soo-hyun hatefully. Her eyes stretched out. I will make you unable to ignore your senior again.